era of football est video is purement para entretenimiento y no infringe derechos de autor niles. Los derechos de la novela y la imagen son del autor original, no reclamamos propiedad. No te gusta esperar y quieres escuchar este fanfic completo ahora? Suscríbete a nuestro Patreon, donde encontrarás los mejores fanfics. Chapter 76. Professional competition. You have to get used to the feeling of controlling the ball at your feet. Although the system can allow you to dribble that ball automatically, it is after all controlled by the system, not by yourself. So there will be a slight lag in some key operations. You may not have noticed this lag yet, but it is real. In the personal copy, Butlerming instructed Zheng. Zheng seemed to have a hard time operating it, but she persisted. The personal copy can only be done by one person, but the coach can follow. As long as you don't form a team, the experience will not be divided. Of course, no one can take advantage of this because it is completely unnecessary. If you want to instruct, you can do it in the personal training camp or the arena. But for Butlerming now, he doesn't have other time to instruct anyone specifically, so he can only use this time. Zheng was a little surprised that Butlerming came to instruct her, but she didn't ask much, but studied very seriously. After spending so many days together, Zheng also knew that when Butlerming was young, he was probably a very good football player, maybe even a professional player. This can be seen from his familiarity and expertise. He is not very familiar with low-level dungeons, and some details are not as good as with Zheng Qi, but when it comes to PvP, some of his instructions and operations are quite sophisticated, which is enough to prove that he is better at fighting people than monsters. The guidance of such a person is invaluable to any player. Although Zheng liked playing football before, she was not particularly enthusiastic about it, which can be seen from the fact that she has never entered the myth zone. Luli was able to enter the myth zone because Luli invested more energy in this game, while Zheng's energy was mostly involved in the company. And now, when the company's affairs do not require her to spend much energy, her familiarity with the game has begun to soar. You are good at being thoughtful and skillful. This is your talent. So if you want to improve, you have to improve in this area. Have you done the training I gave you every day in the personal training room? Asked Butlerming. Yes, Luli also wants to learn, but she doesn't seem to be very adaptable. Zheng answered while concentrating on killing monsters. Well, her talent is worse than yours, and her basic skills also need to be honed. If you want to improve, practicing more basic skills is much better than using this training plan. Butlerming replied. Do I have talent? Zheng asked curiously. Of course, otherwise why would I teach you individually? I have already said that although your operation speed is not fast, it is very accurate. This is your talent. Although you may seem a little old for a professional player, people who mature early do not have no future after the age of 20. You mature early, but you can make great achievements because you have a good spirit of research. Butlerming replied with a smile. Looking at the gentle smile of Butlerming, Zheng really didn't want to think of him as an undercover agent, but she still kept a trace of vigilance in her heart, which also prompted her to become stronger. In the 5 personal dungeons, Butlerming only gave Zheng instructions twice, and the other 3 times he accompanied the Mad Blade of Chaos and gave him some instructions on some details. The Mad Blade of Chaos was much more noisy than Zheng. He chatted while killing monsters, but Butlerming automatically filtered out a lot of his nonsense and kept making targeted requests. Grandpa Ming, these requirements you mentioned are very difficult. The Mad Blade of Chaos complained, but his subordinates were not at all chaotic. It's difficult, but you have to do it. Don't you want to be a professional player? The training of professional players is much more difficult than this. Butlerming replied. Really? Hearing this, my fighting spirit has been ignited. After the 5 personal dungeons were cleared, they went offline to rest for a while, and then went online to kill monsters together and leveled up. This was a very boring practice, but no one complained because they had a goal. They need to upgrade faster and gain experience faster so that they can have a chance to hit the dungeon record. Although it is difficult for others to hit the personal dungeon record, as long as they can maintain their level lead, they can constantly hit the 1st and 5th brush records of the team dungeon. There is a team dungeon every 2 levels, from level 22 to level 80, a total of 30 team dungeons. If they can grab them every time, then everyone in the team can get 120 extra attribute points, enough for them to create a professional account. This is not uncommon in the new area. After all, when a guild's new team can take advantage, they can get all the rewards at once. This is also the key to an ordinary club's sudden improvement in ability. Sometimes, if a mid-level club can create such a team in a new area, the strength of the entire team will be greatly improved, thus achieving better results. This is the embodiment of the youth training ability of each club now. Of course, it is difficult to build a strong team and create more than 10 professional accounts at once. After all, potential professional players are rare for any professional club. Strong teams are attractive, but they don't have too many opportunities. Weak teams have more opportunities, but their attractiveness is average. If you want to build such a team, you can only build it when the right time, right place and right people are all there. So generally speaking, the model of training newcomers is like this in Anglo, focusing on letting a talented member try to create a stronger account, and then fill it into the first team to improve the overall lineup. So in fact, what Zheng Qi and his team are doing now is to compete with those professional clubs. Zheng Qi is not clear about this. He doesn't know what the professional league is like now. Newcomers like Chaos Mad Knife and veterans like Sui Qingfen, Su Jing and Lu Li don't feel much about professional clubs. Instead, they want to fly those people and know what they are doing. Boss, I feel like if this continues, we'll have to face collective suppression from the big unions. Xin Zhaoyuan said to Xin Shibangfei in private chat before logging off. We'll talk about it when it comes. Xin Shibangfei answered calmly. There's a Super Cup match today, aren't you going to watch it? Wei Jingshan looked at the others who were about to log off and couldn't help asking. Super Cup? What Super Cup? Zheng Qi asked curiously. Oh, you don't even know about the Super Cup? Wei Jingshan was stunned for a moment. What's so strange? I don't know either. Yuan Shiquangde replied. Xinya hissed. You don't even know this? The two strongest teams in the league last year, the league champion Chengfeng and the cup champion Tianhe, competed before the start of the season. Although the honor of the Super Cup is nothing compared to the league championship, the match between Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qingzi is always the focus. Well, even foreign divisions will broadcast the match between these two people live. After all, these two people are also the best players in the world. Xin Zhaoyuan nodded. So powerful, it seems I have to choose one of them as my lifelong enemy. Yuan Ziquangdao rubbed his hands and said, where can we watch it? You can watch it in the game, but there is a special competition area. When the time comes, we can directly connect to the competition area to watch it. Now watching the game is not like before. No matter how many people can watch it live, the live broadcast of each game can be sold at a sky-high broadcast fee. Sui Qingfen said. So powerful, when will it start? Yuan Ziquangdao asked. 8 o'clock in the evening, we can go waffle and rest first, and then watch it together before the game starts. Anyway, there is no such thing as not being able to grab a seat to watch, Sui Qingfen answered. The questions Xiao asked are all the questions I want to ask. After going offline, Zheng Qi said to Butler Meng with a smile. Young master, you don't have any idea about professional competitions, right? Butler Meng brought a plate of food and said with a smile. Yes, I really don't have any idea, I really don't know what the competition is like. Zheng Qi said thoughtfully. The scene is spectacular, many times more spectacular than the football matches you've seen in the videos. Although it's in a virtual space, the sensory experience and enjoyment are much stronger. So amazing. Zheng Qi was surprised. After all, the current level of technology is much better than it was back then. Butler Meng laughed. Uncle Meng, you haven't been there either, why do you look like you've experienced it? Zheng Qi complained. I haven't been there, but I've watched a lot of classic game videos from that time. A game would have at most 100,000 people watching in the stands, while today's professional games are often watched by tens of millions of people. How can this be compared? Butler Meng laughed. What? Tens of millions of people watching? Zheng Qi almost spit out the food in his mouth. Is it rare? There are 2 billion people in China now, but there are only 20 top clubs. Which club doesn't have tens of millions of fans? What's so strange about going to watch the games of the clubs you support? Butler Meng said indifferently. What's more, in the virtual space, there will be no troublesome things in reality. In reality, if tens of millions of people gather in one place to watch the game, just breathing can cause the air purification system to collapse. But in the game, there is no such problem. Tens of millions of people watching a game is not a rare thing. After all, there are more than 100 regions in China now, plus the Myth region, more than 90% of the world's people play football era. What's so strange about so many people watching the game? Butler Meng laughed. It's terrible. I feel dizzy when I think about this number. I only earned this much a year at the time. Zheng Qi smacked his lips. So the professional teams in football era are the most profitable. Butlerman shrugged. Chapter 77. No one has ever received. The professional teams in the football era are indeed the most profitable. For modern people, watching professional games in the football era is one of their greatest entertainments, and it is closely related to them. For a game played by so many people, they basically have their own clubs to support. When watching the club's games has become so convenient and cheap, no one is unwilling to watch a game every week. Watching in the holographic system solves the problem of insufficient capacity of the stadium in reality and the time and energy required to go to the stadium. More than 100 years ago, if you wanted to watch a game even in your own city, you had to go out at least a few hours before the game started, because there would be many people going to the stadium with you, and you are likely to encounter traffic jams. After watching the game, you might also encounter the dilemma of traffic jams. For a game at 6 p.m., you might have to go out at 2 p.m. and go home at 12 p.m. This kind of thing can easily make people physically and mentally exhausted, unless you happen to live next to the stadium. But now it is different. For a game at 8 p.m., you can finish your meal comfortably, and after a while, enter the holographic cabin at 7:40. Then, you can go to the NPC at each rest point and hand in a ticket that only costs 10 yuan. Then you can instantly reach the sky above the competition venue. Although it is far away from the venue, you can adjust the size of your field of vision at will. You can look down or watch a certain player in a targeted manner. It is purely up to you. In this case, the number of people that can be accommodated above the competition venue can be seen. The ticket price is so cheap that it makes people feel that it is unbelievable, and it is not even worth the cost of an ordinary person's breakfast. However, due to these conveniences, the ticket revenue of each professional game is infinitely close to or even exceeds the unit of 100 million yuan. At the same time, the expenses such as stadium maintenance are also eliminated. The current football era is truly the world's #1 sport. What is the professional game about? Zheng Qi was still asking this question to Butlerman when he handed in the ticket. There are still 10 minutes before the game starts. I'll tell you in detail. After handing over the ticket, a white light flashed, and Zheng Qi found himself in the sky, in a transparent frame. As long as he lowered his head slightly, he could see the venue from the sky. It's a bit far, it seems that I can't see anything clearly, Zheng Qi said with some distress. Oh, at this time, you can't see clearly even if you are next to the venue. The map of each game appears randomly and can only be seen after the game starts. Now it is shrouded in white fog and will only dissipate after the game starts. Butlerman replied. So mysterious? Zheng Qi asked. Well, this is to test the familiarity of both parties with various maps, but the maps are all from classic scenes in the game, so if you are not qualified in this aspect, you are not qualified to become a professional team. Butlerman replied with a smile. Like the map of the Colosseum? Zheng Qi asked after thinking about it. The map of the Colosseum basically does not appear because it is too simple, Butlerman replied. Simple? Zheng Qi was a little confused. For example, a classic map, the Battle of Wakkanao, will have random flames, take away the player's physical energy, slow them down, etc. These are all completely random, so when you step onto the field of the game, in addition to dealing with the opponent, you also have to fight with the field. Butlerman said. It sounds really difficult, so what is the game about? Compared to football more than 100 years ago, there is no difference. Butlerman said with a smile. Through various means to transport the football to the front field, and then send it into the opponent's goal, the one who scores more goals within the specified time wins. Think about it, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. Zheng Qi thought for a while and said. You can use various means to kill the opponent. Those who are killed have to stay off the field for 10 seconds. You can use various means to stop the opponent. There is no referee. As long as you can score a goal, you can score. Butlerman continued. Can you hit people? That's interesting. No wonder the strength of the account is also important. If you can kill more opponents, there will be fewer obstacles when scoring goals. Zheng Qi nodded thoughtfully. That's it. 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw. The league is decided by the points. Can it be a draw? Of course, you think it's easy to score a goal, don't forget, you can use all means to block the opponent from scoring. The difficulty of scoring a goal is higher than in previous games. Think about the skills of those high-level heroes. Many times, a timely skill block can block the ball. Butlerman laughed. Zheng Qi imagined that there were more skills of more heroes. Many heroes' skills can increase the power. If those high-level players are proficient in using these skills to block, then scoring a goal is really not an easy thing. What about the cup game? It's easy to have many draws, right? No penalty kicks? Zheng Qi asked. Why can't we take penalties? It's more exciting. Attack and defend at the same time, one-on-one. If you can score a goal within the specified time, even if you score successfully, if you can't score, even if the opponent saves it, you can always decide the winner. Just like the previous football rules, first overtime, if you can't pass the overtime, it's a penalty shootout. Butlerman laughed. It's really amazing that you can think of this, but let's take a look first. If we don't take a look, it's always not very intuitive to just listen to what you say, Uncle Meng. Zheng Qi sighed. Well, seeing is believing. Butlerman nodded. At this time, Su Jin, who had entered the same box, smiled and said, in fact, with this kind of competition, even if it is a 0-0 game, there will be many wonderful shots. Yes, for example, the confrontation and competition between the players are very exciting. Although scoring is the most important, the competition between the players in the process of scoring is also very attractive. Lu Li said with a smile. You have all seen professional games? Zheng Qi asked in surprise. Everyone nodded at the same time, including Chaos Mad Knife, which hit Zheng Qi hard. A dozen people squeezed into a box, and it didn't seem crowded. The ticket itself can choose the size of the room, calculated according to the number of people. Of course, you can also choose a separate room, but watching a game is naturally a better experience to watch it with friends. The game is about to start. Cheng vs. Teen Head, Lu Xiaoshan with a silver spear vs. Li Qing's with a white horse. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Sui Qingfeng said with a smile. Although it is only a Super Cup game, this honor is not particularly outstanding. In China alone, there are Super League champions and China Cup champions to compete for, and there are also many invitational tournaments. Although those regional invitational tournaments will not attract too much attention, they are the most popular games for local players to watch. In Asia, there is the Asian Champions Cup, and in the world, there is the World Champions Cup, which is known as the most noble honor in the football era. Compared with the international competitions in the past, the current world competitions seem to be much less, but they are basically the essence. The league champions and cup champions of various countries are eligible to participate in the Continental Championship Cup, and only 8 teams can participate in the World Champions Cup. The East Asian Champions and West Asian Champions in Asia, the Western European Champions and Eastern European Champions in Europe, the North America and Caribbean Champions and South American Champions in the Americas, plus the African Champions and Oceania Champions, a total of 8 teams, will participate in the World Champions Cup. Because of the strict selection rate of the World Series and the fierce competition in various regions, although the World Series of the football era has been opened for 70 or 80 years, no team has ever been able to win the 5 crowns including all owners in 1 year. Yes, the 5 crowns, this is a concept proposed by someone after the professional league of the football era matured. The so-called 5 crowns means winning all 4 championships of the domestic Super Cup, domestic league, domestic cup, continental championship and world championship in the same year. To achieve the feat of the 5 crowns, several conditions must be met. First of all, you must be the champion of the domestic league or cup last season, because only with such results can you participate in the domestic Super Cup competition and enter the continental competition of this year. After obtaining such qualifications, you must stand out in your region and win the championship in the continental competitions in the middle of the year, so that you are eligible to participate in the World Cup. Before the start of the World Cup at the end of the year, you must also make great strides in the cruel competition of the domestic league and cup, win the championship of these 2, and then win the World Cup at the end of the year, so that you can become the 5 crowns. Now the competition systems of various countries are similar, and basically cannot escape this category. Therefore, winning the 5 championships has become the goal that all strong teams want to pursue. In theory, it is not difficult to do this, because the teams that can enter the World Cup are definitely champion teams. There is a World Cup competition every year. If it goes on like this year after year, there will always be a few unprecedented teams, just like the Triple Crown of European clubs in the professional football competition. However, in reality, no one has been able to do this until now. The highest level of football in the current era is still concentrated in Asia, Europe and America. This can be seen from the fact that these 3 continents are divided into 2 zones. Oceania has a good level, but because the competition is too weak, they have no competitiveness in the world competition and are at the bottom all year round. There are many African countries and their level is also very strong, but compared with those three continents, they are still inferior. There are many countries in Asia, Europe and America, and the teams are of high level. The competition among them is very fierce. There are often teams that can win the Continental Championship and the World Championship, but they fail in their own leagues and cups. The domestic competition strength of Africa and Oceania is relatively weak, and the competition is weak, but their performance in the world is much worse. So far, there are teams that have won the domestic double crown, the Continental and the World Cup double crown, and even the triple crown or quadruple crown, but no team can win the 5 crowns. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto al mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en sin esfuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrarás la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 78. Stories from the past. It's so hard to win the 5 championships. Zheng Qi couldn't help but say something while listening to the others talking about the history of the football era. Of course, the football era has a history of hundreds of years, and the maturity of the professional league probably started from the first worldwide conference of the Football Era International League 80 years ago. At that conference, the specific competition system and competition method were determined, and at the same time, it was stipulated that the competitions in continents and around the world should not be expanded indefinitely, because the termination of professional football that year, in addition to the adverse climate change outside, too many teams participating made the audience less interested, which was also a key factor. At this time, it was Zheng Qi's turn to tell stories. Everyone else sat in the high private room and listened to one called Zheng Qi telling stories from the past. After the number of teams was strictly limited, only the best professional players were able to show their level in the competition. Although even a big country like China only has 2 levels of leagues, Super League and Class A, the number of general teams is quite large. Each province, city and even county has its own mature small-scale league, with local areas as hubs, allowing talents to emerge continuously. In such a large number of ordinary teams, more outstanding talents began to emerge continuously. Chen Fen, one of the Gemini Stars, came out of such a small team. Speaking of the Gemini Stars, the time when Meng Fifan and Chen Fen joined forces was the first time in the world that a team was closest to the 5-time champion, right? Xin Zhaoyuan suddenly interrupted. Butler Meng, who had been smiling at them, had his eyes slightly fixed, and was soon covered by a smile. Yeah, the time it was really close, Zheng Qi sighed, and a look of nostalgia appeared on his chubby face, just like a veteran who had participated in the war and boasted to his descendants when he was old. I was only in my early 20s at the time. I just liked this game and didn't have a favorite club. I don't have a strong sense of region. Everyone nodded. This situation is actually very normal. There are so many players in football era. Of course, many fans like clubs in their own province. However, in fact, there are still a large number of fans who don't like a fixed club. They will follow that club that plays beautifully and has good results. In this way, the club with good performance will enter a more virtuous cycle. Good results will attract more neutral fans, and there will be more fans watching on site. Not only will the ticket revenue be higher, but the share of the broadcast fee will also appear to be higher. At the same time, the income from advertising and sponsorship will also be higher. The club will be richer and can better retain top players and attract better players. Although professional competitions have changed from real football to football era, in essence, there is no difference. That year, I watched Meng Fifan and Chen Fen work together perfectly and were invincible. Their teammates at the time were not very strong, just average. However, Meng Fifan led the charge and Chen Fen assisted them well, bringing their abilities to the fullest. They first won the Chinese Super Cup, and then made rapid progress in the domestic league and cup competitions. They won the league again and again, leading in points, and swept the cup competitions. After they won the Asian Championship in the middle of the year, they were unstoppable. They won the league championship and the cup championship smoothly. At the time, the Southland was the symbol of invincibility. Just a short paragraph, everyone was excited. Zheng Qi's voice was not very inspiring, and he did not use any gorgeous words to describe it. However, this incident itself was enough to make people feel excited. What is competition? It is competition, and it is to compete with technology. Defeating all kinds of powerful enemies along the way and reaching the highest peak, this incident itself is enough to mobilize everyone's fighting spirit and passion. The next is the World Cup. Although the competition in the World Cup is also fierce, to put it bluntly, it is a competition between Asia, Europe and America. At the time, the champions of East Asia, China, the champions of West Asia, the United Arab Emirates, the champions of Eastern Europe, Russia, the champions of Western Europe, Germany, the champions of North America, the United States and the champions of South America, Brazil, were all very strong teams. China, Australia, the United States and Russia were divided into the same group. This group was considered to be an early decisive battle because the American Seattle team at the time was the biggest opponent of the South country. But the first group match was considered to be a game that lost the suspense of this World Cup. The South country swept the United States 5-1, and then defeated Australia and Russia in succession, entering the semi-finals as the group leader. In the semi-finals, they defeated Germany 5-0 again. At the time, the South country was considered a strong team that was ahead of its time. They were skilled in tactics and had tacit cooperation. They had the spearhead like Meng Pfiffen and the best assistant like Chen Feng. No one could stop Meng Pfiffen's impact, and no one could stop Chen Feng from supporting Meng Pfiffen in time. The opponent in the final is Seattle, USA, which qualified as the second place. This team played very badly in China at the time and seemed to be in bad shape. Everyone thought that it was only a matter of time before South Country won the 5th championship. But, in the final, many players of South Country performed abnormally, which had a certain impact on Chen Feng's support. After all, he was supporting Meng Pfiffen, but his support was based on the help of other teammates. Butler Meng suddenly said. Yes, Meng Pfiffen's performance was still outstanding. He scored 2 goals in the final and almost completed a hat-trick, but the loopholes in the back line made China lose 4 goals. In the end, they didn't lose much, 3-4, only lost 1 goal, but lost the whole year and the future. Although they lost the final, everyone thought that it was only a matter of time for Southland to regroup. After all, Seattle was no longer good at the time. They couldn't even break through the North American division to enter the World Cup in the second year. But after that, it was revealed that Meng Pfiffen had a falling out with the club because he was too disappointed. A year later, he forced the Southland to terminate the contract and disappeared from people's sight. By Zheng Qi's side. He was too proud at the time. If he could be less proud, there would always be opportunities in the second and third years. Butler Meng sighed. I can imagine his disappointment at the time. If it were me, I might be more disappointed if I lost such an achievement because of my teammates. Zheng Qi shrugged his shoulders. I don't think you are such a paranoid person. Su Jin couldn't help laughing. Sister, you don't know me very well yet. Zheng Qi chuckled. I also think Zheng Qi wouldn't be like this. He's too playful. Such a person can withstand blows better. Lu Li said with a smile. Is this a compliment or a scolding? I don't understand. Zheng Qi asked in confusion. I'm complimenting you. You're so good. You'll definitely become a top professional player in the future. Lu Li said immediately. That's right, I want to be the first player to win 5 championships. Zheng Qi raised his arms and shouted. You are too shameless. You're just getting started. You haven't even watched a professional game. Xinya couldn't help but say. Boss, you're right. I also want to be a player who follows you to win 5 championships. Yuan Shiquanduo followed and shouted. Boss, look at them, aren't they shameless? Xinya asked Yaxin Xiangfei. My goal is also this, 5 championships. Yaxin Xiangfei replied coldly. Really? Then we will be competitors in the future. Zheng Qi laughed. I say, aren't you guys discussing this a little too early? The 2 people down below are going to win the 5-time championship this year. Xin Zhaoyuan pointed at his feet. Who? They haven't come out yet? Zheng Qi asked. I mean the 2 people who are waiting in the player tunnel, Lu Xiaoshan, the Silver Spear and White Horse, and Li Qing's, the Forest and Leaves. They all have one goal, which is to win the 5-time championship this year. Cheng was the league champion last year, and Tin He was the cup champion last year. They are both qualified to win the 5-time championship. Xin Zhaoyuan said helplessly. Is that so? But I think they definitely can't win the 5-time championship. Don't believe me? Let's make a bet. Zheng Qi laughed. Who would make such a bet with you? Xin Zhaoyuan said helplessly. But they are not without hope this year, but compared to the partnership of Meng Pfiffen and Chen Feng at the time, their biggest opponents are each other. If they can't completely overwhelm their opponents in the domestic competition, they can't stand out from the Asian Champions Cup. Su Jing said after thinking for a while. but their teammates are much better than Meng Fifan and Chen Feng's teammates at the time. Fox said nonsense. Everyone except Zheng Qi nodded. This is true. Although the operation details of professional players have reached a limit in the past few decades and it is impossible to improve them, the overall character attributes are much more targeted than before. Although 700 attribute points are still the threshold for professional players, as more and more new areas are added and the starting point for novices is getting higher and higher, those more powerful characters are also becoming more and more numerous. Although Meng Fifan got the top character account that he had never seen before, his teammates' characters seemed a bit poor. Chen Feng's character was only over 800 points, and the other teammates were only between 700 and 750. Now, there are more good characters than at the time. More importantly, the top clubs have enough financial resources to introduce better teammates. Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's have 5 or 6 God-level accounts with 800 attribute points, and the other main attribute points are all above 750 points. Such overall strength is much better than that of Nangwu at the time. Football is a team sport after all. Changing to the football era does not change the essence of this sport. Chapter 79. Be careful when choosing a name. Both teams are so strong, the competition will be more intense. And if Chinese club teams become stronger, club teams from other countries will also become stronger. Zheng Qi thought for a while and said, "That's right. The strength of the strong teams is very close. No team is sure to win. But in this case, the chance of winning the 5 championships is much greater, because once your performance exceeds that of others, no one will be able to stop you." Butler Meng sighed with a vicissitude. Lu Xiaoshan is such a confident person. Yashing Xibang Fei clenched his fists. My goal is him. But Li Qing's is also very good. Last season, Cheng Feng still had overall and individual advantages. However, in the cup competition, he used various factors to defeat Cheng Feng and won the cup championship. Qin He's overall strength is indeed worse than Cheng Feng, and it does not have the strong ability to grab points like Cheng Feng. It will be pulled down in the long league, but in the cup competition, his tactical ability and overall coordination ability can be better reflected. In this Super Cup, Qin He may be able to take the lead. Shin Zhang laughed. Yeah, watching the game, I don't know what the map is today. Sui Qingfeng said. They talked for such a long time, and the game is indeed coming. When the players of both sides came out, the sky around the field immediately broke out with huge cheers. Countless people waved their flags. There was a square formation on each side of the field. The southeast supported Qin He, and the northwest supported Cheng Feng. These square formations were large enough to accommodate millions of people. Before watching the game, you can choose which side to support, and neutral fans like Zheng Qi and his team randomly gathered among these square formations. Zheng Qi and his box were just between the south square and the west square. Zheng Qi looked left and right. The audience on the left was shouting Lu Xiaoshan's name, while the audience on the right was shouting Li Qing's name. They waved flags or Q-version portraits of the two, showing their love to the fullest. Very popular. Zheng Qi sighed. Of course, after all, it is the most popular team in the league now. The number of registered members on Cheng Feng's home pitch has exceeded 200 million. Although everyone can register at will, there are also many people who will register as members of several clubs. However, this number is enough to prove Cheng Feng's current popularity. Qin He also has more than 100 million yuan, which is very strong. Su Jing replied. I mean, these two people are very popular. Won't their teammates feel angry? Everyone is playing together, but they are all attracted by these two people. Zheng Qi said. This is also normal. Any club needs a leader or two, but in a club's team, there are always main players and substitutes. Similarly, there are always core and auxiliary players. No team can have countless cores. It is normal for people like Li Qing and Lu Xiaoshan to get the most support. Su Jing was stunned for a moment, but she quickly answered. Well, I don't know if I will be so popular after entering the professional arena in the future. Zheng Qi touched his chin and said thoughtfully. The boss will definitely be the most popular. Chaos Mad Knife began to flatter. Your style is too vulgar, you won't be very popular. My boss's style of moving forward is very similar to Lu Xiaoshan, he will definitely be more popular. Shinya retorted. Yixing Xibang Fei turned his head and glanced at Shinya. Shinya stuck out his tongue and stopped talking. In fact, there are really many good players in these two teams. Generally speaking, it is said that Li Qing has 5 Tiger Generals under him, and Lu Xiaoshan has 8 veterans under him, Wei Jiangshan laughed. 8 is more than 5, so Cheng Feng has an overwhelming advantage. Zheng Qi said after calculating. It's not calculated like this. In fact, the 5 Tiger Generals under Li Qing's are much more valuable than the 8 Vetrays. Su Jing said with a smile. Yu Gang, the Iron Bone Immortal, Qian Zixing, the 1,000 Blades Sky Soaring, Yan Ziyun, the Cold Spring of the Night, Gan Yutian, the Snow Drilling, and He Li Kaiang, the 7-star Piaxiu. These are the 5 Tiger Generals under Li Qing's. Each of their character attribute points is over 800. Yu Gang is a good shooter, 1,000 Blades Sky Soaring runs accurately and is always able to appear in time to support his teammates. Yan Ziyun and Gan Yutian are both defensive stalwarts, and He Li Kaiang can be a double assistant with Li Qing's. Their playing styles are ever-changing, and under the leadership of Li Qing's, they can use various factors to win. What about the 8 Vetrays? Zheng Qi asked. Those are the 8 main players of Chengfeng except Lu Xiaoshan. In fact, calling them the 8 Vetrays is a bit of a forced combination. The truly outstanding ones are Yulane Qinglei, Wen Xiang, Tu or Feng Tu. These 2 are Lu Xiaoshan's right-hand men. Yulane Qinglei and Wen Xiang have the talent of a commander. Her role is a bit like Chen Feng back then. She is Lu Xiaoshan's most powerful support. In reality, she and Lu Xiaoshan are a couple and are called a fairy couple by many fans, which is very romantic. And although Feng Tu's idea is very funny, he is a cold-blooded killer on the court. These 3 people are Chengfeng's front court iron triangle. The others are relatively worse, but they can support them very well. It sounds like the ancient martial arts world to me. Zheng Qi was a little dizzy. You will remember them slowly after watching them many times. Players nowadays are different from before. In the past, you only needed to remember their names, but now you also need to remember their IDs. Some IDs are easier to remember, while others are very funny. Feng Tu's ID has always been a joke, and another star player of Chengfeng, Jian Guangqian, is even funnier. Every time he appears, fans of the rival club will laugh at his ID. Su Jing couldn't bear to look at it. It's simply too much. Why did he choose this name? Zheng Qi asked speechlessly. Oh, I know this. Jian Guangqian is also a late bloomer. He didn't create a good character with the first 2 IDs. He just picked a random ID for the 3rd one. As a result, the character's attribute reached over 800 points, which is considered a god-level account in the professional league. It's a pity to discard such a character, so he can only use this ID. It is said the Chengfeng club applied for him to change his name, but the server of Football Era rejected this request because the character is unique. If you want to change your name, you can only play a new account. Wei Jiangshan said with a smile. So even if you use a pseudonym, you have to be careful with the name. What if it becomes popular? Zheng Qi said. Yeah, speaking of this, there is also a guy called Get Lost. Every time during a game, teammates dare not shout for the other team to get lost when attacking, because shouting will easily attract him. Yanl Yuanyu said with a smile. Interesting. Zheng Qi couldn't help but laugh. At this time, the players from both sides had entered the field, and the area around the stadium gradually became quiet, and the entire competition venue began to reveal its true face. It's Tamubo. The terrain is complex, which seems to be beneficial to Teen Head. Butler Meng took a look and said, Tamubo. Was it the time when hundreds of thousands of troops in the Ming dynasty were completely wiped out? Zheng Qi thought about it and asked. Yes, the emperor was captured. Butler Meng nodded. The Tamubo in history was actually a small place, but it occupied a large area in the game. Of course, such a large map would not be put in the game, and it was all reduced in proportion. The maps of Football Era are basically derived from real history, both Chinese and foreign, but they have been modified according to the situation. Tamubo is a defensive fortification, which does not occupy a large area and has sparse buildings. However, in the game, it becomes a large city covering an area of 100,000 square meters, with houses lined up in rows, which is not much inferior to Pompeii. In such a complex situation, the 2 sides rarely face each other. How to avoid the opponent's superior manpower and attack the opponent's weaknesses at the same time has become a key factor. The starting lineups of both sides began to be broadcast over the stadium. Each club has more than 20 first-team members, but there are only 11 players on the field, just like in the previous football games. However, there are great changes in substitutions. Players can be substituted at all during the game to catch the opponent off guard. Players who were off the field can also play at any time. Of course, if you want to substitute, you have to enter the substitution area, and you can't arbitrarily change. In this case, how to substitute has become a very test of the coach's level. The head coach on the sidelines can use the coach's skills to act blood and blessings to his own players on the field, and can also interfere with the opponent's players. However, there is a premise that the coach's vision is shared with the players, and it is impossible for him to see everything. Such competition is naturally more energy-consuming. Even if you changed players, you can't change them casually. If you changed players, the opponent will seize the opportunity to attack you, which will be difficult to deal with. This is an all-round contest. When the names of the famous players on both sides were announced one by one, huge cheers echoed around. The louder the sound, the more popular the player is. Obviously, the top players on both sides, Lu Xiaoxin and Li Qing's, receive the most cheers. Of course, there are exceptions. When Zheng Qi came on the field, in addition to the cheers of the fans of the club, there were more laughter from the fans of the Tin Head Club and neutral fans. Zheng Qi has gotten used to this situation, and the commentator will be vague when reporting his ID. After all, an ID like "the enemy is embarrassed to take off my clothes" will sound very embarrassing even if it is read out. Fortunately, my ID is very impressive. It was a wise choice for you not to use the ID at the time. Zheng Qi rolled over with laughter, and looked up at Jackson Shangfei and said, "Ah? What was his ID at the time?" Yuan Shiquandu asked curiously. "I'd better not tell him. If I tell him, he will probably kill me to silence me," Zheng Qi said as he got up from the ground. Chapter 80. Double Walls. There are 2 gates in Tamubo, and now on the playing field, the area of Tamubo has been reduced a lot, and these 2 gates are the gates guarded by both sides. Between the gates, there are many buildings, some high and some low. The tallest one is the watchtower on the left side of the city, and there are 2 arrow towers near the gates, which are the second tallest buildings. Obviously, these buildings are the places that must be fought for by military strategists. There is an empty field in the city, which is the place for kickoff. The first to kick off was Tin Head. Yu Gang, the Iron Bone Immortal, and Tian Zixing, the Thousand Blades, stood at the kickoff point. Behind them were Li Qiang, the 7 Stars Pirax Yu, and Li Qing's, the Lead Through the Forest. The other Tin Head players were scattered in the buildings behind them. The coach could share that vision with the players, but the players could not, and could only communicate through voice in the team channel. Standing opposite them was Lu Xiaoxin, the current No. 1 inch the football era. Although many people were not convinced by this title, if they really chose the current No. 1 inch China, Lu Xiaoxin would be the one who would be recognized the most. Of course, Lu Xiaoxin himself has never admitted this title, although his goal is to become the first person. If he succeeds in the 5-time champion, his title of the first person can be truly put on the table. This year is the 5th year that Lu Xiaoxin has entered the professional arena. He is not old, only 24 years old. Entering the professional arena at the age of 19 is not considered a very young talent. However, he made his mark in the game at the age of 16. After being spotted by Chen Fan, he did not enter the professional arena immediately, even though he got a knockout of about 750 points that year, enough to win to the first team and even have the possibility of becoming a main player. If you want to do it the best. This is Lu Xiaoxin's goal. So he stayed in the game for 2 years. In the second new area, he got a knockout of more than 800 points, which can be regarded as a god-level account, but Lu Xiaoxin was not satisfied. There are examples like this before, but most people failed. There is an old fable to describe the confusion of professional players in pursuing roles. When each person enters an orchard, the orchard keeper tells him that he can only choose one fruit he likes and leave. Once he chooses, he cannot change it. Someone saw that the first fruit was good, so he chose it, and then found that there was a better fruit next time and regretted it. Some people always think that the next fruit will be better, but he always gives up the better fruit than the later one and regrets it. This is a dilemma. If you want to really choose well, you can only choose not to regret it. An account with more than 800 points is a god-level account. No professional player will give up his account under such circumstances, but Lu Xiaoxin feels that he can get a better account. Many people have this feeling, but many of them fail, and can only get an account that is not the best and complete their career. Lu Xiaoxin is different. He is not blindly confident, but after calm judgment, he believes that with his skills, he can get a better role than this god-level account. He succeeded, with 897 attribute points, the most powerful role among active players, Silver Spear and White Horse. With such a role, entering the professional league at the age of 19, of course he would become the target of public criticism. In the team, he was envied, and on the court, he was targeted. However, the 19-year-old boy at the time appeared in front of everyone with an extremely stubborn and arrogant attitude. Just like his game style, he crushed all obstacles and knocked down all enemies who came to attack him. Those who wanted to stop him were defeated by his unstoppable spirit. In the first official season, his performance was excellent, but Chen Feng's overall performance was not good, ranking only 5th, a result that could only be said to be acceptable. However, he was able to achieve such results under the circumstances of internal instability and external targeting. His strength has been recognized by everyone. At the critical moment, the club withstood the counter-attack of the old forces in the team and stood firmly on the side of Lu Xiaoshan. Several meritorious veterans who opposed Lu Xiaoshan were purged, and some newcomers were introduced, including Wen Xiang, who is now considered a fairy couple with Lu Xiaoshan. In the second year, Chen Feng still did not win the championship because too many main players left and more new players were added. However, the results of the league runner-up and cup champion gave everyone hope. The partnership of Lu Xiaoshan and Wen Xiang began to show their power on the court. In the third season, 3 young players were promoted from the second-tier team, one of whom was Zheng Qi, who had a ridiculed ID. Introducing a good player who was not young, Tu Wat Feng Tu. Both of them were later called the best players among the 8 Great Kings. Chen Feng's main lineup was officially formed. There were 7 young players under the age of 22 inches, the starting 11. Chen Feng set off a storm of youth in the Chinese Super League. Qishanfen, Shenhua, Tianlong, these old and strong teams fell under their iron hoofs. Chen Feng won the Super League Championship and Asian Championship of the Year with a sweeping attitude. In the World Cup, they only lost to the German Munich United, which eventually won the championship. Although they did not win the 5 championships, they won 3 championships, which can be called brilliant. At this time, everyone thought that the prosperous era of Chen Feng was about to begin. However, in this year, the Teenhead Club, which only achieved a mid-level result, promoted an inconspicuous young player from the second team. To say young, it is not young anymore. This player is now 21 years old, only 1 year younger than Lu Xiaoshan. In reality, he is still a disabled person with difficulty walking and has to use a wheelchair to travel. He wasted 4 or 5 years in the Teenhead second team before getting a god-level account with more than 800 points. Although it is also remarkable, no matter how you look at it, he does not seem to be the kind of person who can compete with Lu Xiaoshan. He has a very elegant ID, Chuanlin Dae, and he has a very CEO-like name, Li Qing's. Teenhead ranked in the middle last year, which proves that their strength is not very outstanding. Although there are 3 god-level characters with more than 800 attribute points in the team, their performance is always unsatisfactory. You know, god-level characters are very strong, but god-level characters are divided into true gods and false gods. Only those who have performed well for a long time can rank among the top in various season selections, and have attribute points above 800 points are truly recognized by the public. What about these guys in Teenhead? Whether it is Tyree Xian, Kaian Tiang Xian or Kixing Piraxu, they all have excellent characters, good operations, and have been in the top league for several years, but their performance is always lacking. You know, although characters with attribute points above 800 points are rare, after so many years, which top club doesn't have 5 or 6? After all, when characters cannot be traded and can only be bound, some players are lucky enough to have god-level characters, but they may not have god-level operations. In the eyes of many people, these guys in Teenhead have god-level characters, but their operations are still a little bit worse. But all this has changed dramatically after Li Qing's joined. Compared to Lu Xiaoshan, Li Qing's is not handsome, and even has an ordinary appearance. He has a gentle personality and does not appear aggressive on the court. However, now he is recognized as the only tactical master in the Chinese Super League. There are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the league, and there are certainly many tactical masters. The head coaches of top clubs are basically good at tactics, and Chen Feng is one of the best. However, there are very few who can improve the tactics on the court. Teenhead's legendary coach Ren Shifeng soon discovered the excellence of this young man with poor walking ability. Not only is he excellent in operation on the court, he has an account of 875 points second only to Lu Xiaoshan, and he also has a keen judgment. Through coaching, he can see through many details on the court. After discussing with Ren Shifeng, Teenhead began to play in a way that no one had seen before. Ren Shifeng and Li Qing's would constantly discuss tactics in the team channel and issue instructions at the same time. The whole team united around them. Yu Gang, Xian Zixing, He Li Kaiang and others who were considered pseudo-god level characters began to fully demonstrate their abilities. In addition to Yan Ziyun and Gan Yutian, who entered the first team at the same time as Li Qing's and his 5 Tiger Generals became the most dazzling existence of this season. They continued to win and finally defeated Zheng Qi in a decisive battle and won the league championship. Although Zheng Qi won the World Champion Cup this year, it suffered a defeat in the league, which gave the arrogant Zheng Qi a blow. Li Qing's name really became loud in the Chinese arena and the world. After that year, the elderly Ren Shifeng chose to retire. After retirement, his suggestion was to find a head coach who was honest and obedient, had vision but no ambition for the club to cooperate with Li Qing's. Ren Shifeng, who is well aware of the world, knows that Li Qing's approach actually divides the power of the head coach. No head coach can tolerate this situation, but Li Qing's deserves such a position. Instead of finding a famous coach with a tough personality, it is better to find an ordinary coach with a poor tactical vision but good support and no temper to cooperate with Li Qing's, so that Li Qing's can truly bring out all his abilities. His judgment was not wrong. After finding such a coach in Tin He Club, Li Qing's level was better brought out. Although they lost to Zheng Qi, who was determined to take revenge, in the league in the following year, they won the cup, and also defeated Zheng Qi in the competition for the Asian Championship, and also won the championship in the World Cup. This is the first time that a Chinese club has won the World Cup for 2 consecutive years. There is no doubt that this is an era of double walls. Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's will continue to fight for the first place and create their own era. This Super Cup game is just a continuation of such a struggle. Chapter 81. Master of Tactics. The game officially started. When Yu Gan passed the ball from Tian Zixin to Li Qing's behind him, Lu Xiaoshan had already rushed over at a high speed. He did not use hero cards. Each player can only carry 10 hero cards when he goes on the court. For a top player like Lu Xiaoshan who has a hero pool of more than 50 cards, just guessing what cards he brought is enough to make people feel headache. Lu Xiaoshan certainly would not reveal his cards at the beginning. This is also a battle of wits and courage. Seeing Lu Xiaoshan rushing over, Li Qing's did not let other teammates go up to besiege him. Lu Xiaoshan is not alone, not to mention that he has the most powerful account, which can be at least 50 points more than everyone else's account except himself. If all these 50 points are added to one attribute, it will immediately form an absolute advantage. The hero cards that the players brought in this game and the number of points added are all capable of the greatest confusion. Only after fighting in person can these details be noticed, so every game is a new experience for everyone. After turning around and passing the ball to the back, Tin He's players immediately went into the alley and disappeared in front of Lu Xiaoshan. Lu Xiaoshan did not panic, but turned around and gestured to Zheng Qi who followed him. Zheng Qi immediately turned around and rushed to the high-rise building in the center of the map. It was the highest commanding point in the city. Looking down from there, everyone's movements could be seen at a glance. It was a place that must be fought for by military strategists. Of course, Tin He would not give up such a place easily. Iron Bone Immortal Yu Gan also rushed to the high-rise building. The two met downstairs, so there was naturally no need to be polite. They started fighting immediately. Yu Gan used Zhang Yi's hero card and came up with the ultimate move, Blood and Blue, to entangle Zheng Qi tightly. Zheng Qi's idea is to buy, but he is a very strong attacker. Seeing that Yu Gan was about to entangle him, he quickly used Chan Yachun's hero card and confronted Yu Gan head-on. The two are fighting under the tower. A Zheng Qi player took the opportunity to climb the tall building. He was prepared to be blocked by Tin He players, but he didn't encounter any blockade and quickly climbed the tall building. Left wing, 4 people assemble. After taking a glance, Zheng Qi player immediately reported the information. 4 people assemble? Want to form a numerical advantage? Lu Xiaoshan thought to himself, Li Qing's attack has always been unpredictable. He gave up the commanding heights at the first time. Was it to have one more person's offensive power on the ground? But Lu Xiaoshan was never afraid of this. He had the most powerful account. Not to mention 1-on-1, even if it was 1-on-2, he would not be afraid. Wen Xiang, Feng Tu, follow me. Lu Xiaoshan called out. With these 2 right-hand men around, even if it was 3-4, Lu Xiaoshan was confident that there would be no problem. What's more, there were other players nearby who could quickly support him. Li Qing's, Yan Ziyun, and 2 other Tin He players moved very fast and quickly broke through the left wing. A Zheng Qi player saw the 4 opponents rushing over and immediately chose to leave. In a small-scale conflict, the most feared thing is that one person is besieged by several opponents. At the same professional level, even Lu Xiaoshan, besieged by 4 professional players, can't hold out for long. Tangle with them for a while, we will be there soon." Lu Xiaoshan shouted, "This is a guy who never loses his fighting spirit." They are already very close to Li Qing's group, but just as they rushed forward, the teammates they had contacted before had already issued a warning. "Be careful, the ball is not under their feet." Lu Xiaoshan was stunned and immediately prepared to leave with Wen Xiang and Feng Tu, but at this moment, a large-scale deterrence exploded among them. This was a skill that the teen head coach used in time off the court. Coach Cheng also reacted quickly. He also used a stun skill on Li Qing's and his group. However, Li Qing's was covered in golden light, and Zhunyu's hero was stuck. The ultimate skill Miser Fang. Zhunyu is a pure auxiliary hero. Every club has one or two players who are good at using auxiliary heroes, but no one is better than Li Qing's. After using the ultimate skill, Li Qing's and the other 5 people quickly got rid of the stun skill, and then entangled Lu Xiaoshan before Lu Xiaoshan and his group retreated. "It's just to entangle us, other directions," Lu Xiaoshan thought to himself. Li Qing's did not rush up to fight him, but commanded Yan Ziyun and the other 2 to entangle the 3 of them. Yan Ziyun was a player who was good at using defensive heroes. The other 2 are also of this type. They all used a defensive hero and entangled them tightly. And Li Qing's precise assistance also continuously provided them with sufficient support, temporarily narrowing the attribute gap between them and Lu Xiaoshan and his group. Li Kaiang, Qian Zixing, and Gan Yutian are not here. Lu Xiaoshan quickly judged that among the 5 tiger generals under Li Qing's, only 1 was by his side, and the other 3 were not here. The others were fine, but Li Kaiang was like Li Qing's, both of them were auxiliary heroes who could become the core. There were 4 Changfens present, and 2 people near the tall building, which was 6 people. Only 5 people could participate in the defense, and Teen He could completely have the offensive advantage of 1 person. No more time can be wasted. Lu Xiaoshan immediately understood this, and a golden light flashed all over his body. "Jin hero card, use it." Feng Tu used new hero card coldly, stood up, and temporarily blocked the opponent's entanglement. At the same time, Wen Xiang also quickly used Jab Jin the hero card, and the ultimate move Yeshua Sat song sounded. The bond of the assassin trio played a huge role at this moment. Lu Xiaoshan appeared silently in front of the heavily protected Li Qing's. Jin was not noticeable in the frontal attack, but his skills and ultimate move could instantly make the opponent lose his fighting power. With his strong attribute points plus the bond bonus of the assassin trio, plus Wen Xiang's timely blessing and assistance, even a strong Li Qing's would be hit by his attack. However, his attack was blocked by Yan Ziyun with his body. As if he had known that Lu Xiaoshan would appear there, Yan Ziyun appeared in front of Lu Xiaoshan and blocked the attack. Yan Ziyun was sent out of the field, but Lu Xiaoshan temporarily lost his fighting power. Jin's ultimate move of stabbing Qin can certainly play a one-hit kill role, but the consequences are very serious. The attribute will temporarily drop to only half, and at the same time, his physical value will also drop to a dangerous level. This cannot be restored by taking medicine or something, and can only be automatically restored after a period of time. So after completing such a blow, Lu Xiaoshan began to retrieve quickly. Wen Xiang, Feng Tu, and Cheng Fen teammates who came to support were resisting the pursuit of Li Qing's and others. Yan Ziyun would not be able to return to the court for 10 seconds, and it would take a long time for him to rush over since he appeared near the midfield. Lu Xiaoshan successfully retreated to the goal, and this time was enough for him to get rid of the impact of the life-threatening blow. Lu Xiaoshan's calculation ability was also good. But he still fell into Li Qing's trap. Using Yan Ziyun to temporarily exchange pieces, he defeated Lu Xiaoshan. When Wen Xiang and Feng Tu thought that they could resist Teen He's attack by stopping Li Qing's and others' pursuit and letting Lu Xiaoshan return to defense, the anxious shouts of teammates on the higher building came from the team channel. Li Kaiang and others did not attack, but surrounded you. Although he was high above and could see everything, it was also very difficult to accurately grasp the opponent's movements, not to mention that the attention of this teammate was all attracted by Li Qing's and others just now. When Lu Xiaoshan heard this shout, the figures of Li Kaiang and Tian Zixin appeared in front of him. Lu Xiaoshan sighed in his heart. Li Qing's position was actually a trap, tempting him to use a life-threatening attack and use Yan Ziyun to exchange for his own attributes to be reduced by half. He could actually guess that the Changfeng trio had brought the hero cards of the assassin trio today. The opponent had figured this out, so it was not unfair for him to die. Lu Xiaoshan's operating ability was very strong as his character, but there was always a limit to his operation, especially since he was now at low health and could not replenish his blood. When he was besieged by two god-level players, even a strong Lu Xiaoshan could only die in a few seconds. The other Changfeng players who came to support were entangled by Gan Yutian. After killing Lu Xiaoshan, Qian Zixin and Li Kaiang turned around and killed him. Being besieged by 5 teen-head players including Li Qings, Wen Xiang and Feng Tu could not hold on for long no matter how outstanding they were. The battle went on very quickly. In fact, this is the characteristic of the football era game. Even the most powerful account can't last for dozens of seconds when being besieged like this, otherwise the death penalty is only 10 seconds, which is too weak. The Iron Triangle was completely wiped out. Although Teen Head also lost 1 or 2 players, their main force is still there, and most importantly, Li Qing's is still there. The battle site was originally close to the left side of the Changfeng goal, so even though Lu Xiaoshan had resurrected and appeared at the kickoff point and was turning around to run back, he was already too late. What's more, Yan Ziyun died before him and resurrected first. He blocked Lu Xiaoshan's direction of advance. Even if he couldn't entangle for half a minute, it was enough. He calculated this. Lu Xiaoshan was a little speechless. This Li Qing's was really smart. 2 minutes later, the Changfeng goal was broken and Teen He led by 1-0. The crazy shouts of Teen He fans rang out around the stadium. They were extremely proud of Li Qing's wonderful command. Although Changfeng's fans were depressed, they had to admit that Li Qing's really put Changfeng in a cover. The demeanor of the tactical master was clearly visible at this moment. Chapter 82. Rampage. Li Qing's tactical thinking is very clear from beginning to end. Teen He is slightly weaker than Changfeng in overall strength, but the charm of the game has never been able to be determined by the operation and performance of the characters. The depth of the battlefield, the environment, and even the understanding of the opponent's thinking are also very important. Butler Meng talked about the goal just now. Less than 7 minutes after the start, Teen He scored the first goal, which surprised many people, but Butler Meng was not surprised. Li Qing's boldly judged that Lu Xiaoshan and the other 3 had at least 1 assassin card each to form a bond and strengthen the breakthrough of the critical moment, so at the beginning, he pretended to fight for the commanding heights, but actually involved the attention of one of the opponent's players. After giving up that commanding heights, he first attracted Lu Xiaoshan and others to join in through his own movement, and attracted the attention of the commanding heights through fierce confrontation. When Lu Xiaoshan and others found that they did not control the ball, they would think that Li Kaiang led another team to sneak attack Changfeng's gate. Many teams would choose at this time defend, but Lu Xiaoshan doesn't know how to do it. He is a very tough player, and killing his opponent is what he likes to do most. At this time, Li Qing's used himself as bait, and Lu Xiaoshan really did what was most in line with his character. He killed the opponent with 1 strike, took away the soul of Teen He field, and got rid of the desperate situation. At this time, Yan Ziyun sacrificed himself to block this short kill, which was actually equivalent to exchanging suns with Lu Xiaoshan. At the same time, Li Kaiang's team turned around and surrounded and killed Lu Xiaoshan, Wen Xiang and Feng Tu. Without this Iron Triangle, the others naturally couldn't stop the surprise attack of Li Qing's and others. At this point, Butler Meng sighed. This is Li Qing's entire tactical idea, but the real strength is not this idea, but the grasp of details. The sudden outbreak of the encounter attracted the attention of the commanding heights and concealed the real movement of Li Kaiang. Yan Ziyun sacrificed himself not only to temporarily make Lu Xiaoshan lose his combat effectiveness, but also to prevent Lu Xiaoshan from returning to defense in time after being killed. These 2 details are the most critical in this series of tactics. You think a lot, but if I were on the court, when Lu Xiaoshan and Li Qing's met, I would not go to rescue. I would go downstairs to help my teammates kill Yu Gang, and then let the teammates on the higher building come down to form a 3-person team, either to return to defense or to support. At the time, the initiative is in our hands. Zheng Qi said without thinking. After he finished speaking, he immediately found that everyone else looked at him with a look of beast. What's wrong? Zheng Qi asked curiously. Why do you think so? Yixin wanted to fly and asked a rare question. We can't be led by the other side. According to you, Li Qing's is the best tactician in the league. So, we just don't do what he wants us to do. Zheng Qi said as a matter of course. The guy on the commanding height should be able to find out Li Kaiang's real movements in time. Where the ball is the most important thing. Butler Meng laughed, nodded with a heart of flying, and then put his attention back to the game. Su Jing and Lu Li looked at each other and started chatting privately. Why do I feel that Butler Meng has always wanted to teach Zheng Qi to be a professional player? Su Jing said to Lu Li. Yes, and he also taught you individually. You'll definitely help Zheng Qi. Isn't Butler Mengen undercover? Luli also replied in private chat. Let's wait and see. I really don't know what he wants to do, but the current situation doesn't look bad. Zheng Qi has excellent strength, and it's not a problem for him to be a top professional player. Su Jing replied. On the field, after Tin He scored the first goal and he was killed by the opponent, Lu Xiaoshen's mood was not affected at all. After 2 years of fighting with the Li Qings, he already knew that the opponent was far-sighted, and it was nothing to suffer such a loss. As for us, Changfen, we never care about those conspiracies and tricks, but just crush the opponent's block with strong strength. Changfen kicked off. Lu Xiaoshen turned around and handed the ball passed by Fen Tu to Wen Xiang, and then rushed forward alone. 4 players tightly protected Wen Xiang in the middle. Fen Tu followed Lu Xiaoshen, Jiang Wenkai and dragged behind, and Changfen invested a full 8 players and launched a frontal attack. Although there were only 8 people, they had the momentum of thousands of troops. When approaching the opponent, Lu Xiaoshen's body flashed with golden light, and Chen Kaian's hero card was used, and the first move was thousands of cavalry avoid white robes. The Changfen fans around the stadium shouted like crazy, their team hit such a momentum to sweep everything. When everyone is around Lu Xiaoshen, he can become the Zhaozilin who rides a white horse and goes in and out 7 times. Retreat. Li Qing shouted, retreating under the protection of Yan Ziyun, while the other players of Tin He spread out, like a pocket, surrounding the players of Changfen. The two sides began to exchange fire fiercely. There is a joke that describes it like this: Tin He's tactics are ever changing, and Changfen always has only one trick. That is to use Lu Xiaoshen as the arrowhead, cut through all the defenses, and then score a goal. No matter how many ways you come, I will only go one way. Tin He quickly withdrew from the open area in the midfield and entered the alley. Such terrain is obviously not good for Changfen, but Changfen does not seem to care about this at all, but continues to rush forward. No matter how narrow the alley is, it can accommodate 2 people side by side. Lu Xiaoshen keeps sprinting forward, Fen Tu guards on the flank, and the Changfen players who protect Wen Xiang jump on the wall and fight with the Tin He players who come up to attack. Come on, if you can't stop me, everything is in vain. Lu Xiaoshen shouted loudly. Gan Yutian was knocked away by Lu Xiaoshen's collision. While retreating, Gan Yutian screamed, "This bastard, at least increase the strength to 200 points. How can you bully people like this?" His shouts were transmitted to everyone's ears, and all the fans were silent. With Lu Xiaoshen's skill points, he could indeed push the strength to 200 points in one breath without affecting other attributes too much. The first powerful account is so powerful. Li Qing sent a timely recovery spell to Gan Yutian. Gan Yutian stabilized his position, and a golden light flashed on his body. The Pompey hero card was used, and the ultimate cavalry attack. Gan Yutian actually brought a Pompey card. This is really, each of the 10 hero cards is very important, but few players will use the Pompey card. After all, although the cavalry charge is amazing, it is only a skill after all. However, in such an environment, the cavalry charge can indeed play a big role. Cavalry charge alone cannot stop the charge of Lu Xiaoshen and others. The walls on both sides are not very high. Any good player who is familiar with the game can jump up. The commentators expressed their opinions one after another, and Zheng Qi asked curiously, "Why does it seem so bad to bring the Pompey hero card?" "Yes, I think the cavalry charge is very useful." Liuan Ziquangdao also asked. For these 2 newcomers, Butler Meng is very patient. This is because of the mechanism of the game. You all know that you can only bring 10 hero cards, right? And you also know that hero cards have a cooling time, right? Zheng Qi and Liuan Ziquangdao nodded at the same time. However, unlike PK in the game, the cooldown of the hero card in the game is not based on the hero, but on the skill. For example, Lu Xiaoshen used Zheng Qing's ultimate skill right at the beginning. Zheng Qing's cooldown time is 5 minutes, and the ultimate skill takes up half of the time, which means that he can't use this ultimate skill again within 2.5 minutes. At this time, he changes a hero card, which does not mean that he can use Zheng Qing's skill after 5 minutes. In fact, he can use Zheng Qing's other 2 skills at any time, because the ultimate skill is on CD, not the ordinary skill. Butler Meng said. So if you bring Pompey, you can't use this hero card again after 5 minutes? Zheng Qi asked. Yes, this is very disadvantageous for players who switch skills frequently, because the time when a skill really confuses the opponent is when it has not been used yet. If you use Pompey's skill, then in the next 5 minutes, the opponent will not worry about you using the cavalry charge. Butler Meng nodded. Professional competitions are really complicated things. Zheng Qi sighed. Calculating the cooldown time of the opponent's skills is a very important instinct for professional players. What hero cards has the opponent used so far, and how many have not been used yet? What hero cards may his characteristics bring? All these require rich experience to complete. Butlerman nodded. Watch the game, watch the game. Zheng Qi smiled. Facing the ultimate cavalry charge, Lu Xiaoshan did not stop his pace, but jumped onto the wall with a quick jump, and moved forward faster from the wall. The Changfeng players behind him also jumped onto the wall almost in unison. The players who were on the wall before struggled with the opponent and cleared a large area for them to stay. It's only a little distance away from your goal. A cavalry charge can't stop this. Lu Xiaoshan's heroic voice sounded, and he directly charged bravely on the wall. There were exclamations in the stands. Heroic Charge, Caesar's first skill, is basically used by every player, but Heroic Charge is a skill used on flat ground. Lu Xiaoshan can still use it so perfectly on the wall. How excellent his operating ability is simply amazing. Gan Yutian, who was blocking him, was forced to take 2 steps back again. Li Qing's quickly said a few words in the team channel, and the others began to retreat. You are always so rude. Looking at Lu Xiaoshan who jumped down, Li Qing said with a wry smile. If you can score a goal with the most direct method, why think more? Lu Xiaoshan laughed heroically. If we destroy Wen Xiang's control of the ball, it will be useless even if you attack here. Li Qing smiled slightly. Chapter 83a. Solid step. Rushing all the way to Tianhe's goal, Changfeng seemed to be in great shape, but in fact, they suffered a lot of losses along the way. At least 3 players were eliminated due to 0 stamina. As the defending side, Tianhe had a lot of advantages, as only one of their players was temporarily eliminated due to 0 stamina. Changfeng's fierce rush and attack seems to be average. In this case, even if the tactics are useless, Tianhe has also taken advantage of the terrain. As long as they destroy the ball, Changfeng's attack will be in vain. Xinzailan sighed. Not necessarily. Didn't you notice who was eliminated from Tianhe? Butlerman gasped with a smile. It's He Li Qiang. Xinzailan looked carefully and said. He Li Qiang is actually the second most important person in Tianhe. Although his attributes and operations are not as good as the other 4 of the 5 tigers, he can often replace part of Li Qing's role, especially in team battles. Butlerman said. But Tianhe still has Li Qing's. With the advantage in numbers, Tianhe can't lose. Fu Lei couldn't help but say something. He always seemed a bit out of place in this team, but it was obvious that he was a fan of Li Qing's. Yes, Li Qing's is here, but don't underestimate Lu Xiaoshan. Yuxin Xiangfei replied coldly. Before they could continue to argue, the battle had already begun. The glittering lights of various skills, the top competition in the football era has always been so dazzling, not only scoring goals, but also that collision between characters. Go, cut off the connection between Wen Xiang and others. Li Qing shouted. He was not worried that his tactical intentions would be discovered by the opponent. Such a situation was also within his calculations. If the ball could be destroyed, even if it would be difficult to find it, in fact, a lot of the game time was spent on finding the ball. It only takes a few seconds to score a goal, but the competition before that will be very long. Now he has the advantage of 1 ball, and he must grasp it well. Yu Gang and Tian Zixin led 3 players to rush to where Wen Xiang was at the same time. Wen Xiang was of course heavily guarded. She was also a supporting player, so it was very convenient to protect the football. Jiang Wenqian and 2 players protected her, and Feng Tu also led another player to join the battle. The level of both sides was very high. Now both sides continued to invest troops, and even Li Qing's joined in. In the melee, Tianhe's numerical advantage gradually began to show. However, at this time, Li Qing's noticed something was wrong. Where did Lu Xiaoshan, who had always been the first to rush to the front line, go? When he noticed this, Wen Xiang had already made a beautiful jump and then volleyed the ball to the other side. Lu Xiaoshan received Wen Xiang's pass, which was a very difficult move. After all, it was a very risky thing to send the ball out when the opponent was besieged and using skills at any time. Once hit by a skill, the football would disappear and then refresh randomly in the field. It would be very difficult to find it. But Wen Xiang showed her delicacy and vision at this time. The football flew out almost brushing against the 2 skills and landed accurately in front of Lu Xiaoshan. Tianhe still had the advantage in numbers after all. The closest to Lu Xiaoshan was not his teammates, but 2 opponents. These two Tin Head players were not selected from the 5 Tigers, but they both had character attributes of more than 750 points. They immediately entangled with him and wanted to interfere with Lu Xiaoshan. Li Qing's was quickly returning to defensa. Once he joined in, even Lu Xiaoshan would not be able to break out of the 3 professional players. However, Lu Xiaoshan showed his strong strength at this time. Yuozi's ultimate move was the mainstay, and Hannibal's ultimate move was a 1,000-mile raid. The top ultimate moves of 2 top offensive heroes were used in succession, and the Tin Head players who were ready to block him could not resist immediately. Their physical values were not at the bottom, and they were not killed by Lu Xiaoshan, but Lu Xiaoshan crashed into a gap. Jink, Chen Qingzi, Yuozi, Caesar, Hannibal, half of their cards have been revealed. Li Qingzi thought to himself. He was still a little far away from Lu Xiaoshan, and he couldn't stop Lu Xiaoshan's progress. However, a game is not about the loss of a city or a place. It is most important to see how many cards the opponent has. Lu Xiaoshan approached Tin He's goal, and before the defensive players came over, he dribbled the ball into Tin He's goal. It was a 1-1 tie, and Cheng Feng tied the score. Lu Xiaoshan is really amazing. It was purely his personal strong performance that led to this goal. Sui Qingfen couldn't help but exclaimed loudly. He didn't just play alone. When he was at a disadvantage in numbers, Lu Xiaoshan also adopted a good tactic. Others attracted attention, and then he completed the raid himself. This is not something that can be done by brute force. Yashing Xibangfei said coldly. Actually, which professional player doesn't have a tactical vision? It's just that no one has invested as much energy in tactics as Li Qingzi. Lu Xiaoshan is focused, and Li Qingzi is broad-minded. These two are the top players now. Butler Meng nodded. Less than 10 minutes after the start of the game, both sides scored a goal. This frequency is rare in professional competitions. After all, one goal can solve the problem in many games. Even for the 2 top teams, Cheng Feng and Tin Head, such a frequency of goals is very tiring. Most of the time, both sides are cautiously in contact, calculating the cooldown of the opponent's skills and avoiding the use of the opponent's ultimate skills. So after the climax of these 2 goals, the game began to gradually become a little dull. The 2 sides began to entangle, seriously seizing the commanding heights, blocking everywhere, and showing their own level. In such a confrontation, the trump cards of both sides were also exposed bit by bit. In the previous 2 goals, Li Qingzi only used 2 hero cards, Zunyu and Yukaiban. However, he used a lot of hero cards in the following. Cheng Feng began to play steadily, showing the characteristics of excellent individual abilities of the players, constantly wandering around, never letting himself be alone, and gradually gaining the advantage. Cheng Feng's offensive began to appear more, and they controlled the ball much more often than Tin Head. Fu Lei said. There is no way, Cheng Feng is still stronger overall. 8 accounts with more than 800 attribute points are considered the first in the league, right? Add the strongest Lu Xiaoshan, such a team, there are not many teams in the world that can match it. Xin Zhaoyuan said. Tin Head is actually not bad. The level of the 5 Tigers is stronger than the 8 Vahra. Unfortunately, the strength of other players seems to be a little worse. If Tin Head's financial resources are better, and 1 or 2 more god-level players come over, combined with Li Qingzi's tactical arrangement, Cheng Feng may not be their opponent long ago. Sui Qingfen said. Just kidding, the most financially powerful team in the league is Nanglo, and they can't recruit anyone now because they don't have the top players, so they are not attractive enough. Tin Head's foundation is worse than Cheng Feng's, and it's a good move to keep the 5 Tigers. Shinny said. Yes, after all, they were only a mid-level team 2 years ago. If it weren't for Ren Shifen, the golden signboard of the coach, they couldn't put together this team. No matter how strong Li Qingzi is, he is just a player. Su Jing shook her head. During their discussion, the first half of the game quickly came to an end. Cheng Feng was in an advantageous position but failed to score a leading goal. If they continue to fight like this, Cheng Feng will have a great advantage. They are not competing with Tin Head in tactics now, but just crushing with strength. If this continues, even if Li Qingzi has more ideas, he can't change the comparison in strength. Yan'll Yuan side. Although strength is not absolute, the stronger side does not necessarily win in a game. But the current situation is that Cheng Feng can fully exert their strength, and Tin Head's resistance seems to be a bit powerless. If this continues, Cheng Feng will definitely win. Xin Zhaoyuan also expressed the same view. It depends on Li Qingzi. If he can come up with new ideas and add some luck, he can win. Even Fu Lei, a fan of Li Qingzi, couldn't help but say so. The commentators generally hold this attitude, but no one dares to say it for sure. Li Qing's level has been fully demonstrated in the past 2 years. His team can often counter-attack and defeat the team when it is not optimistic. This is the case in the final of the China Cup last year. Li Qing and his team defeated Chengfeng and broke Chengfeng's dream of winning the double championship. Who says they can't achieve such results in the Super Cup? The result will be revealed in the second half of the game. This is the voice of all Tin He fans at this moment. However, what surprised many people was that there was really no ripple in the second half of the game. Tin He still tried very hard. Li Qing's ideas continued to emerge one after another. At the same time, they kept blocking Chengfeng's attack. However, Chengfeng still relied on its strong strength, with Lu Xiaoshan as the spearhead, and took advantage little by little. Just like the second half of the first half, it suppressed Tin He. Although Tin He's players were compressed near the goal, they continued to resist Chengfeng's attack and tried to destroy Chengfeng's attack. However, after being suppressed, even if they kept clearing the ball, they were suppressed by Chengfeng's ability to launch another attack quickly. It is a truth that if you defend for a long time, you will lose. Chengfeng scored the winning goal in the 23rd minute of the second half. It was not Lu Xiaoshan who scored the goal, but he took away 2 Tin He players including Li Qing's through a strong outburst before he died, opening a gap in Tin He's defense line. Feng Tu appeared in time and scored the winning goal coldly. The cheers of Chengfeng fans crossed the sky. They took a solid first step towards the 5-time champion. There is no doubt that this is a shot in the arm for Chengfeng, which is about to hit the highest honor. Chapter 84 Him. Amid the cheers of countless fans, Lu Xiaoshan and his teammates lifted the Chinese Super Cup Championship trophy. Although this trophy is just a continuation of last year, for everyone now, winning such a championship is the beginning of a brilliant new season. Li Qing scored the first point for Tin He with perfect tactics, and Lu Xiaoshan tied the score with a strong personal level. Then Chengfeng began to fully exert their strength advantage and won the final victory steadily. This is the report of the media after the game. In the comments of many people, Chengfeng is even better this year. Their main players are very young. Lu Xiaoshan is 24 years old, and Wen Xiang is 2 years younger than him. The other 2 important players Feng Tu and Zheng Qi are not old either. Feng Tu is 1 year younger than Lu Xiaoshan, and Zheng Qi is older, but only 25 years old. After a year, their level is even better, and the level of other players is also steadily improving. Such a team is just at the right time to achieve results. In comparison, the core of Tin He is younger, but the age of the 5 Tigers varies. Yu Gang, Xian Zixin and Li Qiang are all 26 or 27 years old. Although they are in their prime age, it seems unlikely that they can make further progress. Chengfeng will suppress Tin He better in the future. Such a team must of course move towards the honor of the 5 crowns. Compared with professional football more than 100 years ago, after the football era began to become the highest competitive honor in the world, replacing major sports events such as the World Cup and the Olympics, China was quite proud. In the more than 80 years since the establishment of the World Cup, China has won double-digit world championships and has become the most competitive country together with the United States. It is precisely because of this that the dream of impacting the unprecedented 5 crowns has become the unshakable choice of Chinese players. For Lu Xiaoshan and others who have already started their journey, Zheng Qi and others are still on the way. Yesterday's game was a victory for Chengfeng as a whole, but Li Qing's performance was a bit strange. He lost the game without much resistance for no reason. After watching the game, Meng said to Zheng Qi after coming out of the holographic cabin, "I think they resisted very fiercely." Zheng Qi thought for a while and said, "From the process of the game, of course it is so, but I watched a lot of Li Qing's games last season. He has a lot of ideas. What was revealed in this game is just the tip of the iceberg." Meng laughed. "Maybe the opponent is in too good shape. In such a contest, the victory or defeat is always between millimeters." Zheng Qi thought for a while and said, "What you said makes sense." Meng didn't say much. "Well, I'm a little tired, more tired than usual." Zheng Qi stretched and said a little tiredly, "Watching professional games is always very tiring, especially when you are always observing those details, right? It consumes a lot of brain power." Meng touched Zheng Qi's forehead and felt relieved. "Yes, professional games are really different from ordinary games. There is only one ball, and you need to concentrate on controlling the ball. In this way, the attacking side is actually at a disadvantage in the competition. Lu Xiaoshan rarely controls the ball and most of the work is handed over to Wen Xiang. It should be out of consideration in this regard." Zheng Qi thought for a while and said, "It's amazing to be able to find this. After all, when the players fight, the skills are very powerful. At the same time, many skills are covering attacks. As long as they touch the ball will disappear and refresh. At this time, the two sides in the fierce exchange of fire will stop and look for the ball. Killing the opponent can only send the opponent out of the field for 10 seconds. These details need to be considered when attacking." Butler Meng answered with relief. A guy who has never watched a professional game can grasp the key after watching a top professional game. It really makes Butler Meng very happy. So it's not enough to be strong alone, you need teammates to cooperate. Zheng Qi nodded. Yes, when Lu Xiaoshan debuted, he was already using the Silver Spear and White Horse account. In the past 5 years, his account has not been significantly improved. Even if it has been improved, it is only 1 or 2 attribute points. After a long time of beating the wild boss, there'll always be a few attribute points. In fact, the attributes of accounts that have been in the league for a long time will be improved, but such an improvement will not bring about a qualitative change. Otherwise, the league will be dominated by a group of old guys. Butler Meng said. Zheng Qi laughed. It is true. If you stay in the league for a long time, the account will leave the newcomers far behind. Then the newcomers really can't mix. The inevitable consequence is that a group of old players always occupy the strongest ranks. It is difficult for newcomers to get opportunities, and there will definitely be a gap. This principle is also very obvious in the world of professional football in the past. Some medium-sized football powers have excellent performance for a period of time because of the emergence of a group of golden generations. However, after this group of people get old, the newcomers almost can't keep up. This is because they have occupied too many performance opportunities. Newcomers also need opportunities to exercise in order to grow better. Even a strong country like Germany, when Matthias Klinsmann, Basel, Hazel, Koller and Sammer were in their prime, achieved excellent results. However, this also caused the German national team to be dominated by veterans and newcomers could not stand out. After the disastrous defeat in the 1998 World Cup, no newcomers emerged for several years, and only Borek was left to support the overall situation. This is the case for all the world's strong teams, let alone the mid-level teams. In the case of football era, most of the attribute growth is completed before level 80, and then only experience and operation ability are increased, which allows newcomers to stand out better. The new area is the only place to create a powerful account. The myth area only drops equipment materials, and attribute points are extremely scarce. This allows newcomers to have better opportunities if they can have good operations and obtain a more powerful account. In this way, there is no need to worry about the lack of talent. Compared to now, Lu Xiaoshan 5 years ago was just a little bit younger and less experienced. There was no difference in other aspects. But what was their result that year? 5th in the league, a very mediocre ranking. With a new player who has the strongest role in the league, plus 3 or 4 players in their prime who are performing at a god level, such a lineup can challenge for the championship. Even if Shenfen, Shenhua and Jinlong were all very strong at the time, they could at least challenge for the top 3. However, they only ranked 5th in the end. That year, Lu Xiaoshan's performance would not be much worse than now. Why is there such a significant gap? It is because they have problems internally. The veterans are not satisfied with a newcomer becoming their core, and other newcomers have not been able to keep up. Lu Xiaoshan often fights alone. It is a miracle that he can get good results. Butler Meng said with some disdain. It's also miserable. He was dragged down like this by others. Zheng Qi imagined Lu Xiaoshan's situation at the time and felt a little sympathetic to the current number 1 player. It's quite miserable. If it weren't for the fact that Changfeng's management had a clear mind, they would have immediately decided to take Lu Xiaoshan as the core in the 2nd year, sent away some veterans who had conflicts with him, introduced good players who could cooperate with Lu Xiaoshan, bought Wen Xiang, promoted Feng Tu and Jiang Wenqian, and there was a certain luck factor, because these 3 people were not well known before, but they were on the right path, which led to Changfeng's glory in recent years. Butler Meng said here inside. This principle is the same as the principle of professional football in the past. No matter how strong a player is, even a super account with 965 attribute points like Meng Thifan, he can't solve all opponents by himself. The vision of the management, the command of the coach and the cooperation of the whole team are all the key to the team's victory. Meng Thifan is also surnamed Meng. Zheng Qi suddenly looked at Butler Meng and said, "Yes, it's a shame for this surname." Butler Meng sighed. "Uncle Meng, don't you want to say something? Your familiarity with football era is really surprising to me." Zheng Qi laughed. Ah? What? No, you misunderstood. I'm not Meng Fan. Have you seen my ID card? My name is Meng Fan. Butler Meng was stunned, then replied. Fan, you look like you have a lot of stories. Zheng Qi continued to smile cunningly. Really not. Meng Fan said helplessly. Really not. Zheng Qi looked at Meng Fan suspiciously, but Butler Meng looked like he really wasn't me, which made him feel doubtful. He was a person who couldn't keep his words in his stomach. He really didn't think of Butler Meng in other directions before. The reason was very simple. Since he ran away from home in his teens and earned enough money by playing the game Mirror King of Football Life, Butler Meng has been helping him take care of things. He just wanted to find someone to take care of his life at the time. After all, he was still young. The accomplishment and ability shown by Butler Meng made him very satisfied, so he let him stay by his side. From the age of 15 to 19, 4 years was not long, but it was enough for Zheng Qi to feel that Butler Meng was already an indispensable person by his side, just like he had been by his side from the beginning. The power of inertia is huge, which makes Zheng Qi not even confused as to why Butler Meng was so familiar with the game of football era. He simply thought that Uncle Meng could do anything. It was just that when Butler Meng talked about Meng Fan before, his expression was a little strange, which caught his attention. Zheng Qi was a person who was very good at observing words and expressions, otherwise he would not have developed his top assassin style. Butler Meng's strange expression made him feel strange, and then he thought carefully about the similarities between Butler Meng and Meng Fan's names. No one has low IQ, he just didn't think about it in that direction before, but Butler Meng's surprise just now didn't seem to be pretended. Could it be that he really guessed wrong? Master, what do you want to eat? Meng Fan regained his gentle smile. Well, just have some midnight snacks, and go to bed early after eating. I'm tired. Zheng Qi decided not to think about it anymore. Si es escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a mundo fanfic novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo fanfic novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas incredibles. Chapter 85. Murder and Arson and Being Recruited. Lao Fei, do you want to be a professional player too? Perhaps because they were too excited watching the game the day before, everyone seemed a little exhausted when they met the next day. However, they were already very skilled at dungeons, so they were not wiped out. After clearing individual and team dungeons in the morning, everyone's experience level increased a lot. Maybe no one in the whole area could level up as fast as them. It was impossible for ordinary players to clear team dungeons with 3 people, so the experience ratio would be much higher. Maybe only the second team players of those professional teams could clear the dungeon with 2 people, but that would take a little longer, which would compress other practice time. In terms of the proportion of experience gained, they might not be faster than them. With your strength, the current group upgrade is the most efficient. There may be more efficient methods, but you can't do it. This is what Butler Meng said. The low mood of the crowd did not seem to recover when they gathered together to clear wild monsters in the afternoon. After all, the game was really exciting, which made many people start to think about their own thoughts. Even the most active Chaos Mat Blade seemed to be thinking about something. At this time, Zheng Qi approached Zheng Fei and asked such a question. After asking this question, Fu Lei immediately looked up. Although he had suddenly changed from a semi-professional player to an amateur player in a wild team, he had never given up his dream of becoming a top professional player. Yuan Shi Guangdo, Xin Zarilang, Xin Yanel Yuan Yu, in addition to Su Jing and Yu Si, except for Wei Jing Shan Sui King Fen Kun Lu Li, who knew that she was not the material for being a professional player, almost everyone else was attracted by this sentence. Zheng Fei did not answer, but turned his head to look at him, as if to say, aren't you talking nonsense? Zheng Qi smiled and said, I know you want to be a professional player, but being a professional player is not enough. After watching the game yesterday, I suddenly had a bold idea. Say it. Zheng Fei continued to speak concisely, and his men knocked over a wild monster that had just been refreshed without any delay. You watched yesterday's game. A hero needs 3 helpers. Lu Xiaoxun also needs helpers. If he and Li Qing's were in the same team, wouldn't they have been invincible long ago? I think if we want to enter, we should join the strongest team. With the level of our brothers, we are still Hanxin. Help Chashu in, help Han Han win, and form our own faction to divide the world into 3 parts. So we have to choose a good club to enter. I think changing is good. With the two of us joining, we will really be invincible. Yixin wanted to fly and looked at him coldly, then gave him a slap on the back of his head. What are you doing? Zheng Qi was puzzled. Boss Rin Pingshen, I admire your skills very much, but this, I can't help it, I have to scold you. Shinny came up and said dissatisfiedly. Please scold me. Zheng Qi put on an attitude that he would take whatever you want. Of course it's good to join Changfen. They are very strong, but does that mean you can join just by being able to? Changfeng's youth training is also very impressive now. Except for Wen Xiang, who was introduced as their main player, the others are basically promoted from the second team in recent years. They are very rich now, but they rarely buy players because they have Lu Xiaoshan. What they need is players who can cooperate with Lu Xiaoshan, not top players. The only one they might particularly want to buy is Li Qing's, because Li Qing's can help Lu Xiaoshan, but Li Qing's doesn't go. I'm getting off topic. The question now is not whether you choose Changfeng or not, but whether Changfeng wants you. Shinny said a lot in one breath. So, perform better. Why doesn't Changfeng want me? I'm so handsome. Zheng Qi shook his head. You're so handsome, why do you need a system avatar? Shinny sprayed wildly. That's because I'm too handsome. I'm afraid that others will feel inferior to me. Zheng Qi boasted. Hush, now not only Shinny, but everyone else started to boo him, including Sui Qingfeng and Wai Jiangshan. Fight monsters. Yixin Xiangfei said. Everyone started to fight monsters. Zheng Qi was also fighting monsters, but he was still talking. It must be difficult to join Changfen. It's a championship team, so of course it's difficult to join. So, we have to think of other ways to make Changfen pay attention to us and make them want us to join. Only in this way can we maintain the initiative. That makes sense. Instead of asking others for help, it's better to let others ask you for help. Su Jing nodded. As a businessman, she was very keen to discover the key. Then how can we make Changfen ask us for help? Xinya said sarcastically. Yes, how can we make Changfen ask us for help? Zheng Qi turned his head and looked at Xinya. I'm asking you. Xinya was a little annoyed. Are you guys telling a cross-talk? Xinya couldn't stand it anymore. It's actually very simple. We are now very successful in this area, but the success of a single person is nothing. Those big clubs just think we have some prospects. They have to observe our performance carefully. Maybe they will have to do some kind of team assessment before we can get in. Even if we get in, we won't be taken seriously. Don't you think so? Zheng Qi continued. Now everyone nodded. The old birds all knew this truth. The current top player of Corning, who is also recognized as the #1 female player, is a typical example. She was originally a member of the Street Fighter Alliance and was once abandoned by her club. Although she created a powerful god-level account through her own efforts, it was difficult for the big clubs to take notice. In the end, she just reluctantly joined the midstream club Corning. Her performance in Corning was not very good at the beginning, because few people trusted such a failed player. If it weren't for Yuan Shao's tenacity that most men don't have, and if she didn't constantly seize opportunities through her own performance to consolidate her position, there might not be such a top player. Yuan Shao is still a young player in a professional team. It's so difficult, let alone a grassroots representative. Grassroots players, even if they are favored by professional clubs, will not easily become important players. Unless they are really outstanding in strength, they will gradually establish their own status. Yixin Xiangfei sighed slightly. If it were not so difficult for grassroots players, how could he choose to enter the football era after being fully prepared and move towards the dream of becoming a professional player? You have said so much, but you still can't make sense, Shinny said dissatisfiedly. Listen to me. I thought about the game yesterday. Lu Xiaoshan also needed so many people to help. It shows that this game still depends on power. The greater the power, the easier it is to be valued. Zheng Qi said. Of course, otherwise why would professional clubs have so many guilds? The main guild can only accommodate 10,000 people, but which of them did not form many guilds in the form of an alliance? 10 million fans means 1,000 guilds, and the resources that can be mobilized are much greater. Sui Qingfeng said. So if we have our own power, wouldn't it be much easier? Zheng Qi smiled. Everyone was stunned. You mean, that's right. We brothers are all pretty good at personal level now. Brother Fei and I are the top stars in the new area. If we form a guild and raise our arms, we can at least form a big guild. If we fight for resources together, won't we be more valued? Zheng Qi laughed. Before that, we will be surrounded and attacked. Xinzailan was stunned for a while, then said, "Yes, what we are fighting for now is nothing more than character attribute points. Although this thing is the most precious, we actually don't offend many people. It's just some professional players. Professional players are fighting for it. They have no reason to attack us with this reason. So we just had some conflicts with the Street Fighters Alliance before, but if we form a guild, then we will not only fight for these things, but also a large amount of materials. These things are also indispensable to guilds and clubs. At the time, we will fight for resources with other guilds. We will definitely be targeted by many people." Sui King shook his head and said, "It is definitely targeted, but isn't this kind of targeting also a good opportunity for us to show our face?" Zheng Qi smiled again in a lewd way. "They are targeting us, we fight them back, hurt them, and scare them, what will happen next? All the guilds gather together to encircle and suppress us." Xinya thought for a while and said, "Are you stupid? How could this happen? They don't have any conflicts among themselves. They won't fight first, right? And why should we offend all the guilds? If we go after the guild of one club and make things difficult for them, other clubs will come to us to make things difficult for them when they are full. At most, they will just watch the fire from the other side of the river." Zheng Qi said disdainfully. "You mean, if we form a guild and only make things difficult for the guild of one club, then other clubs will choose to stand aside and watch instead of getting involved? This is really possible. The guilds of those clubs are also competitors, not allies," Xinzailan said after thinking for a while. "But the suppression of a guild alone is also very strong, but this is a new area, their power is not as huge as the myth area." Sui King thought about it and nodded. "Oh, this is really possible, but what about after the trouble? How about destroying them?" Shinny said excitedly. "Have you read Water Margin?" Zheng Qi asked back. "I haven't read much of ancient things like Water Margin." Shinny shook his head honestly. "If you want to be an official, you have to kill people and set fires to be recruited." Zheng Qi smiled and said, "We hurt them, scared them, and know our strength. What else can they do? In the game, they can't really let us destroy our accounts, so there is only one way, recruit. Recruit us in, then, buddy, are you afraid of not being valued?" The others looked at each other, speechless. "So if we form a guild, we have to target, of course, the guild under Changfen." Chapter 86. All out leveling. Everyone remained silent about Zheng Qi's proposal, but after thinking about it carefully, they had to admit that Zheng Qi's idea was the most reliable. Grassroots players, even if they have outstanding performance in the new area, can almost be favored by professional clubs, but it is hard to say which club will favor them. Games are games after all. Even if you beat many professional players in the game, it does not prove that you are really excellent, unless you can get a super account like Lu Xiaoshan. Otherwise, when Yuan Xia got more than 820 accounts, there would not be only one mid-level team to invite her to join the team. Top clubs have an instinctive contempt for grassroots players. This is not discrimination, but they trust the players they have trained more. Such players know their roots and have a better understanding with their teammates. Finding a grassroots player, just running in is a big problem. What's more, Changfeng almost never selects players in the game. Even if Zheng Qi and Yixing Xiang Fei are famous, I'm afraid they will not be in Changfeng's eyes. Moreover, Zheng Qi and Yixing Xiang Fei both knew that their characteristics were actually very distinct. Since they were distinct, the possibility of being favored by Chang Feng was even smaller. Zheng Qi was an opportunistic player. Chang Feng already hit such a player, that is, Feng Tu, who was in Lu Xiaoshan's right and left hands. Yixin Xiang Fei was a brave player, but Chang Feng had no shortage of brave players, and Lu Xiaoshan was such a brave player. In fact, for Yixin Xiang Fei, his career plan was to make a name for himself in the new district, build a strong account, go to a mid-level team, and thoroughly show his strength before going to Chang Feng. His goal was Chang Feng, so that when Zheng Qi said that he wanted to join Chang Feng with him, Yixin Xiang Fei's face in reality began to move, because he thought Zheng Qi had guessed his inner thoughts. Although the idea proposed by Zheng Qi was bold, Yixin Xiang Fei found that it was a very operational move the more he thought about it. Speaking of fame, Rin Pingshan and Yixing Xiang Fei are even more famous than Lu Xiaoshan in the eyes of the newcomers in District 108. Although there are not many newbies like that, there are definitely some. Moreover, many newcomers may not be die-hard fans of those big clubs. Unlike clubs, many fans have a grassroots sentiment. It is honorable to join a big club guild, but there are also many people who join grassroots guilds. They have a greater sense of belonging to grassroots players and stars. Yixing Xibang Fei believes that as long as Zheng Qi and himself raise their arms, they can definitely attract a lot of players. Although such guilds have a big gap in organization and coordination ability compared with the fully matured big club guilds, don't forget that there are 3 semi-professional players in their team, which is a configuration that new warriors generally do not have. The major club guilds that come to the new area to open up Wasteland are nothing more than the backbone players. Although there are many professional players in the backbone of each club guild, they are basically those who still lack the ability to gain a foothold in the first team, or they are retired at an old age to play warm-up. Most of these players are concentrated in the myth area to participate in the material competition in the myth area. After all, only in this way can they maintain their advantage in the myth area. Those who come to the new area to open up Wasteland are weaker than these people, but they're loyal to the club and guild and receive salaries. Professional players. These players are considered masters in the eyes of ordinary players, but they are nothing in front of Zheng Qi, Yixing Xibang Fei and Fulei. With such core members, they will have a great advantage in the competition when forming a guild. Of course, such a guild is just a piece of cake in the myth area. After all, it can't have the deep foundation like other big guilds, but is this Zheng Qi's goal? No. Their goal is just to make things difficult for the big guilds in the new area, and then find ways to recruit them. After recruiting, they will have a big leg to hold, and the difficulties in the myth area will not be difficult. Constantly making things difficult for Changfeng, they have no way out, and Changfeng is not a fool, and naturally knows that recruiting at this time and merging with Zheng Qi's guild is the best choice. Zheng Qi and Yixing Xibang Fei, these core members, will naturally have a better chance to win to Changfeng after showing enough strength. Similarly, joining a club with your own power and joining alone will definitely be treated differently. Where there are people, there are rivers and lakes, there are factions. Even the guilds under the same club have their own factions. Players with the support of guild members will have a greater chance of being valued by the first-line team. After all, although the influence of the guild is difficult to reach the first-line team, at least they can get a fair chance to compete. Yixing Xibang Fei firmly believed that with his and Zheng Qi's strength, as long as they could have a chance in the first-line team, they would definitely be able to create their own status. Great idea. Yixing Xibang Fei said to Zheng Qi. Of course, it doesn't matter what IQ you have. Zheng Qi said proudly. What level did you set up the guild? Yuan Ziquandao asked. Level 25. Sui Qingfeng answered. It's just right, let's rush to level 24 quickly, and Lao Fei and I will grab a few more records to consolidate our reputation, and then announce the establishment of our guild. By then, everyone will be the elders of the guild. If you work hard, we will have the opportunity to become professional players together. Zheng Qi waved his fist and shouted. That's right, come on and upgrade. Others waved their fists and shouted. Although many people knew that they might not have the opportunity to become professional players, the formation of a professional club now requires more than just professional players. The first team, the second team, and the guild are the 3 links that make up a professional club. Of course, this is the link on the player side, and the management and so on are too far away from them, so there is no need to think too much. Zheng Qi and Yixing Xibang Fei are the best. They have the opportunity to become professional players, and Fulei also has the strength of a professional player. Even if he knows that even if he gets a powerful account, it is difficult for him to gain a foothold in Changfeng. However, as long as he becomes famous, he's still afraid of having nowhere to go. The professional league covers a wide range. In addition to the top teams and top players, there are more midstream teams, downstream teams, secondary league teams, ordinary players, and low-level league players. What Fulei wants to find is just a position that belongs to him. Such a position is not too difficult. Yuan Shiquandao didn't think too much. His goal of playing games now is still very simple, and now he can participate, which makes him more interested. Xinzarilan and they are Yixing Xibang Fei's best friends and friends. They know Yixing Xibang Fei's goal. Now this approach can make Yixing Xibang Fei closer to his goal. They will naturally be happy for Yixing Xibang Fei. And with their level, as long as they can get a stage, they will always have their place as the core players of the big guilds, and they may even have the opportunity to be professional players in a weak team. Even if they will be separated from Yixing Xibang Fei, it will be much better than now. Su Jing and Lu Li support Zheng Qi, and they are very happy to be able to move towards the goal with Zheng Qi. As for Sui Qingfeng and Wei Jingshan, the professional arena is very far away from them, and now they have the opportunity to participate in such a competition, which is also something they could not have encountered before. Such a team can almost be said to be put together temporarily, from all corners of the world, but at this moment, they come together because of the same goal. The atmosphere of the whole team is very different from before. They are in high spirits and brushing monsters, quickly increasing their experience, wanting to upgrade quickly, reach level 25, participate in the first brush at the team dungeon, and then establish their own guild. Before that, what they have to do is to try their best to let Zheng Qi and Zheng Fei reach level 24 as quickly as possible to grab the record of personal dungeons. This record is very important, not only for the 5 personal attribute points, but also to consolidate the reputation of their team. Other clubs will definitely use this method to promote 1 or 2 good players, which is common in previous years. So in the following time, when brushing wild monsters, other people will disperse to brush monsters, try to beat wild monsters to residual blood, and then let Zheng Qi and Zheng Fei come to harvest experience. Now they support Zheng Qi and Zheng Fei, and after Zheng Qi and Zheng Fei brush out the record, it will be Zheng Qi and Zheng Fei who will help them upgrade and go to level 25 to get the team dungeon record together. This is mutual dedication, not unilateral support from others to Zheng Qi and Zheng Fei. And this approach shows the excellent level of the two of them. They did not let others carefully control the output, but let them output with all their strength, and Zheng Qi and Zheng Fei were able to complete the harvest of the wild monsters with the least blood in time, which made other people have no worries when outputting, as long as they fought hard. While Zheng Qi and Sui Qingfen, who were not as good at output, were running around to attract wild monsters. Those responsible for output would not be harmed by this difficulty. With Zheng Qi and Zheng Fei harvesting in time, the fight was very fast. Under such circumstances, Zheng Qi and Zheng Fei's experience increased very quickly. They had higher experience than others. After all, they had advantages. So after only 3 hours in the afternoon, Zheng Qi and Zheng Fei almost reached level 24 at the same time. Okay, we are going to get the record. Comrades, wait for the good news of our victory. Zheng Qi waved his hand and said in high spirits. I have told you all the details of Taiyuan City. Don't forget it. Wei Jiangshan said to Zheng Qi. Don't worry, I won't forget it. Zheng Qi waved his hand and went to the rest point in Taiyuan City with Zheng Fei. Chapter 87. Successful impact. The others did not go to Taiyuan City with Zheng Qi and Zheng Fei. They wanted to stay where they were and continue to upgrade and not waste time. When people have a goal, they will always be very motivated. Even the laziest people will be so motivated when they just start to set a goal. They now have a goal that looks very ambitious and great, but it is not out of reach. After this period of time of fighting monsters together, they have known each other's abilities and have the confidence to move forward for the same goal. After Zheng Qi and Zheng Fei left, the others continued to kill monsters. The speed of gaining experience was naturally much slower, but with the leadership of Fu Lei, an excellent and experienced veteran, and the precise support of Butler Meng, they basically killed all the wild monsters they killed. While they were killing monsters, Butler Meng suddenly said, "Oh." The others were stunned. What happened? Sorry, I forgot that there is another guy in our team who is capable of breaking the record. Let's meet again. Next time, you should also join us. With one more person who is capable of breaking the record, we will definitely be able to grab all the records. That's right. The others suddenly realized it. In fact, it was not that they had not thought about it before, but Fu Lei was too low-key after joining them, so that everyone ignored this issue. Fu Lei did not answer, but he was moved for no reason. He had no objection to the whole team focusing on supporting Zheng Qi and Zheng Fei and letting them break the personal copy record. Didn't everyone help him in this way before? After that help, Fu Lei already regarded himself as a member of this team. But now, Butler Meng took the initiative to bring up this, and others also expressed their support for Butler Meng's approach. This made Fu Lei, who had always been ignored, really feel warm. When was the last time I felt this kind of warmth? It was a long time ago, before I separated from my partners and entered the professional club. At the time, everyone put the interests of the team first. Although they could not compete for anything, they had their own fun. After entering the professional club, although the Sky Club treated him well and always gave him enough patience, it was absolutely impossible to give such a grassroots guy who had always been unlucky too much care and warmth. Rather than saying that he was a member of the club, it was better to say that the club just supported him and let him fend for himself. If the club still valued him before the age of 22, then the club was almost desperate for him after that. Fu Lei knew that this was not because the club was too ruthless, but because of his own reasons. But now in this team, he was valued so much. It's good for everyone to attack together. There's no need to take care of me more. Fulay was silent for a while, then said, "This is not considered care. We trust your skills. If we don't let you play well, it's our mistake." Butler Meng patted him on the shoulder and said, "I don't know how Ren Pinshan and Yixing Xibang Fei are attacking." Fulay changed the subject. He didn't want to say anything more, otherwise it would be too bad for a 26-year-old man to be moved to tears. 5 personal copies, they will definitely be able to get the record. Butler Meng said with a smile. "Hey, if Boss Ren Pinshan scores 10 goals directly, wouldn't that steal all the records?" Yuan Ziquandao suddenly asked. "That situation is possible, but I don't think it's likely." Shinny said casually, "Boss Yixin Fei might score 10 goals directly and not give Boss Ren Pinshan any chance." The next moment, both of them were slapped in the face. Player Ren Pinshan scored 7 goals in Taiyuan City's personal copy, a new record was set, and 2 attribute points were awarded. Player Yixing Xibang Fei scored 9 goals in Taiyuan City's personal copy, a new record was set, and 2 attribute points were awarded. When the system messages were refreshed almost one after another, Zheng Qi covered his pounding heart and shouted in the copy. It was a close call. It was indeed a close call. If the record of scoring 7 goals appeared a few seconds later, then Yixing Xibang Fei would have received 4 attribute points in one go, and his 7 goals would have been in vain. Each personal copy has a fixed reward of 5 attribute points, just like Yuan Ziquandao and Shinny said before. If you get 10 goals right away, then the 5 attribute points are all yours, and others have no chance at all. Although this seems a bit inhumane, the personal copy rewards are originally for a small group of top players to compete for, and in such a cruel competition, those who can grab the most attribute points often have those extremely powerful accounts, such as Meng Fifan in the past, and Lu Xiaoshan now. Such a player is often more valuable than 3 or 4 players with god-level accounts. After all, with the existence of carnivals, god-level accounts can be created by ordinary players with good luck, and if you want to create a super account, you must work hard on these dungeon records. Personal dungeons start from level 22 and end at level 50, with a total of 15 dungeons and 75 additional attribute points. Team dungeons start from level 23 and end at level 50, with a total of 15 dungeons, and one person can get up to 60 attribute points. There are more dungeons and more rewards in the range of levels 50 to 80. Compared with the first 30 levels, the attribute points that can be competed for are about 3 times more. These attribute points have never been taken by anyone. If you can grab hundreds of attribute points in the dungeon record, then having a god-level account is almost a foregone conclusion, and there is even a chance to impact a super account with more than 850 points. Now Zheng Qi is determined to do this. Zheng Qi was celebrating there, and at the same time, he was trying to grab the last extra attribute point. In a corner, Zheng and others all shouted angrily, "Fuck!" With the support of the Southland Club, they naturally upgraded quickly. If they had not been killed by Zheng Qi and his team before, they might have upgraded even faster. After all, they could use other people's residual health to upgrade quickly, and they could use this method to complete the attack. They were also faster than Zheng Qi and his team. So in fact, when Zheng Qi and Yixing Xibang Fei started to brush the dungeon, they were almost at level 24 and started to brush the record. The difference was only 1 or 2 hours, and it would take a certain amount of time to brush the record. However, before they had time to participate in the dungeon competition, Zheng Qi and Yixing Xibang Fei had already grabbed the bonus attribute point of this dungeon one after another, leaving only one. And with such a wolf-like appearance, it seems that before they reach level 24, the last bonus attribute point has nothing to do with them. How did they upgrade? Didn't they get surrounded and suppressed by those pouncers? How could they be faster than us? Zheng said angrily. They have quite a few people now, although we can get enough support, it is only the support of dozens of wild accounts. The other guild backbones have their own things to do, such as upgrading levels, preparing for the establishment of the guild, and collecting materials. The help we get is actually limited. If they also use this method to let Ren Pinshan and Yixin Xibang Fei level up quickly, then our numerical advantage will not have any advantage. Leng Yuqingling said after a sigh. Zheng shook his head helplessly. He actually knew this truth. He just shouted to vent his frustration. After all, although they are members of the second team and players that the club wants to train well, those who can come to the new area to open up new areas must be very important to the club and guild. Their skills may be average, but they're excellent in the means of establishing a guild and mobilizing all members. They also have important tasks, so of course they can't help Zheng and others wholeheartedly. The ones who can really listen to Zheng and his team's deployment are nothing more than those dozens of wild accounts. Their mission is to be sacrificed and do many shady things, such as besieging and interfering with threatening opponents, such as sacrificing their own experience to let Zheng and his team grow quickly. After all, it is not important for them to upgrade quickly. Having a medium level will make it easier for them to join other guilds to go undercover, so 30 people help 5 of them upgrade, compared with Zheng Qi's dozen people helping 2 people upgrade. Even if the experience gained is a little more, it will not be a big advantage. Thinking of this, Zheng and his team were a little discouraged. After all, upgrading is to break personal records. Now that there are no records, there is no big way to upgrade crazily. As for the team dungeon, although the 5 of them are enough to succeed in the first brush after level 25, there are regulations for team dungeons to set records. For a team dungeon with 10 to 20 people, if the number of people is less than 10, there'll still be experience, but it will not be calculated into the dungeon. This is to encourage players to fight more with team strength. After all, football era is a team sport. So even if they wanted to attack the team dungeon, they had to join forces with others, such as Liu Xibo and his team. However, Liu Xibo hated Zheng very much. In addition, Zheng asked the wild accounts that were originally supposed to help Liu Xibo and his team level up to help him, which resulted in Liu Xibo's current level not being able to rise, and he directly lost the opportunity to attack the personal dungeon record. The two sides were not incompatible, but at least it was impossible for them to cooperate well. Thinking of this, Zheng felt a little regretful. Originally, they entered the new area to accumulate experience, but Zheng was unwilling to just help Liu Xibo. In addition, Liu Xibo's pride made him refuse the help from the club. Zheng took the opportunity to let some of the club in this new area provide him with help, which directly made him Liu Xibo's competitor. If he could successfully grab a lot of extra attribute points to create a powerful account, it would not matter. Now that he failed to create it, both sides were hurt. Next, he would not be able to explain it well. Chapter 88. Indescribable. Putting aside Zheng's entanglement, Zheng Qi wanted to fly and started a fierce competition for the attribute points of the last dungeon reward. It is not an easy task to score 10 goals. Although it is not difficult to score a goal every 6 seconds in theory, it is really difficult to keep scoring goals in the face of various situations and completely random opponent reactions every time. It makes sense that the system sets 10 goals as the highest record. This is a result that even top players need some luck to achieve. However, after reaching it, there is no need to worry too much and spend too much energy and time in personal dungeons. After all, personal dungeons are just a way to compete for rewards. After brushing 3 personal dungeons in one breath, Zheng Qi still couldn't get the 10th goal. He got 9 goals 3 times, but he was always a breath away from the highest record. At this time, the system message popped up. Player Zheng Qi scored 10 goals in Taiyuan City's personal dungeon, the highest record. Taiyuan City's personal dungeon record is sealed. I don't know how many people sighed or cursed at the same time. After all, the dungeon records in the new area are really sealed one less. Although there are always a few people who are capable of competing for dungeon records, one less means that someone's interest will be damaged. Of course, everyone is used to this kind of thing. After all, no matter what, those who are capable of competing for dungeon records naturally know that there are many records to compete for in a district. The current lag does not mean that they will lag behind in the future. After all, after the last 3 personal dungeons, players will usher in the opening game of the new area. In the opening game, the gap in experience will be narrowed. If they were only left behind a little bit before, they will be on the same starting line after the new area is opened. This is the system's preparation to prevent someone from taking advantage from the beginning to the end. After finishing the 5 dungeons, Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi came to the team. Shinny congratulated Zheng Qi and glanced at Liu Guangdao. "TSK, what's the big deal? It's just a matter of luck," Liu Guangdao said stubbornly. "It's a matter of luck." Zheng Qi nodded actively. Zheng Qi smiled. He also felt that it was a bit of luck. After all, he got 9 balls several times. If it wasn't always a little short, the last attribute point might be his. After all, after Zheng Qi broke the record, he also got 10 balls twice. Zheng Qi didn't care about such a loss. After excellent skills, the slight difference in attribute points is actually not important. Of course, if you have an advantage of 60 or 70 points over the god level account like Lu Xiaoshan, it will be very different. It means more flexible points in the game and easier to occupy an absolute advantage in a certain ability. "Next, it's my turn and Lao Fei to serve you," Zheng Qi said at last. It is naturally very important to let others quickly reach level 24 and then go to personal dungeons to gain experience. No matter what, dungeons are an important part of upgrading, and they are much more efficient than brushing wild monsters. Zheng Qi didn't say much, but he would not hold back in such a situation. These two top operators helped others to kill monsters, naturally at a very fast speed. Compared with other people who only needed to do their best to kill monsters, they were more skilled. After the wild monsters were refreshed, they immediately used a set of combos to kill them with residual health, and then turned around and left to find the next wild monster. The others just had to harvest separately. After all, the others were in a team and shared the experience. When the others reached level 24, Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi continued to stay and upgrade until the others came out of the personal dungeon. Then they repeated the previous actions again, so that the experience of others could catch up with them faster, and strive to reach level 25 together to kill the team dungeon. The next thing was very boring leveling, but everyone in this team was in high spirits. At level 25, you can apply to establish a guild. Of course, before establishing a guild, you have to went to the guild Holy Land to accept the test. Only after success can you obtain the qualification to establish a guild. For ordinary players, the test is difficult to pass, but for players with excellent personal strength like Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi, it will not be an obstacle. In addition to the natural fan bonus of those big clubs and guilds, the appeal of guilds is also very real. After the guild is upgraded, the additional attribute points that can be obtained through rewards, up to 50 attribute points, are not ignored even by professional players, let alone ordinary players. This is a key. The second is the exchange of various materials. The guild cannot increase the high-level materials through the increase of player contribution. It can only increase low-level materials. However, if the guild is strong, a part of the high-level materials obtained will be distributed to ordinary players, and the rest will of course be left for the players to use. However, for ordinary players and players, the increase in contribution can be exchanged from the guild for another important material that cannot be exploded in the wild. This material is the hero upgrade material. The hero is not immutable, and the attributes are what they are when they come out. Instead, they can be upgraded. The earliest heroes owned by players are only level 1. Only by constantly upgrading through hero upgrade materials can the heroes be upgraded to the full level of 20. The heroes upgraded to level 20 have a significant increase in attributes and skill power, and can really play a huge role in top-level battles. Otherwise, a hero would only have 80 attribute points in total, which are distributed among the 8 basic attributes. In the battle between top players, the hero blessing is nothing. On the contrary, after upgrading to level 20, adding the original 80 attribute points and the 160 attribute points brought by the upgrade, a total of 240 attribute points, can bring a qualitative leap to the players. The use and change of heroes has always been a very important part of the professional arena. 240 attribute points, although these attributes are fixed and cannot be changed and changed at will, can also create advantages in certain situations by constantly switching the hero form. For ordinary players, of course, there is no need for such complicated operations, but the attribute bonus brought by the hero's possession alone is enough to make them outstanding. Hero materials can only be exchanged in the guild through contribution points, so it is even more impossible for players to leave the guild. Therefore, in the development of the football era, although many players want to be free, it does not mean that they will not join the guild. The guild's attribute point enhancement and material exchange are what they cannot give up. Therefore, players who don't want to be bound by rules often join ordinary neutral guilds to avoid being suppressed by club guild members in terms of attributes. This is the appeal of the guild. We should have quite a few materials, right? It's enough for the early stage. Zheng Qi asked Zheng Qi while killing wild monsters. Well, I dropped a lot of materials, many of which I can't use. I'll throw them all into the guild exchange. Zheng Qi nodded. Equipment upgrade materials are difficult for many ordinary players to obtain. After all, the drop rate of those materials is also limited, especially the 8 different equipment materials. If you rely on yourself to obtain them, there'll often be a surplus of some materials and a shortage of other materials. This situation can only be well alleviated in the guild. However, for Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi, they don't have to worry about lack of materials. In addition to the attribute point rewards for breaking records, the material rewards are also quite a lot. There are also almost 100% drop rates for the 1st and 5th brushes of the team dungeon. They don't know how many records they have robbed along the way. The materials are kept for their own use, and there are a lot of bosses. Even if some equipment materials are scarce, they can exchange them with other people in the team. The extra materials can be used as the consumption of the guild in the early stage. We are not short of candidates to manage the guild. Sui King and Zheng Qi are both veterans. Their operating ability is a little worse, but they are familiar with some situations in the game. When the time comes, we can arrange for everyone to do tasks and upgrades, and leave it to them. In addition, when brushing the dungeon, a few of us who are good at operating can lead the team to brush the dungeon separately, and the experience upgrade will not be affected. Zheng Qi continued. Did you think so at the time? Zheng Qi suddenly asked. What? Zheng Qi was surprised. At the time, I invited Zheng Qi to join the team. Zheng Qi said. Really not. I didn't think so much at the time. It was just that when I thought about forming a guild that day, I suddenly realized that we have all kinds of people in our team. We have top forces, middle-level people, and management talents. Although there are not many people, we have everything. It would be a waste if we don't form a guild. Zheng Qi said with a smile. That's true. Zheng Qi nodded and agreed with Zheng Qi's statement. However, thinking carefully about how this group of people came together, Zheng Qi felt both funny and sad. Zheng Qi was a lonely ghost at the beginning, but when he was besieged, he met Sui King. Butler Meng found a mad knife who was completely new to the game but had good potential. With the addition of Su Jing and Lu Li, they barely formed a 5-person team. Then the siege of the Street Fighter Alliance made Zheng Qi's team come together with them, and also came with a foggy river and a turnaround. Just like this, the team of 13 people includes top players, coaches, backbones, and veterans. The personnel are extremely complicated and also extremely complete. Fate, this thing, is really amazing sometimes. Chapter 89. Progress is smooth. Zhao Feng is a new player and a newbie in football era. There are not many newbies like him. After all, he has not watched many professional games so far. He just likes playing games and got into football era with great enthusiasm. He is neither good nor bad at playing. He is very happy in the game. He can't get anything good, but no one will bother him. In personal dungeons, it is basically difficult for him to get all the experience. In team dungeons, he just needs to join the wild team to increase the experience every day. With the experience upgrade in the carnival, he is not left behind too much. He belongs to the middle level among ordinary players. Although Zhao Feng himself is not very good at playing, he usually has a hobby, which is to look at the ranking of the level list. There is a ranking list for the new area, and the competition is naturally fierce. Although the initial experience cap is not big, it can also well reflect the operation level. Those who are good at operation can score 3 goals in each room in personal dungeons to get the highest experience. Those who have been in the game for a long time will naturally rank higher. Zhao Feng was not qualified to be on the ranking list. After all, the ranking list only ranked the top 1,000 players. With over 10 million players in the new zone, those who could be on the ranking list were worthy at the phrase 1 in a million. Rin Pinshen, Yuxin Xiang Fei, Yuan Shiguangdo, Xin Zarilang, Zhao Feng muttered as he looked at the list. This was his personal favorite way to relax. Oh, this Fanshan meat's head is leveling up very quickly. When I looked at it a few days ago, it wasn't at the top. Zhao Feng looked at it with some surprise. A few days ago, he was busy leveling up. At the time, he was almost level 23. He was interested in leveling up, so he naturally focused on leveling up. Now he is level 23. He looked at the list and found a newcomer. Ah, they are almost level 25, so amazing. Rin Pinshen and Yuxin Xiang Fei have got so many records, I wish I could be like that. Zhao Feng said with some envy. The experience of the top 10 on the level list is very close, and they are all familiar faces. These dozen people are almost level 25, how come they level up so fast? Just as Zhao Feng was thinking this, the level list was refreshed again, and Rin Pinshen and others were all leveled up to level 25. Awesome, 2 levels higher than me, which takes at least 3 or 4 days. I'm so envious. Zhao Feng continued to mutter, closed the level list, and prepared to level up. Seeing these masters at the top of the level list, Zhao Feng felt that he couldn't fall behind too much. With enough supplies, today's dungeon has been cleared. Zhao Feng is going to go out to clear wild monsters. A mid-level player like him naturally can't challenge or anything like that, but at this time, the top group of people have gone to Taiyuan City to level up, and he won't have too many competitors in Shiling Pass. If he level up slowly by himself, it won't be too slow. However, just as he was about to leave the city, a system message caught his eye. Players Ren Pinshen and Yixin Xiang Fei passed the Guild Holy Land test and obtained the qualification to form a guild. Player Ren Pinshen submitted a guild application, and the Extraordinary Guild was established. It can be established when the number of responses reaches 100. The Extraordinary Guild has reached 100 responses and is officially established. A series of system messages make Zhao Feng look a little overwhelmed. After calming down, he sent a message to his friends in the game. "What's the matter with the guild? You don't even know about the guild?" The friend was shocked. "I know about the guild, but what can the guild do?" Zhao Feng asked. "The initial benefit is probably that you can use the equipment materials you don't need to exchange for the equipment materials you lack," the friend replied. "Oh, then I want to join a guild." For Zhao Feng, the most confusing thing recently is the equipment materials. Although his 8 attributes have not reached 20 points yet and he does not need to upgrade his equipment, he still needs to prepare in advance. However, his luck is not very good, and the equipment material drop rate is not very high. He has gathered more than a dozen low-level materials for equipment, but he has not been able to get the upgraded equipment for the helmet and necklace. Now he is level 23, and he does not want to waste time in low-level dungeons. For Zheng Qi and others, it is easy to gather equipment, but for ordinary players like Zhao Feng, it is difficult. "I want to join the Extraordinary Guild," Zhao Feng said to his friend. "Is it the guild formed by Ren Pinshen and Yixin Xiang Fei?" the friend asked. Yes, those two are so strong, it must be good to cling to them." Zhao Feng smiled. "Then you have to level up quickly. If you are not level 25, you can't join a guild. Even the top guild can only accommodate 10,000 people." The friend said. 10,000 people, what's there to be afraid of?" Zhao Feng replied. "Stop it, there are tens of millions of people in the new zone." The friend replied, "And at the beginning, a level 1 guild can only accommodate 200 people. Each level up will add 200 more. The top level 50 guild can only accommodate 10,000 people. If you level up slowly, you may not have a chance to join." "Yes, then I have to work hard to level up. Should I team up to kill wild monsters?" Zhao Feng said. "Don't be too anxious. There must be more than one guild. Other guilds are also recruiting people," the friend advised. "That won't work. I have to join the 5th guild. They have 2 great people, Ren Pinshen and Yixin Xiang Fei." Zhao Feng showed the stubbornness that is unique to newbies. "It's up to you, let's level up together." "To be honest, I also want to join this guild," the friend replied. There are definitely many people like Zhao Feng. Although there are still few people at level 25, you don't need to reach level 25 to respond to a guild. Players who have responded will automatically join the responded guild after reaching level 25, unless you choose to refuse. But generally speaking, the players who are willing to respond to the establishment of a guild at the first time basically like this guild and only respond, and there are very few cases of refusal. 5th guild is now officially established. Zheng Qi originally wanted Yixin Xiang Fei to be the president, but Yixin Xiang Fei refused, so Zheng Qi could only be the president reluctantly. "It's not that I want to be the president, it's the people who elected me," Zheng Qi said shamelessly to others, which once again attracted boos. "What are you going to do next?" asked Liuanzi Guangdao. "What can I do?" "Go to brush the team dungeon. It's already delayed a little time." "You don't want the attribute points?" Zheng Qi said. "Then the guild," Liuanzi Guangdao hesitated. "The guild can be left alone now. There are only a few people in the whole area who are qualified to join the guild. When other players are qualified, they will naturally come to apply. I will release them on time." Zheng Qi quickly set up permissions for the guild, which now has only 13 people, and everyone shares permissions with the president. "I mean, doesn't the guild need to be upgraded or something?" asked Liuanzi Guangdao. "Well, to upgrade the guild, we need to complete tasks to create contribution points, but we can't rely on just a few of us. We still need more people to increase contribution points and upgrade the guild. What we need to do now is to maintain our advantage in level and constantly grab records. System messages are the living signs of our guild to attract people. If nothing else, even if the die-hard fans of each club can't be attracted, at least many neutral players can be attracted. That's enough." Zheng Qi replied with a smile, but it was true. For a guild to upgrade, it certainly requires players to gain guild experience by completing guild tasks every day before they can upgrade. However, at this time, there are only a dozen people, so they naturally can't waste time on the construction of the guild. The establishment of a guild is to better establish a reputation, not for the sake of the guild. As Zheng Qi said, as long as the top combat power of the extraordinary guild can always get the favor of the system message by first brushing or creating records, it is the best advertisement. Let's go, 4 extra attribute points per person are waiting for us. Zheng Qi waved his hand and said, Team dungeons are difficult to play, but with several great masters in the team, and by Zheng Qi, an old bird who is extremely familiar with team dungeons, it is simply an easy thing to push through the dungeon. The level list also clearly shows that other capable competitors, such as Liu Shibo and Wazun from the south, such as the members of the Street Fighter Alliance, and the second-tier players of other clubs, have not yet reached level 25 and have no chance to challenge such a record. In the Taiyuan City dungeon, the ultimate boss is the famous General Yanzhen of the Northern Song dynasty. His abilities and attributes have long been known to the old birds, so although this dungeon is a bit difficult to push, Zheng Qi and his team still pushed it all the way to the end. Boss no. 1. Boss no. 2. The final boss Yanzhen did not last long under their siege and finally fell to the ground. The system message was refreshed, and the first record was obtained. Keep up the good work, and get the 5th record. Zheng Qi said loudly. After they had cleared the team dungeon 3 times, someone else broke through the 25th level on the level list. However, Zheng Qi and his team no longer cared about this. Their advantage was obvious, and the record would not slip away after clearing it 5 times. It's going very smoothly. Liuanzi Quandao said happily. It's going very smoothly, but in a day or two, I'm afraid we won't be so smooth. Butler Meng smiled slightly. Why, is there anyone who can stop us? Liuanzi Quandao asked. Of course there will be. We are now the target of public criticism. Shinny said. But those professional players in the Street Fighter Alliance were all defeated by us. Is there anyone who can compare with us? Liuanzi Quandao said proudly. In terms of personal ability, there should be no one in the entire new area who can stop us, but don't forget that the next competition is not an individual competition, but a competition between guilds. Butler Meng said leisurely. It will be an all-round competition, and such a competition will allow those big guilds to thoroughly show their full level. Chapter 90 Self-Comfort. For the leaders of the clubs and guilds, they began to face a very serious problem. This serious problem had not appeared in front of them before. Although they saw Ring Pingshan and Yixin Xiangfei breaking the records of the whole district frequently at the beginning, not only did they perform well in the new district, but also created a considerable impact in the whole district and even in the mid-district. For the leaders and organizers of these clubs and guilds, this actually had nothing to do with them. The task of the guild is not to create a powerful account. In fact, although every player in the new district wants to have a more powerful account, the leaders of the clubs and guilds will not take this as their goal. On the contrary, when there is a certain conflict with the professional players of the club in this regard, they will sacrifice their own interests to fully support the professional players. Like professional players, the leaders and organizers of these guilds are actually professional players. They also get salaries from the club. Of course, their salaries can only be regarded as ordinary income, which is higher than that of ordinary people. Compared with professional players, they are still a long way behind. However, in essence, they are no different from professional players. They are all employees of the club. Of course, even if the current professional clubs are rich, after all, the ticket revenue share of a game alone is tens of millions, and the top clubs have 38 league games a year. The current ticket revenue has increased a lot compared to the professional football clubs of the past. After all, there is no distinction between home and away games, and each league game can get enough ticket revenue share. In addition to the participation qualifications of cup competitions and other competitions, broadcasting fees and sponsorship fees, the income of top clubs now is many times more than before, but the expenses are also much larger. Although the salary of professional players is the bulk, the number of professional players required is more, and the salary expenses are also very difficult. Even the richest clubs cannot support hundreds of thousands of professional players. Generally speaking, there are tens of thousands of professional players as the backbone, plus the professional players who have retired from the club over the years, and the substitute players who were not strong enough to win to the first team, which is enough to make the subordinate guilds of a top club run well. In addition to these professional players, the operation of the guild requires the participation of a large number of enthusiastic fans. Professional players act as leaders to make the guild run in an orderly manner. After so many years of development, the club's guild has its own set of methods. However, no matter how well it operates, the biggest difficulty for the guilds and professional clubs still comes from the opening of new areas. In previous games, it was not difficult to open up new areas. At most, the main players in the old areas would open a small account and bring the newcomers with them, and they would succeed. However, the operation method of football era has greatly reduced the advantages of big clubs in this regard. The reason is very simple. In any previous game, opening a small account was a very normal thing, but there is no such thing as a small account in football era. If you want to create a new small account, you have to abandon a big account in the old and mythical areas. This determination is not so easy to make. Are there any players like Sui King and Zheng Qi who open a new account and start from scratch when they open a new area? Yes. There are still many, but such players are concentrated among ordinary players, and there are really no professional players. Therefore, every time the land is opened up, the candidates sent by the clubs and guilds are either those who have a bad role in the old area and are not happy to play, or those who have to go because of the club's task assignment. Most of them are professional players, but the number of professional players is limited after all. No matter how rich the club is, it can't afford more professional players. Those fan players can only rely on volunteering. Fortunately, things like opening up new areas do not require strong personal strength. Organizational ability is more important. The most important thing for opening up new areas is to organize scattered fans to form positive feedback to the club. These fans generally exist naturally. The guild only needs to organize them to form better cohesion. After those who are capable enter the myth area, they can make the guilds in the myth area stronger and have a constant flow of fresh blood. Therefore, it is not an exaggeration to say that the professional players who come to the new area to open up Wasteland are the losers among professional players. Basically, they are led by professional players who have been in the new area for a long time and have not even entered the myth area a few times. Because of this, Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi, although they have grabbed many records, have not had any impact on the bosses of these guilds. This was not their mission. However, now, Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi have formed a guild. It is the first guild in the new area. The two of them are already very popular in the new area, and now they have formed the first guild. The development of this guild is almost foreseeable and must be extremely fast. In addition to attracting many neutral fans, the potential fans of various clubs may also be attracted to them. In addition, after the formation of the guild, they will definitely continue to rob them of materials. This is an imminent oppression. The competition for fans and materials. Although most of the materials in the ordinary area are low-level materials, and the high-level materials are all exploded in the myth area, the competition for fans alone is the foundation of each club. Now any top club in the country is not short of fans, but no one will complain about too many fans. One more fan means one more potential profit point. No matter how big the club is, the most basic support point is these seemingly insignificant fans. If a club has no fans, is there any need for it to exist? Of course, any top club will not be really affected even if it does not gain a single new fan in a new area. However, for these professional players who come to open up new areas, their performance in the new area is related to their performance benefits. If the performance is not good, they will not be valued in the club, but looking at the only guild, the guild leaders feel like crying. There are indeed not many people in each club's guild who can come to the new area to open up new areas, but there are at least a few hundred people. There is no need for fewer people. This is why a large club like Nangwa can only use more than 30 wild accounts in the new area. The setting of one person, one account is too embarrassing, especially for those backbone players whose accounts are still decent. If they have to abandon their old accounts and play new accounts again, it will cause losses to the club and guild. Although these players who come to open up new areas have a fast upgrade speed, after all, they are all veterans in the game and are also among the top in the level list, they are far behind those professional players. Zheng Qi and his team have always been the top candidates on the level list. After they successfully upgraded, the experience of others was still a little behind them. Even if they wanted to compete with them, they couldn't. So within 2 days after the establishment of the Fifth Guild, although many players rushed to level 25 one after another, they still couldn't do anything. They just started to establish guilds and seek support according to their affiliations. There was no shortage of people who responded to these guilds. Just the professional players who followed were enough for hundreds of people to respond successfully. The establishment of a guild was originally very simple. But although the Fifth Guild still had only a dozen people in the past few days, they were the first guild to be successfully established. This matter itself has taken the lead. What's more, in the following time, they also won the first and fifth brushes of the Taiyuan City Team copy. Then Ring Pingshan and Yixin Xiangfei won the records of the Imperial City personal copy respectively. The system messages in the past few days did nothing else but promote the Fifth Guild. This posture can obviously make everyone feel that a powerful guild is about to be born in the new area. Although there are still only a dozen people, everyone knows that this is because the new players who support the Fifth Guild have not yet reached level 25. Most of the players at the top are semi-professional players and pioneers of various guilds. It will always be slower for real newcomers to upgrade. When these newcomers reach level 25, they will immediately fill up the Fifth Guild. Other guilds really want to send undercover agents in, but they don't have enough manpower. Even if they have dozens of wild accounts prepared, they are prepared to stab each other with knives. What's more, the level of these wild accounts is not enough. Those good players at the top of the level list are known to everyone as the backbone of professional guilds. If a few high-level players really want to enter the Fifth Guild, even if the people at the Fifth Guild are fools, they must know that they are all undercover agents. What good end can an undercover agent whose identity is known have? It's nothing more than being used and kicked away. But when everyone's level has been raised, letting wild accounts go in as undercovers may not be able to play a big role. The bosses of the guilds were worried, but they couldn't think of any good solutions. In fact, there is no need to worry too much. The people in the Extraordinary Guild are indeed very strong, but they may not be able to run a guild. According to the information provided by the club, the outstanding few in their team are pure newcomers, and their ability to set up a club must be average. The guy who turned over and met his head is a veteran, but he is just a professional player who failed to win the street. The ability to set up a guild is not good. With the experience of our big guild, it is not difficult to suppress them. Many guild members with more active thinking have figured out this detail, which also comforted the bosses of various guilds. Yes, we can't compete with them in technology, but setting up a guild is our old business. The guild is not based on fighting, but also on organization. The guild bosses who comforted themselves were relieved. What they didn't know was that the real blow would appear in front of them in a few days. Chapter 91. Flourishing Development. Zheng Qi and his team had been very peaceful these days, with one theme: to level up as soon as possible. Zheng Qi and his team have been paying attention to the level list. With the rapid leveling, they have been suppressing their biggest competitors, such as Yufar Wutian and Budon Rushan. Although they are not far ahead, this half-step alone will be an unshakable advantage before the next area is opened. It will be level 27 soon. Come on, everyone, let's go get the reward together, Zheng Qi said to everyone. Everyone responded loudly, including Fulady, who always seemed a little worried at the beginning. In the last team dungeon, he and others got 4 extra attribute points. Although it was only 4, it was nothing, but it made Fulady burst into tears in reality. It has been so many years, and it's the first time to get extra attribute points for record rewards. What's more, in the personal dungeon of the 26th level Taiyuan Imperial City, although he didn't get enough personal reward points, he got 1 of them. The remaining 4 were divided by Zheng Qi and Yixin Xiangfei. This is also the first time he has received a reward for a personal dungeon in so many years. Now, the days finally seem to have some direction. If I continue like this, I can get more bonus attribute points. If I am lucky in the carnival, it is not rare to get a professional account with 700 attribute points. At the time, even if it is impossible to enter Changfeng like Zheng Qi and Yixing Xiangfei, and go to a professional club, it will be no problem at all. Even if I can't go to a super club, a Class A club will always be fine, right? Thinking of this, Fulady was full of energy. His goal was not high to begin with, especially when he almost gave up his career. With such a turn of events, Fulady's energy at the moment can be imagined. So after Zheng Qi shouted in a very middle school way, he responded the loudest. After responding like this, Fulady himself sweated a little. How many years have I not been so excited? Just now, I was so excited that I was like a first-grade primary school student who had just put on a red scarf. Kill monsters, kill monsters, kill monsters, and kill monsters continuously. While killing monsters, Zheng Qi's communicator suddenly rang. Zheng Qi took a look and then said, "Ouch. What's wrong?" asked Chaos Matt Blade. "Finally, someone has applied to join our guild." Zheng Qi sighed. This immediately aroused everyone's interest, and they all took out their communicators to take a look. Everyone in this team has the authority of the Extraordinary Guild, which naturally includes the most basic authority to approve people to join the guild. Apply to join the Extraordinary Guild, applicant, Baozong Mangosteen. What kind of name is this? Shinny couldn't help but complain, but he didn't say much, but looked at Zheng Qi and clicked the option to agree. Newcomers pay homage to the mounting. After joining the guild, Baozong Mangosteen, the first player to join, showed the performance that a newcomer deserves. But it's not okay to be unbelievable. Now there are 14 people in the guild, with 1 president and 13 vice presidents, and he is the only ordinary member. Welcome to the first new student to join our guild. Zheng Qi, as the president, spoke to welcome. Wow, Rin Pingshen, I'm your fan. Baozong Mangosteen replied. Pay attention to your quality and stay calm. I'm just an ordinary person. Zheng Qi replied. Master, what should I do now? Baozong Shanzhu seemed very enthusiastic. Zheng Qi scratched his head. He really didn't know what to do. Our current task is to complete guild tasks, so that we can get enough contribution points to upgrade the guild. You see, our guild is already level 2 now. This is because we have made a lot of contributions before, so we can reach level 2. However, the later we go, the more contribution points we need. In this way, everyone needs to contribute their abilities. Wei Jiangshan replied. After the establishment of the guild, although they did not have time to complete guild tasks, there was no only way to upgrade the guild level by completing tasks and gaining experience. Donating materials can also increase a lot of contribution points. Except for Wei Jiangshan, who was a little poor, these dozen people were all rich. After leaving the materials they needed, they contributed all the other materials. The contribution points and experience points required to upgrade from level 1 to level 2 are not much. So in the past few days, even if they did not go to gain guild experience, the guild was upgraded to level 2 and could accommodate 400 players. After hearing what Wei Jiangshan said, Baozong Shanzhu happily accepted the task. Guild tasks were very simple to accept. Just accept it on the guild panel. It was not difficult to do, just a little complicated. Basically, you just ran around between areas and chatted with NPCs. It was boring, but simple enough. After the excitement of the first player joining, Zheng Qi and his team continued to kill monsters, but after a while, a series of prompts sounded in their communicators. Player Ludo Qingqing joined the Thifan Guild. Player Junior Ant joined the Thifan Guild. Looking at the series of messages, all of which were messages of direct joining without approval, Yuanzi Quangdao couldn't help but shout. Oh, what's going on? Why are so many people joining suddenly? Don't they have to apply? What are you yelling about? These must be players who have responded before. In this way, they can join directly without applying and reaching the level. The application list is also starting to increase. Don't you see it? Shinny said. So that's how it is. Then hurry up and get through. Yuanzi Quangdao started to work very fast, and soon all the applications were approved. This day was indeed the day when the upper and middle players gradually began to reach level 25, so naturally the applications began to become more frequent. Sure enough, most of them were newbies. In less than an hour, hundreds of players joined the Thifan Guild, and it can be expected that there will be more people in the future. However, after hundreds of newbies joined, the originally deserted guild channel immediately became as lively as a vegetable market. Everyone was excitedly chatting about various topics. Zheng Qi wanted to say something, but was immediately drowned in the vast sea of people. The guild needs someone to take care of it now. Let me do it. Otherwise, if a few people come, we will stop and tell them about the guild together. Then what's the point of leveling up? Sui Qingfeng sighed. You alone are not enough, I'll help you. Wei Jiangshan said happily. Then your progress will fall behind. Zheng Qi warned. It doesn't matter. Our skills are just so-so. We have been playing for so many years and have some experience with guilds. It's better to let you focus on upgrading. Sui Qingfeng laughed. This is what he really said. As an old rookie, Sui Qingfeng played football era just for fun. He was very satisfied with getting a lot of extra attribute points by hanging around Zheng Qi. If he continued to upgrade, he would not be able to become a professional player. It would be better to help Zheng Qi and others share some of the burden. There is no benefit in doing this kind of thing, but Sui Qingfeng feels happy, which is enough. Wei Jiangshan is a good guy. When he didn't hang out with others before, he loved to guide newcomers and help them avoid detours. If he was a player who cared about level and role experience, he would not do that. Yes, for newcomers, it is very difficult to play that team dungeon. Without the guidance of an old hand, it is normal to die a few times. It is also good for me to help and guide. Besides, don't you still have 10 people? 10 people are enough to play that team dungeon. There is no need for us to mess around. Wei Jiangshan said happily. What else can Zheng Qi say after saying this? Okay, then I'll leave it to you two old men. Zheng Qi said. Butler Menk also nodded. With these two old hands leading them, the more than 100 newbies will soon understand. At the time, they can choose a few helpers from them and the guild will be up and running. Maybe there is still a huge gap with the strict organization of the big guild, but compared with the guild composed of ordinary players, it is not bad at all. At the time, Sui King and Wai Jiangshan began to perform their duties. They returned to the rest point and began to talk about the importance of guild tasks in the guild channel. Newcomers are always very enthusiastic. More importantly, many of the newcomers who joined this guild were instructed by Wai Jiangshan. After Sui King went to make some arrangements with Wai Jiangshan, they began to take on tasks separately. For a while, players with the prefix ID of Fifth Guild could be seen running around in various areas. Originally, the number of people in other guilds should be more in the past few days. After all, the upgrade speed of their backbones is similar. After the establishment of the guild, it soon had enough people in the guild to complete tasks to upgrade. The Fifth Guild, which was originally ranked first, has already fallen a lot in the guild level ranking. But from this moment on, the Fifth Guild began their sprint. Although most of the people who entered the Extraordinary Guild were rookies, those who could reach level 25 so well were not bad at gaming. Therefore, many of them had accumulated a lot of extra materials. After knowing that the guild could exchange materials with contribution points, they immediately threw their unnecessary materials into the guild warehouse enthusiastically, and then exchanged their contribution points for the materials they needed. Although the materials in the guild warehouse were reduced a lot, with the increase of contribution points, the guild's experience also began to upgrade rapidly. After Zheng Qi and his friends went to Wai Jiangshan and Sui King to instruct the newcomers, they closed the guild channel and concentrated on leveling up. Although there were too fewer people, they actually upgraded faster. At the end of the day, they were only one step away from level 27. Before going offline, Zheng Qi looked at the situation of the guild, and then he was stunned. The Extraordinary Guild, which was only level 2 4 hours ago, has now been upgraded to level 5, and the number of members has also increased from more than 100 to more than 700. Si est escuchando esta novela en un canal distinto a Mundo Fanfic Novelas, significat lo descarga and y subir en cines fuerzos invitamos cordialmente a visitar nuestro canal. Mundo Fanfic Novelas all encontrar la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 92. Different Thoughts. There are not too many guilds in the new area now. Open the guild rankings, there are less than 50 names on the list that can accommodate 100 names, and they are basically all club guilds, all of which are well-known names, such as Chainfeng's Riding the Wind and Waves, Jinhe's Sweeping the World, Xianfeng's Xiangxi Pavilion, Shenhua's Ancient Legends, Jinlong's Junlan Tang, Kanming's Wanzhouya, Xiyu's Meteor Shower, 20 super clubs, 24 Class A clubs. Not a single club was pulled in, all of them have established guilds, and the number of people is not small, which fully demonstrates the heritage of clubs and guilds. What is heritage? This is the heritage. Even if Zheng Qi and his team are very glorious, potential fans of each club will still choose these clubs and guilds to join at the first time. These clubs have a long history and a lot of fans. So in the past few days, when clubs and guilds were established one after another, the ranking of Fifth Guild kept falling, and finally fell to the bottom. This was normal. Even if they were all rich people, and the materials were thrown into the guild warehouse to upgrade the guild to level 2, they could not withstand the rapid increase in experience of hundreds of people on the other side. In the past few days, the levels of guilds were high and low. The highest was the subordinate guilds of those strong teams. The football era game and the professional league were closely related. Of course, the subordinate guilds of strong teams could also be reflected in the game. Moreover, over the past few decades, the regulars of the top league clubs have similar backgrounds. Whoever has a good club performance now can take advantage. The 5 major guilds, Riding the Wind and Waves, Sweeping the World, Heroic Pavilion, Ancient Legends, and Wind and Rain City, are the most powerful guilds in the football era in the past 10 years. This time, they were established 1 or 2 days later than the Fifth Guild, and their levels have all reached level 6. This is because many of their club fans have not yet reached level 25, otherwise they would upgrade faster. The main members of the club guild are still the pioneers they brought from the old area. These members are organized to level up together, so that their upgrade progress is similar. After reaching level 25, they start to level up and do tasks at the same time. As veterans, their enthusiasm for tasks is naturally not very high, but with enough numbers, they can upgrade very quickly. Other super clubs are not level 6, but they are almost level 5. The guilds at the first-class clubs are a little weaker, with 3 levels and 4 levels. However, it is still early, and they do not expect to make any big news in the new area. Anyway, they are just developing slowly. Under such circumstances, the Fifen Guild did not move at first, but once it started to move, it was more terrible. Although most of the people who joined were newbies, the newbies who chose to join the Fifen Guild were also those who were very enthusiastic about the game and had good luck. Otherwise, they would not have rushed to level 25 so quickly. Many newbies have not reached this level, but Fifen Guild often attracts such newbies. Such rookies, with good abilities, are often quite proud. They don't have much feeling for professional clubs, but only admire the masters they see. Zheng Qi, who wants to fly, is such a master in the eyes of these rookies. So after joining the Fifen Guild, they are very enthusiastic, especially when they heard Zheng Qi and Sui King say that the elite team composed of the president and vice presidents are rushing to the next level and preparing to take down the first brush at the next team dungeon. They are even more excited. The boss of the guild is a master, and the master will naturally compete for those glorious records. As the subordinates of the master, they must help the master to make a good start and lack bricks and tiles. So, the rookies began to do tasks constantly, doing tasks with great enthusiasm. Their behavior inadvertently made the Fifen Guild once again have a good presence. Fifen Guild was the first guild to be established, this is true, but the system was refreshed at the time, and when the guild was upgraded, the system would also send a message for everyone in the district to see, and Fifen Guild was also that first to be upgraded to the second level, leaving a deep impression on all players. In the next few days, it was other guilds that upgraded, but they did not upgrade all at once. So many guilds upgraded in turn. First, the system message said that 20 guild upgraded to level 2, and then it said that 20 guild upgraded to level 4. For the majority of players, such system messages did not have any impact. Until today, the upgrade speed of other guilds began to slow down. This is normal. After all, the later the guild upgrades, the greater the experience and contribution required. Even if there are many people, it takes time to upgrade slowly. So this afternoon, the world channel is relatively quiet. Then, the Fifen Guild began to go crazy. In just 4 hours, the system sent 3 system messages in a row, all about the Fifen Guild. The Fifen Guild upgraded to level 3, the Fifen Guild upgraded to level 4, and the Fifen Guild upgraded to level 5. In fact, level 5 is really not a great level. At least the guilds at the 5 major clubs are now level 6 guilds. However, such system messages were intensively posted in a short period of time, and they were posted by the same guild. The Fifen Guild immediately became popular in the new area. Rin Pingsheng's guild is really strong. I want to upgrade quickly and join their guild. Many new players thought so in their hearts. In the guild rankings, Fifen Guild also rushed to the top 10 from the bottom. It seems that this ranking is not very high, but considering that other guilds are guilds with professional clubs as their backstage, it is indeed exciting for Fifen Guild to be in the top 10. Of course, for the newbies, they are not satisfied with the current situation. What's the top 10? If our Fifen Guild wants to take it, we will take the first place. With the slogan shouted by a newbie, the whole guild immediately responded. Looking at the enthusiastic players, Sui King and Zheng Qi smiled bigly. Zheng Qi and his friends live a very regular life. They will go offline to rest at the time and come back tomorrow. They should also go offline to rest at this time, but seeing the guild is so busy, who can take a good rest? How about this, brother Zheng Qi? You go to sleep first, I'll watch you at night, and you can take over from me tomorrow. Sui King said. It's not good for you to be alone. Zheng Qi hesitated. It's okay, it's not a big deal for me to stay up late now, and there are fewer things to do at night. I can do it alone. There will be more things to do during the day tomorrow. You're better than me in this aspect, you can come tomorrow. Sui King said. Zheng Qi nodded. Sui King was right, it is indeed necessary to have someone to watch at night. After all, from time to time there will be guys who stay up late to upgrade and come to apply after reaching level 25. If they are not approved in time, it may hurt the young and fragile heart of the newcomer Xiaobai. What's more, the newcomers in the guild are very excited, shouting that they want to do tasks all night to help the guild rush to the top of the guild rankings. Zheng Qi and Sui King know that such a ranking is just a false name and does not have much practical significance, but the members are so enthusiastic. As vice presidents, they can't let the members down, right? Moreover, if the Fifen Guild can really stay in the first place, it will be the most powerful advertisement, and it will be easier to attract new players to join. At this time, the guild management must have someone online at any time, even if it is just one person. After a brief exchange, Zheng Qi went offline, leaving only Sui Qingfeng to preside over the overall situation. If there are new members who apply, they can join immediately. Now the Fifth Guild is a level 5 guild, which can accommodate 1,000 players. However, the total number of players who have passed level 25 inches the entire region may be only a few thousand or less than 10,000. No guild can fill up the staff quickly. Watching the number of people increase little by little, the guild's experience is also increasing little by little. Sui Qingfeng, who would have felt very boring, felt heartfelt joy and pleasure at this time. Watching a guild become stronger little by little, it is such an interesting thing. Sui Qingfeng sighed. But soon, he realized that such a guild seemed to have no future. The biggest goal of the establishment of this guild is to recruit people. At the time, this guild will also become a guild under the Qingfeng Club, right? Of course, this is not a lie. After all, being a member of a big club is a good thing for any player. It is beneficial to everyone. However, after thinking about it, Sui Qingfeng began to feel that he seemed to sympathize with these newcomers who knew nothing at the moment. It doesn't matter. They will gradually know the status of Qingfeng Club. Many players want to join Qingfeng subordinate guilds. A strong guild means a strong resource allocation ability, which is good for everyone. Aren't they all fans of Zheng Qi who wants to fly? When they join Qingfeng, it is normal for them to support Qingfeng. Sui Qingfeng thought so. He knew that his previous idea was not good and it was easy to go wrong, but he could not help thinking like that. When that day comes, will the leaders of the Fifth Guild seem a little despicable? Although this is really not a wrong thing, when he thinks that one day, these players who enthusiastically discuss the task process and think that this guild is their guild will show disappointment on their faces, Sui Qingfeng seems a little sentimental. Damn it, what's wrong with you? When did you become so petty? Sui Qingfeng cursed himself and began to concentrate on deploying the new players. Only work could stop him from thinking about these details. At least now, this guild is good for everyone. Even if the newbies join the guilds at those big clubs, they might not have the same sense of pride and benefits as they do now. Chapter 93. Sense of Responsibility. When Zheng Qi and his team went online the next day, they were shocked. When they went offline, Zheng Qi took a look and saw that the Fifth Guild was level 5 and ranked in the top 10 of the guild list. There were more than 300 people, which was considered a mid-level guild, and being in the top 10 was also an upper-middle level. Zheng Qi was still very satisfied with the current situation. After all, if there was a competition with other guilds in the future, having more people would still be beneficial. But after going online the next day, Zheng Qi was shocked. The Fifth Guild was at level 8, and more than half of the level 8 experience had been obtained. The number of people was as high as more than 600. Whether in terms of level or number, it ranked first in the guild list. Oh my god, how did you do this? You are so awesome. Zheng Qi praised Sui Qingfeng after seeing him. It's not that I'm awesome, it's that the members are so enthusiastic, Sui Qingfeng said with a wry smile. There are many types of players in the game football era. Zheng Qi and his friends all have normal work and rest schedules. They get together to upgrade during the day and rest at night. However, many players do not have regular work and rest schedules. It is common for them to stay up late at night to play games. The newbies in the Extraordinary Guild are in high spirits. Staying up late at night to complete tasks is also a rare thing, because the guild tasks themselves are very boring. Although simple, they have to repeat many boring details. Some stay up late to play monsters and dungeons, but no one stays up late to complete tasks. However, the newbies in the Extraordinary Guild began to stay up late to complete tasks with great enthusiasm. The new area now is actually relatively small. The Pompeii city in the novice area and the Taiyuan city in the advanced area are only these two large areas. Therefore, when the players of the Extraordinary Guild were doing tasks everywhere, they also aroused the interest of many people who stayed up late. Most of the people who stayed up late were new players. The old players were very restrained and had a good work and rest schedule. The new players saw the new players of the Extraordinary Guild doing the tasks so enthusiastically, and they couldn't help but become interested. Overnight, I don't know how many new players who upgraded to level 25 chose to join the Extraordinary Guild, and after joining, they immediately threw themselves into the vigorous task brushing. You did all the tasks this night? Zheng Qi asked in surprise. Of course not. Sui Qingfeng said, after 12 o'clock, you can play that dungeon for the new day. I arranged for them to play the team dungeon separately and told them some details to pay attention to. These details were all told to me by Zheng Qi. The arrangement was very orderly. After they came out one by one, they were very happy and said that they had never had such an easy time playing Wild Team Dungeons before. Zheng Qi laughed. This was natural. Team Dungeons can be easier to play with a skilled team. If you add a wild team, whether it is a problem of cooperation or a problem of character attribute matching, it will cause obstacles. In the guild, ordinary players can find more suitable teammates to play dungeons together, which is a kind of benefit in itself. We started the quest after we finished the dungeon. Sui Kingdom said. Thank you for your hard work. You should go to sleep now. I'll take care of it for a while. Zheng Qi said to Sui Kingdom. That's not necessary. Although I haven't stayed up late for a long time, it's okay to stay up late once. Sui Kingdom yawned, looked up at Zheng Qi, and hesitated. What's wrong? Zheng Qi asked. I have something to ask you. Sui Kingdom said. Then tell me. Zheng Qi nodded indifferently. I'm just hesitating. They are so enthusiastic now. If we merge into the Chain Guild, will they be disappointed? Sui Kingdom told Zheng Qi everything he thought last night. Well, what you said makes me a little confused for a while. Let me sort it out. Zheng Qi scratched his head. Sui Kingdom nodded. He knew that Zheng Qi did not intend to use these newcomers to accomplish what he wanted to do. In fact, this was impossible. Zheng Qi probably had not thought about it carefully, and it was normal that he did not understand it for a while. Well, I understand. What you mean is that after we set up this guild, the players who choose to join our guild are all here to build their own forces, but our goal is to recruit them. This is equivalent to deceiving them, right? Zheng Qi asked after thinking for a while. Sui Kingdom nodded. I think you were overthinking it. This is just a game. What is the goal of playing games? Fun and fun. What do professional players and professional clubs do? The establishment of guilds is to add more power to professional clubs. What we do is actually no different from them. There is no difference, but the players who join those guilds all have clear goals, Sui Kingdom tried to distinguish. Well, so the players who join our guild do not have clear goals. They just want to have fun. So now, are they having fun? Zheng Qi laughed. It's quite fun, otherwise there wouldn't be such high enthusiasm. Sui Kingdom admitted this. That's right, they also have a goal, and this goal has been achieved. As for the future direction, it is not determined by us, but by themselves. Zheng Qi laughed. No matter whether Lao Fei and I will join Cheng at the time, this guild will still belong to all members, because we are independent individuals. The guild is not the private property of a few of us, but belongs to everyone. Even if Lao Fei and I leave, we will not take the guild with us. Of course, if most people are willing to join Cheng's subordinate guild at the time, then the entire guild will be merged. Those who don't want to go can choose not to go. We haven't bound everyone to go together. Sui Kingdom was stunned. He suddenly felt that he was indeed obsessed with something. Some of the things he worried about yesterday did seem ridiculous. Every district has a guild like the Fifth Guild that does not belong to any club, even the Myth District has one. They play that game happily and enjoy the pleasure brought by the game. Football era, there are many ways to play, not one way is necessarily nobler than another, it's just a personal choice. This is true for any game. Zheng Qi wanted to fly, not to use other people, they just formed a guild, everyone can have their own choice, why can't they? Don't think too much, and you don't really think we can fight with those big guilds and win, right? What are you thinking? It's still possible in the sub-area, but in the myth area, how can we compare with those big guilds? Zheng Qi continued. Sui Kingdom was a little confused. Those big guilds have no less than 10,000 core players who are paid, how can we afford these people? Zheng Qi laughed. So, we just play in the new area, and when the newcomers are familiar with the game, they will naturally not have any extra ideas. It seems that when you get older, you're prone to daydreaming. Sui Kingdom patted his forehead and smiled bigly. It's okay, I often daydream, but life, what's the point if you don't daydream? Zheng Qi laughed. Well, I'm going to rest. I'll take over Lao Jiangshan's shift in the evening. Sui Kingdom also laughed. He was indeed a little tired after staying up all night. At this time, other people also came online and started their own attacks again. Wei Jiangshan was in charge of the guild, taking care of some details. Of course, he would not do everything alone. After a day, some newcomers who performed better and were familiar to him were set as core players to help him take care of some small things. Any guild is originally composed like this, with professional players as the core and some core players below, forming a pyramid composition model, which can make the operation of the entire guild better. Although Zheng Qi has never served as a core member of a professional guild, he knows a lot about this aspect over the years. In addition, as a kind uncle, he has a strong affinity and a group of familiar friends. It is natural to take care of it in an orderly manner. Someone is in charge of the guild's affairs. Zheng Qi is determined to fly them, and the upgrade will naturally be faster. After going online, they went to play individual dungeons separately, which quickly raised their experience to level 27. This is also that first line level. The record standard for team dungeons is a minimum of 10 people and a maximum of 20 people. Of course, if the skills are excellent, a few people can play alone, which seems more efficient, but a team of 10 people is the best choice to break the first record. Now Zheng Qi's team is exactly 10 people. The first and fifth brushes of Taiyuan Palace were won one by the elite team of Fifan Guild. The sending of system messages and the ranking of Fifan Guild once again make this guild the most popular in the new area. As long as the players reach level 25, their first choice will definitely be our guild. Zheng Qi said excitedly to Zheng Qi and others. If this continues, can we open a branch? Zheng Qi smiled. For the guild, the highest level is 50, which can accommodate 10,000 people, but for the entire football era, the capacity of 10,000 people is nothing. Which club does not have tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of fans? These fans are willing to associate themselves with the club and show their fan status, so in the mid area, the big guilds exist in the form of alliances. When the guilds form an alliance, they can avoid hurting their own people in the wild PK, just open the alliance exemption. In the guilds of the same alliance, the members can move freely. You should know that if you want to quit the guilds of different alliances and then join other guilds, you have to wait 10 days before you can rejoin. With the alliance, you can avoid wasting these 10 days. Don't rush it. We don't have much foundation now, unlike those big clubs. We have to be more careful when releasing people next. We can't let everyone in. At least 100 flexible quotas must be reserved. After most of the players in this guild have a sense of belonging and a group of talents have been tested, we can establish a branch and let some core players bring people to establish the branch. Only in this way can it be stable. Butler Meng said. Anyway, I listen to you, Uncle Meng. Zheng Qi laughed. The next level up will be a new carnival, right? So we can't relax now. We need to lead the carnival so that more people can quickly reach level 25. Liuanzi Quangdao said with a smile. Hearing you say that, I feel a sense of responsibility. Xinyi said faintly. Chapter 94. The mode that cannot be spoken. The rules are the same for any game in the world. The later you upgrade, the more experience you need, and of course, the source of experience will become richer and richer. Of course, even if you can get more experience after you level up, the growth rate of experience cannot keep up with the demand after you leveled up. The later you upgrade, the slower you upgrade. This is a common practice. Zheng Qi and his team are undoubtedly the first echelon in the new area, and it can even be said that they are the only echelon. Their experience growth is always very fast. On the level list, the top 10 are all named after the Extraordinary Guild, which looks very cool at first glance, and it also makes the reputation of the Extraordinary Guild even louder. At present, players at level 25 only account for less than 1,000th of all the players. It is indeed a very remarkable act for them to rush to level 27. This is also related to their excellent technical operation ability. After the opening of Taiyuan City in the 22nd area, Zheng Qi and his team have been jumping levels to brush wild monsters. Their technical ability allows them to not have too much pressure when they jump 1 or 2 levels, and experience acquisition is naturally much faster. However, it is difficult for a level 27 player to reach level 28. In addition, after reaching level 28, new dungeons and areas will be opened, which will bring about the opening battle of the new area. Therefore, Zheng Qi and his team did not let others support Zheng Qi, Xing Xai and Fei and Fu Lady, 3 professional players, to quickly upgrade, but instead they upgraded to level 28 together. In this way, their upgrade speed was slower than before. They were not anxious about this situation. Anyway, the goal of leading others had been achieved. The next regional record would be fought again, and it would depend on the individual's operation level. Because the gap in experience would most likely be eliminated in the opening battle, especially for the level 28 individual dungeon, which would depend on their luck and level, without the advantage of level. We have to take good care of the guild's affairs in the next few days, observe potential members, and select a group of core members. It just so happens that we don't have to go down the team dungeon together. We can lead people separately and test your leadership ability. After Zheng Qi and his friends reached level 27, the players of the Extraordinary Guild became less enthusiastic about guild quests. After all, although they could gain experience by doing guild quests, the cost-effectiveness was a big low. If the experience gained from guild quests was similar to the gain from clearing dungeons and killing monsters, then no one would do it. After all, both were equally boring. If the experience gained was the same, then everyone would choose guild quests. There is no danger, no difficulty, and they can also gain contribution points. Of course, there are also many players with poor skills who choose to use guild quests to gain experience. Although they upgrade much more slowly, they can always accumulate contribution points and exchange them for the materials they need. In short, there is a game that can be played by all kinds of people. As the president and vice president, and the top masters on the level list, they were immediately warmly welcomed by the members. Sui King and Zheng Qi had assigned their personnel very well in the past few days. They were divided into groups of 10, and each group was matched with one of Zheng Qi and his team, and then led the team to brush the dungeon. Of course, Zheng Qi and his team only had 10 people in total, which means that they could only lead 100 people at a time. For the union that now has nearly 1,000 people, it is really not enough. So under such circumstances, the Fifth Guild also began to formulate rules and regulations. For example, the team with the highest contribution will be led by the presidents first. Anyway, it is once a day. If they take turns, they can lead all the members of the guild to brush the dungeon in 2 days. This approach is certainly not a long-term solution, but the difficulty of the team dungeon itself is not particularly great. They can lead a group of experienced players for a few days, and then these experienced players are seeds that can drive more players. Zheng Qi and his team had no pressure in leading the team to play dungeons. Even Su Jing and Lu Li, who had the worst skills, were considered experts in front of this group of newcomers. Although they were far behind Zheng Qi and Yixing Xiang Fei in terms of skills, the difficulty of low-level team dungeons was not difficult for them. Moreover, the popularity of 2 beautiful women leading dungeons was even higher than that of Fu Lady, a semi-professional player. After playing dungeons for a few days, the difference between players was immediately reflected. Some of the players with better skills, higher talents, and more enthusiastic about the guild were selected and then given the title of core members. This title would be available in any guild. In addition to a president and 20 vice president level senior executives, a guild of 10,000 people would often have several elite teams dedicated to playing monsters and PK, and hundreds of core members, who would serve as captains of the team to lead other ordinary players to play dungeons and fight monsters. The core players selected now would have a great chance to become core management in the future. Many clubs' management grew up in this way, and the Extraordinary Guild was no different. As the guild got on the right track and the general experience increased, the number of candidates for the Extraordinary Guild increased. However, after the Extraordinary Guild reached level 10 and had 2,000 members, Zheng Qi temporarily closed the application channel at the suggestion of Bartolomeng. A guild without any foundation cannot develop too fast. If it does, it will easily become unstable. Is there any reason to close the application channel at this time? Zheng Qi asked Bartolomeng. Bartolomeng has also been helping the guild during this period, investigating candidates and writing strategies for brushing dungeons. He is very busy. At this time point, those who can upgrade to level 25 are basically players who like this game and have been in it all the time. Moreover, only players who have not caused much trouble before and have concentrated on leveling up can achieve this. Such candidates have a high probability of becoming the core of our guild in the future. Bartolomeng seemed to be answering a question that was not asked. I have also noticed that the others are basically veterans of various clubs and guilds. They will not join our guild, and it is useless for them to join. Zheng Qi nodded. And then, there will be a large number of possible undercovers who will meet the membership standards. Bartolomeng said. Undercover? Zheng Qi was stunned. Well, there won't be too many wild accounts in major clubs and guilds. A guild will have at most dozens of them, and they can't do much. At most, they can just pass on information. However, for a new guild like us, it may cause great harm, so we will close it now, and we can observe who may be an undercover. Bartolomeng replied. You can also observe this? Zheng Qi was shocked. Those who have reached the level but have not taken the initiative to join the guild, and those who have closed the joining channel but have not applied to join other guilds, may all be undercovers. Bartolomeng said seriously. But doing so will reduce the number of players who want to join us. Su Jin couldn't help but say. No, we will open it up after the carnival. By then, there will be a large number of players who meet the qualifications for joining the guild, and we can then choose from them. Butler Mink said with a smile. Will you not be afraid of undercovers then? Zheng Qi asked. After the carnival, some of our core members have matured. When the time comes, some of them will be split off to form new guilds. With so many new players joining, if we split them between the two sides, the number of undercover agents will be relatively small. Even if there is any impact, it won't be a big problem. Butler Mink replied. It's still a little wrong. Zheng Qi said. There's nothing wrong with that. It's fine if we don't have more than a dozen people. The main guild is the basic base. Some core players will be sent out to serve as management in the branch. We only need to support them with some materials at the beginning, and let them do the rest themselves. What can we lose even if they don't want to be with us in the future? Butler Mink smiled and said, when the main guild has trained a group of trustworthy ones, we will release them, and only the thugs will be left in the main guild. This is the most appropriate way to gradually expand our power, instead of letting everyone who wants to join in all at once. Not only will we not be able to manage them, but it will also be easy for conflicts to arise between us. Only after observing in the main guild for a period of time and sending a mature team out to establish a new guild, can we better control it. If talents are discovered in the new guild, they can also be sent to the main guild for training. This model seems a bit illegal. Wei Jiangshan sighed. As expected of an older man, you know about the pyramid scheme? Pyramid schemes have been eliminated long ago, but this model is very good for forming a guild, and it can have a strong cohesive force. Basically, all clubs form guilds in this way. There are ready-made means, so why don't we use them? Butler Mink asked back. Yes, why not use them? Zheng Qi asked Jackson Xiangfei. Get lost. Jackson Xiangfei didn't give him any face at all and exposed his plan to divert the trouble. Everyone is almost level 28, right? How have you been leading the team these days? Zheng Qi changed the subject without changing his expression. There are too many newcomers, which is really scary, but many of them are talented and can become good players after training. Xin Zhaoyuan replied. Organize it well. During the carnival, it's a good opportunity to make a fortune. Zheng Qi said nonsense. Everyone laughed. The carnival was indeed a good opportunity for the guild and even individuals to make a fortune. Not only would personal experience be more abundant, but the materials dropped would also be much more abundant than usual. The power of an individual might not play a very good role, but an organized guild could reap huge rewards. Collecting materials could be used for circulation within the guild, and it could also increase the guild's experience and allow the guild to upgrade again. Usually, the guild's level would not increase quickly, but every carnival was a good opportunity for any guild to upgrade. Chapter 95. Before the carnival, when Zheng Qi and his team reached level 28, players who had already experienced a carnival naturally knew what the new system news meant. The last outbreak of the old area, the unveiling of the new area. From the information, it can be seen that the new area is the Assassin Era. Yasai, Yishui, and Afan Palace are three major areas opened separately. Niai, Jiajianlei, and Jing are all heroes with extremely high usage rates in professional competitions. For this, all players are full of expectations. Unlike the previous 6 heroes, whether it is the first 3 alliances or the 3 generals of the early Song dynasty, they are all combat generals. Their skills and attributes are mainly frontal attacks, without too many other tricks. Such hero cards, one more card means one more layer of strength, and the effect and power of the skills are all clear. The 3 assassins in the new area are different. The skills are difficult to use, but they have great power, especially the 3 assassins' fetters are combined together. Not to mention the players, even the boss may be directly reduced to residual blood by this blow. Of course, if the operation is not good, it is better to be an ordinary output. Before the new area is opened, the last glory of the old area is also exciting. Unlike the outbreak of Pompeii, the scope of Shiling Pass, Taiyuan City and Taiyuan Imperial City is much larger, and wild bosses will be randomly refreshed. For many players, this is a crisis, but also a huge opportunity. The experience is much richer than usual, and the dropped materials are more than usual. Those wild bosses who usually hide somewhere unknown will also be randomly refreshed, but this also means that there will be more monsters encountered, and the chance of players hanging will be greater. If you're unlucky, it is not uncommon to lose more experience than usual after the carnival instead of upgrading faster. The difficulty of the Pompeii carnival is much lower than this. After all, it was just a novice area at the time, and you had to give newcomers a way to survive. In addition, there was no guild organization at the time, and players were more likely to fight on their own. If the difficulty is too high, it will be a disaster for many scattered soldiers. But now it is different. Among the tens of millions of players, at least 10,000 or 20,000 are above level 25, this is a relatively conservative number. Most of these high-level players have joined guilds. With guilds as organizations, their strength is much stronger. And those players who have not joined guilds can also rely on guilds to kill monsters, and their chances of survival are naturally much greater. Guild players often do not refuse players who actively rely on them. After all, in such a situation, if you do a little favor, the other party may join your guild in the future. Friendships that grow up in war are more reliable. This is an opportunity for us. Rin Pinshan and Zheng Qi have excellent individual skills, but they may not be able to beat us if they form a guild. This is our forte. We must make arrangements during the carnival to let all players see the benefits of our strict organization and teamwork. Why would those scattered soldiers in the 5th Guild compete with us? That's right. Guilds will also be ranked by contribution during the carnival. By then, it will be clear at a glance, and players will naturally know which guild to join for the best benefits. Although we are competitors, we are all working for professional clubs after all. We should not hold each other back. The correct thing to do was to suppress the 5th Guild. The presidents of the 108th District Guild specially held a discussion group to discuss this. They all reached a consensus on this point. It is normal for them to win or lose in competition with each other. Even the 5 major guilds may lose to other guilds in competition. The club has no opinion on this. After all, even the strongest team may be defeated by a weak team. However, if a guild composed of amateur players is suppressed in various indicators, the pressure from the club will be much greater. Losing to a club guild is normal, and the management will not be so harsh. Losing to a guild composed of amateur players is a shame. It is shameful for adults, and no club boss can tolerate it. However, although the bosses of the New Zone guilds were not players with particularly outstanding skills, if they were really outstanding, they would have gone to the Myth Zone long ago to contribute to the main guild and would not have been hanging around in the New Zone, but their ability to organize guilds was very experienced. They were definitely no match for Rin Pinshan and Yixin Xiangfei, whose skills were close to the professional level. Although they did not know how high Rin Pinshan and Yixin Xiangfei were, they knew with a little thought that no matter how high they were still higher than the level of ordinary players, and much higher than the elite players like them. So whether it was organizing experts to encircle and kill, or mobilizing the guild's power to encircle and suppress the 5th Guild, it was not appropriate. Experts encircled and killed them. Each of their bosses brought hundreds of core members, and there were also experts among the players, but experts also depended on who they were compared with. To ordinary players, they were naturally experts, and compared with the professional level, they were no different from newbies. Even if the impact of technology at a low level is not particularly large, it is easy for others to destroy them. Nan Wuxing, the leader of the new district guild in the South Country, knows this very well. He still remembers the example of more than 30 wild accounts going to surround and kill Rin Pinshan, but Rin Pinshan and a few others successfully counter-encircled and killed him. Although Nan Wuxing hoped that others would also run into trouble, he could not show it. The various clubs and guilds have been entangled until now, and they have already hit strong confrontational emotions and vigilance against each other. It is really not easy for you to set a trap. If Nan Wuxing was too enthusiastic in besieging Rin Pinshan and others, and then failed, then the target would probably be the Nanguo Guild. As for collectively besieging the 5th Guild, killing the 5th Guild and causing it to be demoted, so that neutral players would not dare to join the 5th Guild, this kind of thing is not difficult to do. Although the 5th Guild now has nearly 2,000 people, except for Rin Pinshan's elite team, the others are basically newcomers with little resistance. If the hundreds of old brothers brought from the old area by each guild are organized, it would be enough to destroy the 5th Guild several times. But they dare not do this. If these guilds are all composed of ordinary players, then they can do whatever they want. Do they need a reason to embarrass other guilds? Of course not. What is needed in the game is a happy revenge and a clear mind. Who cares whether it is reasonable or not? But these big guilds with club loggers can't combine to make things difficult for ordinary players' guilds, let alone unite. Even if they start a full-scale confrontation with the extraordinary guild alone, it won't work. The reason is simple. You don't represent your guild alone, but the image of the entire club. When a club guild makes things difficult for an ordinary guild, it's like an athlete hitting a fan. No matter whether the fan is right or wrong, the first to suffer are the athlete and the club. Years ago, Cantona's flying kick was so good, but it was he and Manchester United who suffered huge losses. That's the reason. It doesn't matter if they suffer losses themselves, but if the image of the club is damaged, it would be a great dereliction of duty. So it's not okay to unite and make things difficult for each other. In this case, the guilds can only watch the extraordinary guild grow stronger. In this process, the extraordinary guild has no conflicts with them. They all rely on their own team to brush dungeons and complete guild tasks to upgrade their guild level. Why do you make things difficult for them just because they upgrade quickly and have a large number of people? Are you still being reasonable? The big club guild is bullying people. If all guilds are like this, what kind of image does the club have? Is such a club worth supporting? Thinking of such a scene, the guild leaders felt a chill. As for the extraordinary guild, after it grows stronger, it will definitely compete with them for leveling areas, wild bosses, and materials in the world. This kind of thing is obvious, and it will indeed cause damage to their guild's interests. However, this reason cannot be used to deal with the extraordinary guild, the things produced in the game. Why can you take them but others can't? It's your private property. The mode and rules of football era determined that although the bosses of each guild had enough manpower to use, they could not send a large number of undercover agents into other guilds. This kind of thing had happened before, basically between clubs. The undercover agents sent by the clubs swept away all the materials of other clubs and guilds, and almost went to court, but the court did not accept it. The things in the game were not private property. If they were protected private property, the materials earned by each club would have to be taxed, but after that, the guilds in the game were very strict. Even if the president wanted to use materials, he could not take too much at once, and he had to have a legitimate place to go. The cross-management method eliminated the possibility of undercover agents causing such tragic consequences. Now the guilds still send undercover agents to each other, but they can only inquire about some information. For such small losses, no one cares. Although the Fifth Guild is a new guild, the management is very complete. More than a dozen people hold all the power and check and balance each other. Undercover agents can't find out anything. The Fifth Guild channel is now very lively every day, and they talk about trivial matters. What's more, Fifth Guild has recently closed the application channel, which better prevents the emergence of undercover agents. Therefore, if you really want to make things difficult for Fifth Guild, you can only do it openly during the carnival. Because during the carnival, there is also a good reason, everyone is fighting for resources, and you can't say that if you rob your Fifth Guild's resources, you are bullying you. Resources are public, whoever grabs them will own them, and being able to grab them is a skill. Chapter 96. Arrangement of countermeasures. The guild bosses who can be sent by various clubs to open up new areas may not be the best at operation, but they are the most experienced in forming guilds. Many of them have been in the myth area for more than 10 years or even longer, but they have not been able to take a look. However, it is precisely because of this that they are familiar with how a guild is built from scratch. At the same time, their loyalty to the club is absolutely reliable, so they are sent to open up new areas. Otherwise, if the person sent to open up new areas is an undercover, he will directly brainwash the potential fans of the original club and pull them to other clubs, which will be a huge loss. Generally speaking, the process of opening up new areas is like this. Hundreds of veterans are formed into teams one after another, constantly absorbing those newcomers in the new area, leading those newcomers to open up new areas, giving them benefits, and at the same time, in this process, they look for newcomers who have a good impression of their own club, and constantly describe the benefits of the club guild and their support for the club to them. Once the guild is established, it can quickly attract a group of people. At the same time, in addition to these veterans, there are always some newcomers in the club or masters who lack certain strength and cannot gain a foothold in the first team, but can perform well in the game. Under their leadership, the newcomers will progress faster, and then they will continue to expand and recruit newcomers, attracting enough candidates with the club's reputation and their performance, and snowballing. However, in this new area, their progress is not very smooth. Now there are indeed many newcomers whose parents are fans of a certain club and have grown up watching the club's games. After entering the game, such newcomers will take the initiative to contact the old birds who played the club guild at the beginning. It is the easiest to attract such fans. But such newcomers, on the whole, are a minority after all. Even if the professional football game has a history of 70 or 80 years, it is not an easy thing to gather that kind of atmosphere. 100 years ago, European fans often had generations of die-hard fans of small teams, and it only took a few decades, but the situation at the time was very different from now. In the past, Professional football games, in the process of development, just caught up with the era of global technological development. The fans attracted did not have too many other temptations in the early stage. Once they chose football, they would not waver. It was a choice without choice. And now, although football era is the world's #1 sport like the previous football, and even has a wider range, cover in the world, people's entertainment and temptation choices are more than before. There are many good players like Zheng Qi who have never played football era and have never watched professional games in football era. Most of the newcomers are the kind of people who have watched professional games in football era, but they may not have any home team for them to support, but just like to watch. Such newcomers are more attracted by Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi, who were incomparably beautiful in the new area. This can be seen from the fact that the FIFA Guild now has the largest number of people. The newcomers who can reach level 25 now are basically the most talented newcomers. These newcomers did not choose the guilds at big clubs, but chose the FIFA Guild, which is enough to prove how popular Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi are now. If this continues, the number of people recruited by clubs and guilds in the new area will be infinitely reduced. You have to know that every time a new area is opened, the fans of each club will join in large quantities. There are tens of millions of people joining a new area. Among these people, the existence of the 5 major guilds can at least pull up 50 or 60 alliance guilds, that is, let the club increase the number of loyal fans by 500 or 600,000. Other clubs will have fewer fans, but they will have hundreds of thousands or even hundreds of thousands. Now looking at this trend, let alone 500 or 600,000, the bosses of the 5 major guilds think that this is great to get 200 or 300,000. At the time, the FIFA Guild will be the largest force, and other guilds can only rely on them. How can such a thing be tolerated? This is also related to their performance. So they must snipe the FIFA Guild. Carnival is naturally the best opportunity. In the eyes of the guild bosses, although the FIFA Guild now has 2,000 people and is the largest guild in the new area, the composition of its personnel is much worse than their guilds with thousands or hundreds of people. The 5 major guilds basically have 400 to 500 veterans with the same number of new fans. Ordinary guilds also have 300 to 400 veterans and the same number of new fans. Without a large expansion of the number of guild members, the considerations of each guild are the same. At this time, it is easy to cause bigger problems if they rush in. Using the carnival, veterans can lead novices and bring out a group of trustworthy characters, and then open the door to recruit people, which will be more effective. The carnival in the new area requires a more rigorous organization. Before that, each guild has released the news, allowing new players who are interested in joining the guild to unite around the guild players and team up to kill monsters together, which is less likely to die and gain more experience. They have already arranged these processes very skillfully. Veterans led novices and other peripheral players to form one team after another. At the same time, their internal players will also form an elite team to deal with possible refreshed boss. The wild boss in the carnival must be swiped, and there are many of them. The number of boss killed is also an excellent way for a guild to show its strength, even better than Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi to get the dungeon record. The reason is very simple. The achievements created by Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi, no matter how dazzling they are only for their personal interests. Even if these owners can make members feel proud, in fact, they have nothing to do with the members. Fans will be happy for their club to win the championship, and fans will be excited for their rival's good performance, but if you think about it carefully, what real connection do these owners and glory have with them? No, it just makes them feel happy. Of course, this is enough. And Zheng Qi and Zheng Qi are not enough to become idols at that level. The benefit of the guild is to bring real and greater benefits to the players, rather than just watching the president show off his power. Now the players of the FIFA Guild have not realized this, and other guilds must make the players realize this. Under such circumstances, the people in their guild level up quickly, get more benefits, and the guild pushes down more bosses, making the guild have more top-level materials. These are real benefits that ordinary members can get. A gentleman is concerned with righteousness, while a villain is concerned with profit. Although we cannot say that those who pursue profit are villains, after all, the relationship connected by profit is the most reliable one. In the carnival, we have to let them see how powerful we are. Said Simmons, the local boss of the Teen Head Club's Zheng Guild. That's natural. Our organizational ability is much better than that group of scattered soldiers. Zheng Qi, the boss of the Zheng Club's Zheng Poland Guild, nodded. Although Zheng and Teen Head are now mortal enemies in professional competitions, causing constant competition between the two guilds, in the new area, everyone is not so vengeful and can talk to each other in a friendly manner. What's more, their current codes are the same. In this case, we don't have to rob each other. The place where the boss is refreshed is random. We divide the area and don't cross the boundary to fight. Who gets the boss depends on the system's arrangement. Don't fight for it. Is that okay? Said Zheng Qi, the boss of the Junlantang Guild at the Jinlong Club. Junlantang is not one of the 5 major guilds. Although Jinlong is also a traditional strong team, their guild is a step behind their 5 major guilds, Zheng Qi, Zheng Jingfen Poling and Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi is well aware of this. Although it is more dependent on luck, it can offset the advantages of the 5 major guilds. As soon as Zheng Qi said this, the guild leaders outside the 5 major guilds agreed. It was also very difficult for them to compete with the 5 major guilds. Now it depends purely on luck, so there is no need to fight too hard with each other. Nanwuxin Simmons and others looked at each other and could only nod and agree. Although doing so would give up part of their strength advantage, their advantages of this level were not obvious, and they had targeted opponents to deal with, so it would be fine to agree. Anyway, it was only temporary. In the future, their advantages would still be there. Should we continue to stick to this rule, avoid disputes, and grow together? It is also a good thing. Sayuan, the leader of the canning clubs, be prepared for danger, enthusiastically proposed. The bosses of the 5 major guilds laughed collectively. The others wanted to strike while the iron was hot and settle the matter. However, looking at their behavior, it was obvious that the bosses of the 5 major guilds were not in their minds and would not agree to such a self-defeating thing. So they had to give up. The guild bosses held a meeting all night, and after dividing the 3 leveling areas, they went to prepare separately. On this night, the management of the 5th Guild did not immediately go offline, preparing for tomorrow's carnival. You go and rest, I will take care of the things. Butler Meng took the initiative to take all the things. There are so many people, how can you manage it alone, Uncle Meng? Zheng Qi disagreed. It's okay, you're an elite group, and the elite group must concentrate on resting and preparing for tomorrow's things. I will arrange it. Swithing and Jiangshan can stay to help me. Your task is to conserve your energy and have a good rest. Butler Meng waved his hand and said that he was responsible for everything. The others looked at each other and could only agree. At least Zheng Qi and Yasheng Fei knew that they were combat talents. In other aspects, they were not as good as the old birds like Wu Jiangshan and Sui Qingfen. What territory are we going to occupy? After everyone else went offline, Sui Qingfen asked excitedly. We don't occupy specific territory. Butler Meng smiled slightly and then answered. Chapter 97. Breaking the whole into parts. For all the players in the new area, even those who were used to staying up late, they all rested well on this night and prepared themselves for the arrival of the carnival. Compared with the one-day carnival in the novice area, this carnival lasted much longer, for 3 days, 1 day each in Shiling Pass, Taiyuan City and Taiyuan Imperial City. At the time, a large number of monsters, elite monsters and even bosses will emerge in these places. If you don't rest well, it is impossible to support 3 days. Moreover, during these 3 days, monsters are concentrated in the daytime, from 8 am to 8 p.m. At the same time, personal and team copies will be closed. Even if you want to brush more experience, you can't do it, and you can only gain experience from the wild. Danger and opportunity coexist, this is the true meaning of the carnival. At 7 o'clock in the morning, players gradually began to log in, especially the core players of the big guilds. After they went online, they received instructions from the bosses and began to mobilize players from all guilds to go to the pre-divided areas. After the 20 top clubs and the big guilds divided the areas, they basically occupied a lot of the Shilingen area on the day. They were a little far away from each other, so the areas in between were given to other guilds. The guilds at the Class A clubs had no say in this regard. They were simply unable to resist the strategies set by the top clubs. I don't know in which areas the boss will spawn today. Nanwuxin looked at the Qingfen Poland Guild area on the left side of his own area from a distance and said with a sigh. The Shilingen map is very large. This is actually a feature of the football era map. After all, a new area has tens of millions of people pouring in. And according to the rules, a map needs to be able to accommodate all players. After all, the levels of players will never be too far apart. When you reach a certain level, you can go to a new map to level up. Leveling up in the old map is a complete waste of time. In this case, any map needs to accommodate enough players to avoid too many conflicts between players. In the myth area, this may not matter, but the new area is for rapid upgrades. After all, the new area mainly produces low-level materials and attribute points, which are very precious things. High-level materials are only produced in the myth area. The myth area requires fierce competition, while the new area does not need such fierce competition. For a map that can accommodate tens of millions of players, no matter how arrogant the big guild is, it is impossible to include all places. So when they divide the area, although the areas are close to each other, they will not eliminate all the monsters in the divided area. They don't have that strength. This division is only to distinguish the boss's affiliation. The rule is that no other guild will go to compete for the boss in the area where it refreshes. As for the small monsters and elite monsters, it doesn't matter who kills them. Anyway, every player can't finish killing them no matter how hard they try. They will disappear when the time is up. There is no such thing as fighting for monsters. This setting is also to encourage players to upgrade more and entangle less with each other. So Nanluxin is only concerned about the boss refresh. The ones that will refresh at Shiling Pass will be the wild boss Yalusha and the team dungeon boss Gyojin. The former will definitely drop high-level materials, and the latter will drop a large number of hero cards. This is also very important. Don't look at the elite groups of large guilds. Basically, they can get all the hero cards in this area, and can donate some of them to the guild to increase their contribution. However, for many ordinary players, there are many people who can't get 6 hero cards even at level 28. They can only go to the old area team dungeon again and again to drop hero cards. You have to know that even if the hero card is donated to the guild, it cannot be exchanged by other players. Instead, it is converted into materials for hero upgrades. No matter how many hero cards are produced, there are not enough players. In this case, the hero cards dropped by the team boss are also very attractive to ordinary players. The carnival is a low-level boss, so the number will not be too small. For an old bird like Nanluxin, he knows clearly that there will be 50 wild bosses and 50 team copy bosses refreshed in the carnival of Shiling Pass. On average, 5 bosses can be refreshed in each area. But this is of course theoretically. In fact, the location of the boss refresh is very random. In theory, even if 100 bosses are refreshed in the same area one after another, it is normal. Now Nanluxin is eager for such a situation to happen, of course, all refreshed in the area where his guild is located. If they all refresh here, then do we have the ability to take them down? Nanluxin fell into deep thought. Low-level boss is still a boss. Although there are many players in each area now, as long as the cooperation is a little better, it is normal to overwhelm the boss with human wave tactics. In this case, the guild appears to be more organized and more advantageous. However, if all of them were refreshed here, then Lion City may not be able to withstand it. However, this kind of thing is just a thought, and it is almost impossible to happen. President, there are more and more people around. A vice president suddenly said to Nanluxin, interrupting Nanluxin's fantasy. It's easy to have more people. Didn't we announce it before? Players who want to join our Lion City, try to gather in this area. Nanluxin replied. We have a lot of fans in the South Country. It's not that there are no guild titles. Look, there are more than a dozen teams on our left, all of them are from the Extraordinary Guild. The vice president said. Nanluxin was surprised, and when he looked carefully, it was true. 10 people are a standard team, which is also the standard configuration for brushing team dungeons. Before level 50, team dungeons are all standard with 10 people. It is not until after level 50 that there will be super large dungeons with 20, 30, 50 or even 100 people. Now, in the area between Lion City and Qingfen Poland Guild, there are more than a dozen teams. It is obvious that they are from the same guild because they all have the title of Extraordinary Guild. More than 100 people came here. Where are the others? Nanluxin was a little confused. He asked in the guild leaders discussion group and found that not only here, but also at the junction of almost every area, there were groups of extraordinary guilds. In some places, there were more than a dozen teams. In some places, there were 7 or 8 teams. In short, they were all over the area. What do these guys want to do? Qian Chimwonki asked in surprise. They know the areas we divided, and they don't want to conflict with us head-on, so they dispersed. Simmons said after thinking for a while. The bosses of other guilds nodded one after another. This is a very normal thing. They divided the areas not to keep it secret, but to make the whole guild know about it, so that fans who hope to join can choose a place to level up and give members outside the guild a chance to curry favor with them. It is not a secret matter. People from the Extraordinary Guild can find out with a little inquiry. This decentralized approach can avoid conflicts with other large guilds, and it can also be a good way to level up. It is a good approach. A team of 10 people can kill monsters without any pressure, and there will be no conflict with others. They are all located at the edge of the guild area. No matter how arrogant the professional guild is, it will not stop others from leveling up. It is still the same old saying. In the carnival, except for the limited number of boss refreshes, other small monsters and elite monsters are unlimited. As long as you can survive the monsters' attacks, you can kill as many as you want. In this case, not allowing others to kill monsters is too overbearing. Everyone has a dream of being overbearing, but as a guild under a club, you cannot be overbearing, and you must appear fair and democratic, so as to attract more fans. No matter how powerful your 5 major guilds and other professional guilds are, they can't not join your guild. It's not good to say that they don't even give such a leveling opportunity. The game is a game for all players, not a game for big guilds. No matter how big a guild is, it depends on the club. The foundation of the club is these fans and supporters. If the reputation is not good and the number of supporters shrinks, then no matter how strong the club is, it can only slowly decline. Let them spawn monsters if they want to. I see that they are scattered like this because they know that we have divided the areas. If they gather together, they will definitely conflict with us. With the overall strength of the extraordinary guild, they dare not start a conflict with us, so they adopt this method of breaking the whole into parts, in order to let their members upgrade faster and get some opportunities. Sir Yuan thought for a while and said, "Well, this is normal. After all, if they really want to compete for the boss, they can't even get a elite group together. Why should they compete with us? It's better to concentrate on upgrading and accumulating materials, so that at least some players can be attracted." Chuan Baindai, the boss of the Ancient Legend Guild of the Shenhua Club, also agreed with Sir Yuan's statement. Aren't they just wasting their own strength by doing this? The boss of the Zheng Qi Pavilion Guild of the Xinfen Club sneered ambitiously, relying on small monsters and elite monsters can only drop lower level materials. Slightly higher level materials are only dropped by field bosses and team dungeon bosses, not to mention hero cards. If they do this, they will soon be left behind by a single building. By then, the Fifth Guild will be worthless. The other guild bosses thought that this was correct. The upgrade of the guild required various contributions, and guild missions were only one of them. Donating excess equipment materials and hero cards could bring enough development to the guild. At the same time, the donation of equipment materials could bring about the circulation of equipment materials within the guild, and the donation of hero cards could allow the guild to produce hero upgrade materials, which was also an extremely good supplement to the player's combat power. After all, there was a big difference between upgraded heroes and non-upgraded heroes. The Fifth Guild was only high level now, but if it was very short of equipment materials and hero materials, then after the players' requirements for these materials were raised, they would naturally feel that there was no future in the Fifth Guild. Even if the newbie Xiaobai who wanted to join the Fifth Guild was not aware of this, other guilds would naturally have ways to let everyone know these details. Thinking of this, the guild bosses all laughed slyly. Chapter 98. Targeting. Is everything arranged? Zheng Qi asked Bartolomeng. Bartolomeng didn't come out of the holographic cabin until 12 o'clock last night. Zheng Qi made his own meals, which made Zheng Qi feel a little wronged. But he also knew that it was a very difficult task for Bartolomeng to arrange such a large guild in an orderly manner. Even if Wu Jiangshan and Sui King went to help him, it would not be too easy. In this case, making a meal by yourself doesn't seem to be a big deal. No problem, 10 people in a team, a total of 200 teams, all spread out. Bartolomeng replied with a smile. Will there be any problems with leveling up separately? Zheng Qi asked. No, basically it's based on the way they usually team up to play team dungeons. These guys have been led by you, and they seem to have some tacit understanding with each other. It's not a problem to spawn monsters. Whether it's a small monster or an elite monster, it won't cause them too much trouble. Bartolomeng replied. What about the boss? Yuxin wanted to fly and asked. He was also concerned about the boss. The extra attribute points dropped by ordinary monsters were relatively low and too dependent on luck. In addition to the high-level materials and hero cards that bosses must drop, attribute points are basically guaranteed to drop. For high-end players like him, if they want to build a strong account, in addition to challenging the dungeon record, they should also try to grab the bosses in the carnival as strong as possible. We will grab the bosses. Anyway, everyone has been spread out. If you find a boss, report it immediately and we will rush over. Although we may not be able to grab the bosses that are too far away, it will be no problem for those that are closer. At the time, we will go to grab them with the elites of each guild. You won't have any psychological burden to deal with those guys. Butlerman laughed. Of course not. Zheng Qi laughed. If he really wanted to snatch the boss from ordinary players, he would still feel a little reluctant. He wanted to fly and disdained to bully those ordinary players. But just as Butlerman said, boss is a creature that is generally difficult for ordinary players to deal with. If they don't go up with 100 or 200 people, they will be courting death. However, each club guild must have such a team of elites like them, who are specifically targeting the boss of the carnival. They are mainly composed of the second team members and the Street Beating Alliance. They have no psychological burden to compete with these semi-professional players. Can our combination fight with those guys? Luli was a little worried. That's about enough. How many second team players can each club have? What's more, we're targeting Zheng Qi's guild this time. Zheng Qi is very strong now, and they don't have any useless people in their second team. I checked and there are only 2 second team players entering the new area. They don't have any members of the Street Fighter Alliance, so it's easier to rob them. But the people with Zheng Qi are from the South Country. They have a strong team this time, including the 5 people of Yufar Wution and the small team of Bardon Rushan. They rarely acted together before, but in this situation, they have to cooperate even if they don't want to. Butlerman analyzed. Then if a boss appears in the South Country, should we rob them? Asked Yuanzi Guangdao. Rob, why not? Yufar Wution and the others are against us. Zheng Qi waved his hand. Others are embarrassed to rob, so robbing Yufar Wution and the others is just right. What if the people of the South Country and Zheng Qi unite to deal with us? Su Jing asked hesitantly. That won't happen. Xin Zailan shook his head. Zheng Qi is now invincible. Although only Teen He can compete with them, don't forget that Nangguo has been ranked 3rd for 3 consecutive years and is also a club that can compete with Zheng Qi. There must be conflicts between their guilds. Even if they don't hold each other back, they won't unite. That's fine. Let's go to the area between Zheng Qi and Teen He to swipe monsters. Zheng Qi laughed, and the others agreed and followed. In fact, if Nanwuxin and Qian Chimwonki were more careful, they would notice that there were more players from the Extraordinary Guild in the area where they were than in other places. The area between Nangguo and Zheng Qi, the area between Nanfeng's right side and Kanning, and the area between Zheng Qing's left side and Jinlong all had 13 or 14 teams of players from the Extraordinary Guild wandering around, while in other areas, there were only 7 or 8 teams wandering around. All areas were not independent. There were more people from the Extraordinary Guild in these 3 areas, and fewer neutral ordinary players. But even so, when the elite team of Zheng Qi and Yuxin Xiang Fei and others appeared at the junction of the South Country and Zheng Qi area, it also aroused the vigilance of Nanwuxin and Qian Qingwonki. Rin Pinshen, Yuxin Xiang Fei, Fanshan Dintru, Yuan Shiquangdo, Xin Zarilang Liu, Xin Yanel Yuan Yu, Jin Yin Chen Bai, Song Jing Zilu, you see, plus Su Imunian Do, the management of the 5th Guild is gathered together. Nanwuxin said with some doubts. Yeah, why did they appear here? Qian Qingwonki was also a little confused. Don't worry about it, the 2 bosses, this elite team also needs to swipe monsters, it's normal to appear anywhere. In the temporary discussion group, the other bosses laughed and didn't care about this matter. Nanwuxin and Qian Qingwonki knew it very well, after all, it appeared between their 2 guilds, and it had nothing to do with other guilds. If they continue to discuss and decide to team up to drive away Rin Pinsheng's team, it's still a matter of whether to drive them away or not. Even if they can drive them away, they are just helping Qingfeng Poling and Fen Huyan Qim with their own efforts. Why should they do that? You have to know that when other areas were being developed, in order to grab the boss, the major guilds set up traps against each other, and there was no peace to speak of. These bosses are used to developing new areas. Not only are they very familiar with each other, but they also have a deep hatred for each other. Although they had a good discussion before, it would be strange if they would care about this matter when it has nothing to do with them. Nanwuxin and Qian Qingwonki were also helpless. They knew what these old friends were thinking, but they couldn't say anything. It was the same old saying. When they were in other districts, they used whatever means were insidious and despicable, without any bottom line, and played the meanness and shamelessness of human nature to the fullest. Now they are temporarily cooperating, but they want to expect people from other guilds to put the interests of their guild first and help them regardless of past grudges. Nanwuxin and Qian Qingwonki's brains are not stupid enough to this extent. They can only choose to shut up, and then express in the guild that everyone should be careful and pay attention to the unusual movements of Rin Pinsheng's team. And their elite team, that is, the team composed of semi-professional players, also quickly received news from the 2 presidents. They formed a team together, not to make things difficult for us, right? Changfeng's elite team is composed of 3 second team players. Changfeng has been strong in recent years, and their second team has always produced talents. The 8 Behra are basically from their second team, except for Wen Xiang. This also makes Changfeng Club attach great importance to the selection of the second team. However, it is precisely because of this that they did not use the method of forcing the growth of seedlings to let more than 10 or 20 second team members enter the new area to polish their accounts at once. After all, the attribute points that a new area can obtain are limited. If too many talented young people are sent, the acquisition of attribute points will be dispersed. It is better to only send the second team players who were optimistic about to enter the first team, so that they can have the opportunity to impact the best roles. Doing so will certainly not give some ordinary second team players a chance, but make it easier for those optimistic players to obtain powerful roles. The pros and cons of this approach are really hard to say. In recent years, many young people who admire Lu Xiaoshan have chosen to join Changfeng's echelon, but the opportunities they get are relatively few. However, this approach makes every young person who enters the first-line team of Changfeng truly worthy, which also makes more confident young people choose Changfeng. The 3 young second-line members of Changfeng are very confident in themselves. Although they did not get any records in the previous competition, they were lucky in the previous carnival and got some extra attribute points, and also accumulated a lot of experience. I don't think we need to care too much about this. We have a lot of people. As long as the boss is refreshed in our area, we can rush over immediately. Even if we compete for the boss, we will not be afraid of them. Zhuno's Jing, whose ideas Guan Yu Limin, said confidently. Well, Xiao Jing is right. The 3 of us are not worse than anyone else in terms of operational ability. Although Ring Pingshan and Yixin Xiang Fei are excellent, their teammates may not be that good. They were able to get those records because they took the lead. Now in the competition for the boss, we will definitely not lose to them. Miran, whose ideas Yuan Tiang Xiang, expressed his support. But we still have to be vigilant. Only now will the outdoor bosses of the carnival drop attribute points. We can't miss this opportunity. He Jin, whose ideas Ban Yuezhan, reminded him. The 3 second team players all said so. The masters of the other 7 guilds naturally couldn't say much. Although they had much more experience than the 3 young people who were just 16 years old, they were far behind in terms of operation. Their task was to remind the 3 young people of some details. In terms of technology, they still had to listen to the command of the 3 young people. They knew that these 3 young people were undoubtedly the future of Changfeng. If they could get a powerful character after 1 or 2 years of training, the first-line team might need to change blood again. Especially He Jin, who was 1 or 2 months younger than Zhou Jing and Miran, but had the best operation ability among the 3, and he was also vigilant. No matter how good Ring Pingshan and his team were, could they be better than their team? What's more, the place where the battle took place was mostly the area they controlled, so the advantage would appear even greater. So Zheng Qi thought about it and felt that there should be no problem. The reaction over in Fenadine City was a little different. CSS Kushanda Western Novela on Canal Distinta Mundo Fanfic Novelas, Significat Lo Descarga and Y Subiran Sinisfuetzot Invitamus Cordialmente Visitar Nustro Canal. Mundo Fanfic Novelas all encontras la versión original de esta historia y podrás explorar muchas otras novelas de diversos narradores. Te esperamos para sumergirte en un mundo de novelas increíbles. Chapter 99 Monster Refresh. What? Ring Pingshan and his team were actually near our area. When Zun heard the news relayed by Nanwuxing, he immediately couldn't help but yell. But Lemeng's information was correct. Now Zun and the other 4 friends were with Liu Shibo's half of the team. The number of second team players entering the new area in the South Country this time was the largest. Zun, Wenba Dioxing, Yu Yuan, Leng Yuqingning and Dan Shitwan had no plan to enter the new area, but later they did. In addition to Liu Shibo, who was originally planned to be trained, the South Country already had 6 second team players entering the new area, twice as many as Changfeng. This situation was caused because the South Country also needed newcomers now, so more second team members entered. There was nothing wrong with their operation. As long as they were lucky enough to get extra rewards, they could create a powerful character to increase the strength of the first team. After Liu Shibo fought for some attribute points at the beginning, he began to find some potential players in the new area and formed a team for a long time. He knew that his goal was to build a strong account, but after he could not get rid of Zheng Qi in level and was even left behind by Zheng Qi and others, he could only choose to build a team and then impact the team dungeon record to get more attribute points. In addition to team dungeons, there are also wild boss and carnival explosion raids. The acquisition of attribute points has never been static. In addition to technology, luck is also required. Now Maureen Bizu, Forgotten Zone, Zheng Xiao and Ziu, the 4 young people with potential he discovered, have gradually grown up under his guidance. This carnival is also a good opportunity. So although he doesn't like Wuzun, he also knows that combining with Wuzun and others will be the best way. The future is not only his, but also his 4 new friends. Hearing Wuzun shouting like this, Liu Shibo shook his head. What does it matter if they come? We just need to fight our own. No way, Boss Liu, these guys are too arrogant. It's just right for us to take advantage of our strong troops and horses to kill them once, and then wait for the carnival to start. Wuzun encouraged Liu Shibo. There are only 10 minutes left before the carnival starts. Liu Shibo said coldly. 10 minutes, with our level, it's easy to kill them. Wuzun continued to encourage. Last time, it was basically this team that wiped out the 5 of you. Liu Shibo said coldly. Do you think we can really kill them in 10 minutes? Boss Liu, what do you mean by this? Don't you want to avenge our southern country? Wuzun felt very uncomfortable. Last time you went to kill others, but failed to kill them, and were killed by them. Is this revenge? Liu Shibo continued to ask back. Wuzun and others were speechless. I have no grudge against them. They got the attribute points by their own ability. If I want to steal them, I have to earn them back by my own ability. If we can't reach a consensus on this point, then there is no need to cooperate with each other. Liu Shibo finally said. You two, we are all from the same club. There is no need to be so stiff. Nan Wuxin had to come out to smooth things over. He couldn't afford to offend both sides. Although he had much more experience in the South Country than these young people, after all, his job was different. They were semi-professional players, and their goal was the stars and the sea. What about him? Although he was also an employee of the club, there were still many clubs like him. Feeling sad, Nan Wuxin persuaded both sides and finally said, I just want to remind you that Rin Pinshan and Yixin want to fly around our area and may come to steal our boss. If they come to steal, we will kill them. If they don't come to steal, we don't need to make things difficult for them, right? Liu Shibo asked back. Yes, although Nan Wuxin wanted to let these semi-professional players hang out with Rin Pinshan for once, and let these guys go to other guilds' territories to avoid affecting them, he couldn't refute Liu Shibo's words now. Deep down, Nan Wuxin had the same idea as Wuzun. I won't offend anyone who doesn't offend me. If that's the case, why do guilds still compete? Now the semi-professional players in the South Country are the most in the new area, with 6, Zheng Qi has 3, and other clubs generally have 3, 4 or 5. And those who can exceed 3 are all including the Street Fighter Alliance, unlike the South Country, which are all the second-team players who were optimistic about the strength. If it weren't for the agreement with other guilds, the elite team of the South Country could roam around and grab the boss when they meet it. Anyway, let's do it. If they want to grab, I will fight with them. If they don't come to grab, it's good to live in peace. Liu Shibo said at last. Yes, Boss Liu was right. Wuzun looked as if he had not been refuted by Liu Shibo. He smiled and watched Liu Shibo and his 4 companions walk away, then walked to Nan Wuxin. Boss Nan, let's talk when we have time. We are new in the new area and don't have enough experience. We still need more guidance from seniors like Boss Nan. Wuzun's words made Nan Wuxin feel comfortable. Although he knew that he was nothing in front of professional players, he still felt happy when a semi-professional player spoke to him like this. No problem, I still have some experience in the new area. If there is any news in the future, I will tell you in time. Nan Wuxin said, patting his chest. Wuzun nodded repeatedly, with a smile in his eyes. Boss, I think you should be careful. I always feel that Wuzun is a guy with a hidden knife in his smile. He is sweet-mouthed but has a sharp tongue. After walking a distance, Maureen Bizu whispered to Liu Shibo. So I have never liked him. But this is just my personal attitude. After all, we are teammates, and you may become someone else's teammate in the future, so don't put personal feelings above the interests of the whole team, understand? Liu Shibo said to Maureen Bizu. Of course this is right, but you are too straightforward, it's easy to suffer losses. Maureen Bizu said with some worry. It's okay to suffer losses, I have this temper, I can't change it. Liu Shibo shook his head. By the way, how were you practicing the operation I talked about yesterday? Some places are not very familiar, Maureen Bizu replied. The people in the Forgotten Zone smiled bitterly at each other. These two guys are simply made of the same mold. No wonder they hit it off so well. However, although Liu Shibo seems a little too straightforward, he is indeed a good person, otherwise they would not be willing to follow Liu Shibo. Liu Shibo had only known them for 20 days, but he had already quickly made them feel that he was a guy worth following. There were only a few minutes left before the carnival began, but he was still racing against time to teach Maureen Bizu some details. When he was good to someone, he would really give everything. Only 1 minute, boss. Forgotten Zone looked at the watch and said to Liu Shibo. Well, okay, let's go and meet up first. Don't panic when the monsters refresh later. Clean up the monsters around you first, and then team up to clean them up. Do you understand? Liu Shibo said to everyone. When he said this, Zheng Qi and others were also cheering each other up. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the carnival officially began. Almost all players raised their vigilance. When 8 o'clock arrived, a deep horn sounded throughout the Shiling Pass. It was the horn of war. At the same time as the horn sounded, countless monsters wearing Song Army uniforms and Lao Army uniforms appeared everywhere on the Shiling Pass map. Small monsters and elite monsters are easy to distinguish. Small monsters wear cloth armor, and elite monsters wear iron armor. The setting of Shiling Pass is that the Song Army blocks the Lao Army. The battlefield is not inside the pass, but on the plains and rivers outside the pass. The Lao Army and the Song Army will attack each other when they meet, because the setting is that they are enemies. However, this situation rarely occurs when spawning monsters. After all, when there are many people clearing monsters, they will be overwhelmed by players before they meet. But today is different. There are at least 8 million players in the Shiling Pass map. Except for those low-level players who have no intention of upgrading and are not enthusiastic about the game, or are really bad, and are not even at level 22 and are not qualified to enter the Shiling Pass area, almost all others are in the Shiling Pass map. In order to ensure that these players have monsters to fight and do not have to fight each other for monsters, how many monsters must the system spawn at this moment? If not 20 million, there must be 10 million. How can players clean up so many monsters that refresh at the same time? Of course, after refreshing, if the monsters in the monster range are not in the same camp, they will fight each other. Of course, if there are players in the range, they will attack the players at the same time. The Song Army will attack the Lao Army, and the Lao Army will also attack the Song Army, but they will attack the players, and the players will naturally attack both sides. At the beginning of the football era, Chinese players still felt that it was not good to attack the Song Army, so they chose to attack the Lao Army. However, they soon found that if you attack the Lao Army will continue to refresh, and it will be useless to attack. If you don't attack the Song Army will still attack you even if you have nothing to do. It's just a game, why think too much? So after that, as long as the players see a monster around them, they will immediately attack. In such an attack, the quality of the players is immediately reflected. Those players who had guilt had formed 2 circles, one inside and one outside, before the monsters refreshed. Once the monsters refreshed, they would focus on attacking the monsters in the inner circle, and then sweep the outer circle after they were eliminated. They also used heroes in a very methodical way. Some used Pompey to launch cavalry attacks to resist, some used Caesar, some used Crassus, some used Zheng Qi and Yuojin to strengthen the defense of the whole team, and used Pianzhen to strengthen the attack power, all in an orderly manner. As for the stragglers, they could only flee everywhere, try to mix with other teams, and then fight the monsters one-on-one. If they were unlucky and were surrounded by several monsters, they would basically be killed instantly, which was very miserable. Chapter 100 Why can't we steal? Be careful, defend first, come on, 2, attack. Qianqin Wangqi commanded the people in the team to attack well. Although he was the guild leader, he was just an ordinary player in the carnival. They didn't have much time to level up normally, so they would not let go of such an opportunity. With a heroic charge, Qianqin Wangqi knocked a Lao Army monster that was about to attack and flew away, saving a teammate who was already at low health. The other teammates quickly followed up and killed the Lao Army who attacked with continuous attacks. The situation of the team where Qianqin Wangqi was located stabilized. Thank you, boss. The player who was rescued by Qianqin Wangqi said in shock. The guild organized itself into teams to fight against the endless monsters. Most of the time, it was okay. The fear was that the defense line would reveal flaws. If a player died, then the offenser and defenser of the team would definitely have loopholes, and the consequence would be that they would die one by one and return to the city. Although dying once would only lose some experience, it was also a very difficult thing to reorganize. It would take some time for the guild players who returned to the rest point to find players from the same guild to team up. In this case, ordinary players are not bound by the guild, and can rush out by forming a team after dying, which makes them more flexible. Of course, the probability of their dying will be much higher. I have already obtained 2 attribute points, come on everyone. Zheng Qi encouraged his teammates. As the president of the guild, Zheng Qi's level is not very high. Of course, the speed at which the guild bosses upgrade is already the best among the players, but after all, they usually have a lot of things to do, and there is no special advantage in terms of level. For Zheng Qi, only during the carnival can he happily display his level and upgrade well. Of course, while upgrading, he also has to constantly observe the information sent by the members of the surrounding guilds, especially the information about the boss. At this time, the guild channel has been cleared, and you can't talk casually in the guild channel, so as to prevent the president and the management from seeing the news of the boss. After killing a group of monsters, Zheng Qi and his team took a break and replenished some potions before the monsters refreshed. Potions for replenishing physical energy are naturally not endless, and these potions are also expensive. Many ordinary players use all the gold coins they get from killing monsters to buy potions, so it is difficult to save some money. However, the more humane point of the carnival is that small monsters and elite monsters will explode potions. Unless you consume too many potions, you will not go bankrupt after a carnival. After recovering almost, Zheng Qi and his teammates prepared to rush to the next refresh point. Although there are a lot of monsters in the carnival, they can't let players die of exhaustion after all, so there is a gap between the monsters being killed and the refresh, which not only allows players to recover their physical energy, but also relaxes their nerves. The perspective of the football era is mainly based on the perspective of people. Observing the surroundings can also be a good measure of a player's level. Pay attention to the situation around you while moving forward, and don't be attacked by monsters. If you're really attacked by monsters, it will become a big joke. When Zheng Qi was moving forward, a message suddenly appeared in the guild. Coordinates 1237, 1675, the wild boss has just refreshed. Those nearby, move towards the boss, but remember not to shoot. Zheng Qi immediately shouted in the guild. The ownership of the boss's kill is also a very complicated calculation. However, in general, the first and last hits will account for a large proportion. The rest depends on the output during the killing process. The team that can grab the greatest hatred of the boss and the things that the boss explodes belong to this team. Materials can wait for a while and pick them up after the protection period. However, the bonus extra attribute points that are exploded are automatically issued to the players recognized by the system. In this case, if the players of this guild grab the first hit on the boss, it will be too bad. Although boss can be beaten by anyone, regardless of whether it is an ordinary player or a professional player, over the years, everyone has tacitly agreed that it is best for ordinary players not to fight wild boss in the carnival, because in terms of explosion rate, boss is not much stronger than small monsters and elite monsters. The most useful thing is the extra attribute points, which can create a powerful account. However, even if you were an ordinary player with an account with 1000 attribute points, you will be killed by professional players in a split second when you go to the professional arena. So generally in the carnival, when ordinary players see boss, they often notify their guild and let the guild's elite players come to kill it. It is difficult for them to kill it, and there is no necessary choice. Over time, this has become an unspoken rule. Of course, there are all kinds of birds in the forest. There are also players who specialize in making things difficult for professional players, just to steal your attribute points. However, such players often become the target of public criticism after doing it a few times, and are hunted down by major guilds. No one will have any objection to this kind of thing, because it is simply harming others and not benefiting oneself. When Zheng Qi saw that the coordinates reported by the guild were close to him, he immediately led his team to run over. Jing's elite team was still quite far away, which he knew. After all, the map of Shiling Pass was so large, and the areas divided by the big guilds were also quite large. If they just relied on a few hundred people to spread out, there would really be no splash. In addition to the guild members, the discovery of the boss depended on those non-staff members and members who wanted to join their guilds. In addition, the elite team was always sweeping around. And now, Chang Feng's elite team was a little far away from the boss refresh point. Is there anyone rushing to fight the boss? Kai-Ching Wonky asked while running. A few newbies wanted to fight the boss, but they were killed by the boss in the opposite hand. Someone answered. Kai-Ching Wonky couldn't help but want to laugh. This kind of thing is normal. There are always some guys who don't know the specific situation to fight for the boss, but the boss, can ordinary people kill it with a team? It is extremely difficult for a team of 10 to deal with the boss. Only those top professional players with strong operation skills can easily kill the boss. Seeing that the figure of Yalusha, the outdoor boss of Shiling Pass, has appeared in the field of vision, Kai-Ching Wonky breathed a sigh of relief. Although they have no ability and will not fight the boss, it is not difficult to clear the surrounding area and let Jing and others rush over to kill the boss. Just when Kai-Ching Wonky breathed a sigh of relief, the screams of his men came. What's wrong? What's wrong? Kai-Ching Wonky was shocked. Someone from the Fifth Guild is coming. Damn, there are 5 or 6 teams. Brothers are confronting them. The subordinate shouted. Kai-Ching Wonky's heart immediately skipped a beat. Is the Fifth Guild going to snatch the boss from them? No wonder their elite team always hangs around here. Kai-Ching Wonky didn't dare to look down on the elite team of Fifth Guild. You know, although these people didn't have a direct conflict with their guild, it's impossible to have a conflict. The other party has left them far behind in personal dungeon competition and guild establishment. But as the boss of the guild, Kai-Ching Wonky always knows more than others. For example, those street beaters alliances that harmed the new area suffered a loss from the boss in front of Rin Pinsheng's group. For example, 5 second team members of Nangua wanted to form a team to attack Rin Pinsheng and his group, but they were defeated by Rin Pinsheng and his group. Although such a record was not widely circulated, even Zheng Qi and his group didn't publicize it as a glorious deed of the guild boss after forming the Fifth Guild. However, as a guild boss at this level, Kai-Ching Wonky knew very well that this was not a rumor, but the truth. Against such a team, if they were like the guilds in the old area, with strong soldiers and horses, one guild would have nearly 10,000 people, and there would be 700 or 800 man elite groups. If they all lit up the double-flowered red sticks and combat experts to encircle and suppress, they would not be afraid of thousands of cavalry, and they would be absolutely sure to wipe out Rin Pinsheng's gang. But isn't there anything in the new area? The masters are not as high-end as them, and the ordinary players are not as many as their guilds, so how can they not be afraid? If the 5 major guilds such as Riding the Wind and Waves were not afraid, how could they unite with other guilds to divide the area, so as to avoid the fierce internal fighting and let the extraordinary guild get the advantage? But now, this group of demon stars came over, swaggering, not disguising at all, and confronting his men. The ordinary members of the extraordinary guild came, and their elite team would be late. It's a pity that the elite team of our side is still a little far away, and this distance is different from usual. They can come over by accelerating and running, and there are refreshed monsters blocking them in the middle. If they want to come over, it will really take some time. So he ran over and sent a private message to Zheng Qi. Boss Rin Pinsheng, are you going to make things difficult for our guild? After a while, there was no response. Just when Kai-Ching Wonky was wondering, he saw Rin Pinsheng replied. Who are you? Kai-Ching Wonky almost vomited blood. He didn't know whether the other party really didn't know who he was or was deliberately saying this to humiliate him. When the guild was established, the guild bosses all added each other as friends. This is not just the club guild bosses who add friends, but all guild bosses will be automatically added as friends by the system. Oh, it's the boss of the Riding the Wind and Waves guild. I saw the note. What's wrong? Fortunately, Rin Pinsheng's answer came back quickly. This refreshed boss was refreshed in the area divided by our Riding the Wind and Waves guild. Kai-Ching Wonky emphasized. What about our area? Zheng Qi asked back. Kai-Ching Wonky's original raging anger disappeared in an instant. Yes, we have divided the regions, but Fifth Guild has not divided the regions, nor has it participated in this temporary alliance. If others encounter a boss, don't they just want to rob it? If a ghost robs the boss in this situation, all guilds will join forces to hunt him down. After all, this is messing with professional players. But the people in Fifth Guild are not ghosts. Although they have not joined any club yet, they are recognized as having the strength of professional players. With the support of the guild, why can't they rob? Fin est capture much as great as Pelaga has to el final. No se indeed all like busgasms contendo exclusive yxo in medito. Suscribita news to Patreon. Recurda, card alike, suscription odonaking nos anima continued. Great as a todos nos vemos on Alpsmodo.